All I know is this violates every canon of respectable broadcasting.
No, it doesn't. Come on, man. Hello, traders, friends, family, and of course, everyone else. Yes, you were at the right place at the right time, and if you were here for the first time, congratulations. This is Topstep TV. The biggest and best names in the trading world are on this show. This is Opening Call. He's Starsky. I'm Hutch. We have an informative and educational show for you today and each and every day of the week. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you there will be obstacles, there will be doubters, there will be mistakes, but hard work has no limits. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, our trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, the guru of the market, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, August the 13th. Good thing it's not a Friday the 13th, I guess. Happy to be here with everybody. As always, our focus on the opening call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. I see a few folks here. John Jones, Dan Trader, Marv Daly, Yabbersmack Holdings, Toby, good to see you. Steve O's, CL Trader, and Frizu, first ones I see on the list here. It's great to see everybody. Great to see all of you. Happy to be here. Let's see what we can find for today here. It has some numbers come out this morning. It's going to be an interesting trading day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. PPI hit the wire. Market jumped. Gold up, gold down. Dow futures up 0.3%. S&P up 0.6%. NASDAQ rose by 0.9%. The main Wall Street indices saw choppy trading yesterday. That was with investors seemingly reluctant to commit ahead of the inflation data. We did see the Dow Jones Industrial Average falling 0.4%, about 140 points, while the S&P ended flat and the tech-heavy NASDAQ gained 2. As John mentioned, there are some corporate earnings season continues. We will be seeing that coming up here. I think we had something right on the open. John will be talking about that. Bank of America. Wall Street's main indices rebounded last week after a sharp sell-off at the start of the week. Institutional investors were very much part of the rebound, according to the Bank of America that released early today. The bank's clients last week were net buyers of U.S. stock to the tune of almost $6 billion. This has been the first time in about 5 weeks, the bank said in a note, the 10th largest inflow since 2008. The Bank of America institutional clients last week were net buyers for the first time in 5 weeks, while hedge funds and private clients were net sellers. This is coming once again from the Bank of America. It added that the tech and communication service stocks saw the largest inflow, while the tech stocks saw inflows for the first time in 4 weeks. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, all right. We've got the first of the major economic numbers already due out this morning. The PPI, as we're all aware. We've got the CPI number coming tomorrow. Most folks will be focusing on that as more important than the PPI, but some good news on the PPI numbers. The year over year was at 2.6. They were expecting 2.3. It came out 2.2. They all came out a little lower than expected. PPI month over month was expected 0.2%, came out 0.1%. The core PPI year over year was expected to come out at 2.6, came out at 2.4. And the core PPI month over month was expected to come out at 0.2% higher. That came out perfectly flat. So the markets are liking so far what they're seeing here. We did have 755, the U.S. Red Book, usually not going to be very impactful. 12:15 today, we've got one of the talking Feds on the schedule. Who knows whenever any of them might just pop up randomly, but we do have Bostic due to speak at 12:15 today. And 3:30, the API crude inventory report is due out. As far as earnings are concerned, one of the majors this week was Home Depot, and it came out higher on both earnings per share and revenues. Home Depot doing very well. VIX down at 19.68 at this time. Yesterday at this time, it was 20.53, so the VIX continues to crumble to the downside. The 10-year, the dollar index this morning, last I checked, was 103.07. It was 103.02 yesterday. No major changes there. Yield on the 10-year coming off of that near 4% level. Yesterday at this time, it was 3.96%. Today, 3.88%. So we've got for information prior to the open today. Eddie, what you got going on in crude?
Well, taking a look at crude topping out. We broke the 80s, but we had since then pulled back under 79.65 last year. Got a bottom low of 79.31. Now, crude prices, we did see them slipping, breaking a 5-day winning streak as traders banked gains amid concerns about the demand and the growth this year. We saw WTI drop 0.4. Brent also fell 0.4. Now, both the crude benchmarks gained 3% yesterday. That was boosted by the tensions in the Middle East and the fears of a bigger war disrupting oil supplies from the crude rich region. However, despite these gains, the benchmark had fallen around 3% over the course of the last month as demand for oil is tepid, especially compared to the growing supplies. Our friends at the organization Petroleum Exporting Country, good old OPEC, cut its global demand forecast for 2024 yesterday. Now, this was the first cut since it was made in 2023, and this comes after signs that demand in China has lagged expectations. That's what we've got for the crude here. Keep an eye on this right now. Crude looks a little heavy. Sellers coming in here, bringing it back down here close to our low of the day. Get to our tip of the week. And Gabe, what do you got for us here? There it is. Tip of the week here. Customize your workspace. Now, this has to do with a lot inside the platform, outside the platform. What I want to talk about is the environment that we need. Why? Well, a quiet and distraction-free environment helps maintain focus, reduces stress, especially during these high-pressure trading situations. If you work in a noisy environment, noise canceling headphones can work, or soundproofing measures can help. And always remember ventilation. Have a fan, a window, a scenery, something that you can look out and not have a room where there's no windows. That's pretty tough. So that's Johnny. That's what I've got here for today. What do you got to add?
I like that, Eddie. I mean, my workspace is it's a room in my house. I've got a wonderful view. I've got lots of trading memorabilia and all kinds of stuff around me, and
Oh,
I'm really proud of my little workspace here. I don't have 18 screens. I work with pretty much just 5 screens, but I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the fact that we get to do this every day, and you should feel good and feel proud about your workspace. I think it's
right.
important. I like the idea of having a separate area of your house or your office that is pretty much dedicated to trading. Keeps me in the right mindset. Good
And that's
stuff.
what you want to do, right? You got that right. That's what you want to do. You want to be able to come in here and go, all right, I'm gonna have a good day. Look at my setup. I'm comfortable. Everything's looking good. So keep that in mind. All right, Johnny, without further ado, I know we got a lot going on here today. Let's get to these charts and see what you got for us.
All right. Well, as always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps, I've kind of added the volume profile since the all-time high on here, just to see where we're seeing more volume and less volume, and we're really getting into an area of low volume here. We've been kind of settling in this balance area. Basically, let's just call it last week's high, 53.80 85 quarter. We've got the weekly kickoff high up at 54.45 even, and that's the low end of the previous area of balance. Wouldn't mind seeing the market get back up to those levels, back up above that 5% off the all-time high if we can get this market moving in the right direction. And the open interest yesterday crept a little bit higher after 4 straight days of losing open interest on this. So yesterday, low volume, but we did add some open interest. It doesn't surprise me that the volume is lower on the way up. That's kind of typically how it goes. And we would have 60 handle range yesterday. I don't know why this keeps doing this. It keeps adding that line there. And I'm going to get rid of that because it's just kind of deceiving. There we go. Now we've got it. So adding open interest on an up day, a little bit lower volume doesn't scare me. It seems the market has kind of found its area of balance, of range, of comfort, or whatever it is. I'd like to see us get back above that weekly kickoff high here at 54.45. I don't get to choose that. Let's take a look at what we're looking at here on the 30-minute chart. Yesterday, what happened here? I lost my profile here. Let's put that on there real quick. All right. So yesterday was a normal variation, very central located, lots of opportunities for traders to have two-sided trade yesterday. When we look at where settlement was the previous day, it traded through settlement 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times yesterday in 30-minute periods. 11 times in 30-minute periods. It traded through the previous day's settlement. Very range bound, a lot of opportunity to facilitate trade there. Typically, that's going to make me think that the market will begin to look for new levels to facilitate trade. And that certainly seems to be what's happening right now. We see the market is going to open more than likely with a gap above the range from yesterday. Gap rules say if we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We know we've got another gap that was left in the past up here to repair. We've got the 5% above that, which is 54.35, and we've got 54.45 even, which is weekly kickoff high. NASDAQ's already at weekly kickoff high. It approached it yesterday. It's been dealing with it in the overnight session. This could be very interesting. This market's starting to come off a little bit. We have a little bit of overnight inventory. Looks like it might be getting a little bit nervous. Maybe not. Maybe we won't be opening with a gap. We'll be able to see that here in about 15 minutes. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. So, all right. Volume slows on the way up. That's kind of typical. We added 4,300 in open interest yesterday, so that's encouraging for possible continuation to the upside. We've got price pretty much hanging right around weekly kickoff high, which is 18,800. Why is that? So why is the S&P weekly kickoff high so far away and the NASDAQ is in play right now? Well, it's because, we're looking at a change of balance, right? We've been kind of in an area of balance below that level. We could drive and come back into a previous area of balance above that level. So that's really kind of pivotal for me today. So anywhere between that 18,800 and 18,885, which is that 10% level where the market kind of held for a little while, broke back down to the 15% level, now back up to the 10% level. This is kind of a pivotal area up here. It might be kind of a tough trade. Going to be an interesting trading day, depending on your time frame. Scalpers probably won't worry too much about the longer time frame, but some of you traders that are looking for bigger bites out of the market, you're certainly going to be looking at some of the longer time frames. PPI today, well, PPI, there was no bad news there. What do these markets have a tendency to do when there's no bad news? Well, they tend to grind to the upside. There are still a lot of uncertainties out there in the world. Make sure you're aware of that and keep your ear to the ground for any news in any regard with any hostilities, anything going on overseas, anything changing overseas. The political environment is also kind of in flux and kind of in question here. We've got yesterday's range here on the 30-minute chart. Again, a very normal variations, neutral trading day. Settlement right smack in the middle of the day. Volume profile right smack in the middle of the day. The market got very comfortable yesterday in this area and in this zone. Again, we had a gap above that we traded through in the overnight. Looks like we're going to be opening with a gap from yesterday's range in the NASDAQ with a little bit higher probability in the S&Ps. Watch and see. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we may see this market continue to push to the upside. And this whole area here between weekly kickoff high, 18,800 and 18,885 is an important area. I'd love to see the market come and drive above that 18,885, that 10% level, and come back into and begin to range at a higher level, to begin to balance at a higher level. There's already a previous balance there. Quite possibly that could be one of the outcomes that happens here today. The profile yesterday, again in the NASDAQ, very, very normal variation, neutral. A lot of trade facilitation. Again, adding 4,300 in open interest with value moving higher, uh, 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 range overlapping to higher. The push to the upside was yesterday was to the upside, and we're seeing off the lows here. We're seeing higher lows, higher highs in short time frame. We do have a little bit of a trend to the upside here. Love to see that continue, and I'm sure that we all would. Anybody that has stock or a 401k, anything like that, yeah, we're looking for this to recover and put in new highs as soon as possible, new all-time highs as soon as possible. We don't know what else is out there waiting for us. And don't forget, we have CPI tomorrow, which could be a little bit more impactful than today. Here's the crude oil. So it is in rollover, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at the volume in the September right now, it's about 110,000. October is 80,000. Tomorrow or the next day, we will be switching to the October contract. But for today, make sure you continue to trade the September. It is going to be the highest volume and the most liquid. We had a pretty good breakout above last week's weekly kickoff high, which remained the weekly kickoff high. This was what I was looking for, acceptance and driving higher. Now, this doesn't usually happen during rollover, so there's a little bit more to this than just a push to the upside. We added 29,000 in open interest on a little bit higher volume, but remember, it's in rollover. So that increase in open interest can have a lot to do with traders legging their spreads, legging their positions out of the September contract and into future months. That can be a big part of that. So, but if this wasn't in roll, I would say that that breakout to the upside yesterday performed very well. A volume increased, open interest increased, a lot of buying coming into this market. Again, rollover blurs a lot of that information. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. I just had all these on here. So yesterday was a trend day to the upside. If I put this profile on here, which I thought I had them all on there already, I don't know, maybe I messed up, but trend day to the upside all day long. Okay. Overnight inventory, no real overnight inventory. Kind of strange, right? We had a big breakout and move to the upside and no overnight inventory. The market just seems to be looking for new information. And some of that information may come in the fact that we did put in a late spike to the upside yesterday. Now, there's two kind of basic bases to this late spike. When the final, that 1 o'clock bar broke out and closed on the high, this is the main base for the late spike, 79.57. I call this kind of a preliminary late spike all the way down to this level, 79.16. If we open above that 79.57 level, I'm going to call that opening in the late spike, which would indicate the potential acceptance of higher pricing. It doesn't mean close your eyes and buy. This market could come back into this base of the late spike here, which is again 79.16. And I still feel as though that would be an attempt at accepting prices at higher levels. If we break that level and we start getting into value in the lower end of the profile from yesterday, that would certainly change things. So be careful today. The market is opening in range, but it is opening in the late spike or in the secondary late spike. Look for your opportunities at those levels because it's going to help you to limit risk. Remember the rules of the late spike. An upside late spike opening in or above a late spike indicates potential acceptance of higher pricing. Well, we did that. We opened in the late spike above the base of the late spike, at least the initial base of the late spike. The market looks like it is intent on coming down to check that 79.16 preliminary late spike. So if we haven't bought it yet, be patient, look for a better trade location as the day goes on. We're seeing some pretty decent selling coming into this market. Where is that base going to come in? And again, possibly at the base of that secondary late spike, 79.16. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Let's take a quick look at gold. And we've got a special guest coming in here in just a couple of minutes. So 2507 is weekly kickoff high. We pushed to it and through it after the close yesterday. Settlement was actually 2504. So no actual close above 2507 even. What is this market attempting to do? Well, it's attempting to move higher. it is at the upper area or the upper extreme of the area of balance that it has been in for quite some time. If you look on the December chart, what did we do yesterday? We had a pretty good up day. Volume was higher. We added about 14,000 in open interest. So there was some money coming into this long side and preempting a potential breakout move to the upside. Preempting, does that mean we've trapped a whole bunch of longs up here? That is entirely possible for what we did yesterday, and the inability to close the market, settle that is, above that 2507 level. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. Huh. I don't know what happened. I always put these indicators on there, and I lost them somehow. Probably something I did. And okay, so now we've got the profile on from yesterday. Yesterday, opening with a gap. We now have a gap down below. The market ranged for the first couple of hours and then drove to the upside, closing in essence right below that weekly kickoff level of 2507, finishing the day above it. Overnight inventory? No, not really much as far as overnight inventory. Did we open with a gap? We opened with a gap and rejected the gap. So now it looks like we're seeing if we can find some sort of acceptance inside range from yesterday. We're looking at approximate value area high from the gold yesterday at 2497.5 approximately. Overnight low came right down to that level. I'm really interested in seeing possibly an execution down near overnight low, which lines up nicely with yesterday's value area high. We accept inside value area high. That could bring us all the way back to basically the low of the range from yesterday. And our assumption that maybe we trapped a whole bunch of longs up here would possibly ring true. We did have delta divergence on this push to the upside. By the end of the day, we had about, 4 or 6,000 negative delta on a move to the upside. That indicates longer time frame buying. If those longer time frame buyers are trapped long up here, I don't know how much appetite they have, but if I were trapped long up there, I'd be going, hey, you know what? This isn't right. I got to get out of this. They have much bigger pockets and much different time frames. So we don't know for sure if maybe this is created by some late laggard longs in shorter time frame yesterday that kind of recognized, hey, you know what? We're kind of delta congruent here. Maybe I should go with the big guys, and the big guys don't always win. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today, and make sure each and every day, all day, you pray for peace. And that's what we've got as far as the charts are concerned. What do we got going on here?
Well, we got, like you mentioned, actually, we got a fast market's going to be really good today. Next guest, we got Coach Dakota and Rips. Coach Dakota made 2,000 in multiple. There he is. Well, he just sort of walked in.
That smiling face.
I kicked down the door. I can't believe you didn't hear that, Eddie. I used my boot on that thing.
Good morning.
Rips always looks like he just got away with something.
He did. He busted down the door. We didn't kick his ass. You got to pay for that door now, dude.
Just throw it on my tab.
All right. Well, we got Coach Dakota going to be joining us here very soon here. Made $2,000 multiple XFAs yesterday. And, of course, Rips made 5 Gs in the live markets yesterday, climbing back to the top 100 traders recently. So congratulations, making it happen. And while I got a time here, let's get our Rip Raiders and Dakota Delta Force in the gates, and I'm going to pass it over to Rips. You got, my friend.
Good morning. How you doing, Eddie? Thank you for the lovely intro, and good to see you, Hogue. I love the analysis this morning. I look at it something similar here, but as we were talking, we did just kind of have that breakout here to the north side. This is a 3-minute chart on the NQ here, and there is just the 2 areas that I want to note here. This area of traffic and this area of traffic. We are currently breaking out, but it's not that strong of a breakout. And in fact, we have a large order that's stacked, somewhere up here. Right at 840, we have 231 contracts that are sitting there that could be easily swiped here since we are above this area of liquidity. So we have had this double top sort of breakout here that is generating this momentum to the upside right now. We are continually making lower highs on the way up here. So it is interesting to see the market is shooting up on this. We did have the PPI out this morning that came in lower than the expectations, which generally is good for the market because it is suggesting that prices are going down. If prices are going down, that means inflation is coming down as well. And that, of course, is the Fed's mission right now, to bring inflation down. So if we're seeing that across the board, there we are shooting up through those contracts. They're sitting at 18,840 there. We did just swipe into that order there and take that. But that is something that is interesting to watch. We do have, of course, CPI on the docket tomorrow. Consumer Price Index will give us the opposite sort of, we had the Producers Price Index, so that's going to tell us what people are paying in the industry sector. So now we're going to see what consumers are paying. That's more important to the Fed, of course, because inflation is passed off to the consumer. But the PPI kind of gives us, if they're going to produce these goods at a lower cost, they can usually pass off those lower costs to the consumer, thus giving the consumer a lower cost. So let's see if that's the case for tomorrow. CPI will be coming out tomorrow sorry?
But do they?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Will they? That's gonna be the question. Do the producers actually pass off those savings to the consumer? But knowing that number is ticking down is generally a good sign for what the Fed is trying to do with inflation right now. And do remember that the FOMC, the next FOMC that we have, is the final FOMC rate decision before we have a new president in office. Whether that's going to be Harris or Trump is anybody's guess right now. And there's obviously a lot of debate on that. But the next FOMC meeting is going to be on September 18th. That is 36 short days away from us. And right now there is a 0% chance of a hold of rates. It is now up to, at least from the Fed fund futures that are being traded right now, that is the ZQU4 contract. It is basically saying that we have a 53% chance of a double rate cut, which is a 50 basis point cut, and a 46.5% chance of a 25 basis point rate cut. So we will have to see whether or not that comes true. Believe me when I say this, there's a lot that can change in these markets in 36 days where we could actually even go to a rate hike. Is it going to happen? Extremely unlikely, but there are things that can change in the market. Things can change around. Let's see what happens, though. Let's take it day by day. Right now, here and now, we do have the PPI print that we are going to be digesting with the market. And right now, the market is saying that is good for the market. So let's see how that shakes out today. Do we hit some more topping areas of the market and start to retrace back down pre-CPI? Or do we continue this pump to the north side here and hold these bids as we are getting higher here? I am curious to see. I'm going to be trading this live alongside all of you. And of course, alongside the very talented Andre. And of course, Hogue and Eddie are going to be trading there, and my trading buddy Dakota. It's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm definitely looking forward to it. And speaking of, I think I see the man himself. I mean, look at that. Is that?
Yeah.
He's shaking his head already. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of trading. Very, very exciting.
Got about 2 minutes here, and let's get the party started. Get him in here. We could get him in. MP's going to be here shortly.
Wow. There we are.
There he is.
There we are. What's up, fellas?
Coach Dakota.
I was waiting for Rich to start juggling.
Are we doing this now? Are we doing this? I spilled some hot chocolate on my freaking desk.
Dakota. Already.
So I'm over here cleaning it, and the next thing
All right.
How's everybody doing?
I'm okay. How about yourself, Dakota? Besides the chocolate milk, everything okay?
Hot chocolate, Andre.
Hot chocolate. Gotcha. Well, hot cocoa. What up, Rips? Well done yesterday. Saw what you did. Good to see you. I got this market figured out a little bit. I'm curious if that's actually going to put me on the leaderboard for the day. My fingers are crossed, so I can't wait to see JD give those numbers today. I'm really hoping and praying that we're on the leaderboard for the yesterday's best. My fingers are crossed for that one. Yep.
See you are back in the top.
Yeah, back in the top 100 here at Topstep. Very good to see.
Ooh,
man,
that's good.
Shout out to you, man. You were going through it about month and a half ago. Went back to the sim, started building up the account, now back on live, and you recalibrated and adapted to what this market's giving you. So it's really great to see. You know, it's what it takes to stay alive in these markets.
Breaks are underrated in trading, Andre. I will tell you that. Breaks are definitely underrated. We do have about 10 seconds here to the open, so make sure you check your positions. We are going to have a very volatile open, especially on the heels of PPI. So let's see what happens here.
Boy, buckle up. And once we get this opening bell, we're going to throw it to Hogue here. Talk to us about this opening range. If you guys are taking trades there, Dakota, Rips, Hogue, let me know. We'll update the board in real time here at Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Let's get it.
Well, we have opened with session gaps in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ, just kind of focusing on those. And the general rule is, if we can't close that session gap relatively early in the session, we should probably be looking for opportunities for longs. We've got about a 5.5 handle opening range here in the S&Ps and only a 23 handle opening range in the NASDAQ, which is much smaller than it has been in recent sessions with all the volatility going on. So let's see what happens here. We're extending the range higher in the NASDAQ. We're still in that first minute. Here it is. So there's the gap. There's yesterday's high. Here's the gap, opening range, the first minute. Some people like a longer opening range. Some people like a short opening range. I prefer a short opening range. If I'm going to take it, it's going to help me limit risk. And typically when we open out of range and out of the previous day's range, it means the market's opening a little bit out of balance, and maybe some of the better opportunities can come early on in the session. 28 handle opening range in the NASDAQ, 5.5 handle opening range in the S&Ps, and we're still inside it. How long has it been? Well, a little over a minute. Oh, now we're breaking out to the upside in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. And let's see if we get some participation here. Delta 290, about 300 in the NASDAQ, 1,000 in the S&Ps. S&Ps took out the high of the opening range, is now kind of falling back inside of it. The NASDAQ has not returned back inside of that opening range. The way the markets are looking right now, I mean, if we can't close that gap relatively early, the opportunities might be to the long side. I'm looking for NASDAQ to get back above that 10% off the all-time high, 18,885. And I'm looking for
I did just close my long up there, Hogue. I thought that was a really nice opportunity to get long there off the open. Ended up trading that, copied across 5 of my XFAs to make about $5,500 there.
Beautiful. Hey, you did that all day yesterday. You already did it today. You're done.
Yeah, so including combines, up at $12,913. But just the XFAs, it looks like we're at about, let's just call it $6,000 there.
Nice start.
Just a mere 6,000.
Yeah, it was a really strong opening there, and I was listening to what you're saying about how we're not returning back into that lower balance, and we just had really firm bids showing up there. So for me, that was enough to take a 3-contract trade copied across 5 XFA accounts.
3 minis?
15 contracts.
3 minis, that's right.
Okay, great.
Beautiful.
And I got out there. My my execution there outs were 64 halves.
I'm just looking for dips to buy in this market.
I was going to ask you before we went on, we didn't get a chance in the green room. Are you feeling like it's a buy the dip market again, Dakota? That's usually a good signification about what we're going to be doing here for the trade.
Yeah, I'm bullish. I've been bullish since we made that low, because we're going to look back at that last Monday, and say that was a great buying opportunity. And here it is. This is now where we're looking back saying, I wish I would have bought that fear and that huge sell-off that everyone was panicking and going crazy and the world's falling. And here we are headed up towards 19,000. We might see 19,000 today.
19,000? Yeah, definitely within range.
Yeah, definitely. I could see this going much, much higher here. Apple is off to the races here. It looks like Apple has cleaned up all of the mess from when Warren Buffett sold, the majority of his position in that, or half of the majority stake in that position. And, we're seeing a lot of green across the board in the Magnificent Seven here and now.
Just waiting for an opportunity now for me. No sense of chasing it. This is truly one of those days where you could just sit here and wait all day and hope there's an opportunity for the market to pull back.
Yep. I think that's a really good opportunity. I think too that you're going to find early exhaustion from buyers, where you will get an opportunity where the market could pull back and give you a really nice entry, but it's going to require a little bit of watching this order flow, can make things a little bit tricky. So I'm happy to be patient and waiting here. I'm in no rush to get back into a second trade here.
Yeah, NASDAQ took us right up to that 18,885 level by about 2 ticks, two handles through it. That's that 10% off the all-time high that was supportive at one point.
That's right. Very good level. Do you have that level shared in your group there, Hoag's Heroes?
Well, it's always on my charts. So yes, Hoag's Heroes are looking at it.
How are you folks all doing? I feel like you folks have been you got some good traders in there, some really talented folks in your group.
Hoag's Heroes, yes.
Yes, we do. We do. They've been, a couple of them have been really hot lately. And, sometimes they take a day off. Sometimes they're here. Sometimes they're not, not all that active. But, usually we're getting some good ideas and some good calls early in the session. Particularly, I get a couple of guys that give me their their daily levels. And they've been pretty good. If they don't get reached, that's one thing. And because maybe they're a little bit longer time frame traders, but we've got some pretty active guys, some pretty less active guys. Two of my team are currently on vacation, so when they come back, we're gonna get together and have a Hoag's Heroes meeting and see what we can do. And I think we've got some really talented traders, yourselves, of course, included.
Speaking of Hoag and his levels, into the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those up, as I always do. We'll have, once MP gets in, we'll have the house account back open. We'll talk some house account trades. We'll be making some trades in and around the levels you see on the Topstep daily levels page. We're currently trading 54.10 in the S&Ps. That currently takes us into zone 6. Zone 7, between zone 7, upper end of zone 7. Working our way into zone 6 in the S&Ps. We have a muted open, which
Might have been
okay.
our pullback there.
I was just about to say, Dakota, did you catch anything on that pullback? That looked like a Dakota trade if I've ever seen one.
Was that it?
You're right on the pullback. That was
you got it, didn't you?
No. I'm waiting for deeper. I was just waiting for a deeper pullback. I was actually looking for 840, maybe a retest of these 820s. But I mean, it was a 40-point pullback, which was. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just trying to be patient. Maybe it's too patient, waiting for too much. I'm not sure. Market's really good at keeping me out of it when we're trending in a strong market.
Yeah, the confluence that I was looking at there was the pullback to 54.10. I didn't take it myself either, but the pullback to 54.10 in the S&Ps, and then that retracement that we saw back to the pre-opening topping levels in the NASDAQ there, which were right at that 844, 845 areas. So yeah, I don't know if it was enough to take the trade simply because, we haven't seen that true exhaustion, which is going to be the easier sniper trade. Depending on, we could be 100 points higher and then we get exhaustion 75 points and then you take the trade. It really is just about, at least from my style of trading, watching this order flow and seeing where we're at with things.
Yeah. And plus we're only 8 minutes into the open. So I don't have any urge to be placing a trade yet.
Definitely. A lot of time. Hey, Rips, what'd you make of the PPI?
I thought it was very good for the market. I talked about it a little bit here before the markets open, but I thought it was very strong for the markets, given that it came in, 20 basis points cooler than expected. And we are trending down, which is exactly what the Fed wants to see for their mandate of being able to lower rates. They want to see inflation trending down. The whole purpose of keeping rates higher is to get inflation to come down. And that is their only tool to do that. If inflation comes in too hot, their way to combat that is to raise interest rates or limit credit. There's two ways that you could do this in the economy. Those are the tools that they have. They don't really have a pulse on limiting credit, but you can limit credit by jacking up interest rates, making it less attractive to borrow. So that's kind of their goal. They want to tune up interest rates and hold them there until they're at a place where they can start to drop them. But then the question becomes, if they drop them too quickly, is it going to inspire people to get back into, into housing markets, into buying autos and buying supplies and buying a bunch of food? It's a precarious situation. So the longer that we're holding the interest rates, the idea is that we're going to bring inflation down as time passes. And now we're starting to see that with, of course, the PPI print is nothing compared to what we're going to see tomorrow with CPI, though.
Right. We're taking a look at the Fed Watch tool. 0% chance of no action in September.
Yeah, I think it's going to continue to increase. The odds of it being 3/4 is going to continue to increase. I mean, this market's looking a little bit heavy. I mean, I'm still.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm not going to short this.
Okay.
But I would really like to see a deeper pullback. And it looks like if we do break below, maybe 43, we could see a little bit deeper of a pullback. But market's really good at making it look bearish, only to trap some shorts.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this too is that if we get down to that 813 level and we don't find any buyers, that's going to be a big area for a potential flushacito to the downside. We would potentially see the price entertaining back into that like 18,770, 780s, that little area of price action there. And if we do actually get down below that, the level I'd be tracking is 733. That could be the deepest pullback of the day, and then we just go up only from there. And we've been seeing this a lot lately in this market where we have extreme pumps in the open, gets everybody all excited and offsides to the long side. Then they get buried to the downside. You get people who are covering those shorts, or covering those longs rather. They're barreling in, their stops are getting popped. That brings the market back down, and then only we find bids and then up only from there. So patience is paramount in these markets. I will say that the more patience that I've been having, even though I didn't have much patience on the open today, the more patience that I've been practicing, the better that I've been doing in my results of trading in this market lately.
I agree 100% with you. The more traders I talk to, I've started to do some stats review in my slow markets, and it's the same thing. The traders who are more patient, less trades, are a lot more consistent and, normally more profitable.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting word here that we're going to use this account, this live account that I'm working with, and for the house account. So if there's something that comes up and we want to take the house account, right now my max position size is 5, but that'd be five minis. Maybe I can get that expanded before Michael gets here. But if there is a trade we want to take, we're taking it in this account.
Right.
Great.
Do it.
All right, well, yeah.
Great.
Got Dakota, really good read on the price action here, because we are starting to tumble a little bit. You are talking about a weak market when we're trading above 850 currently here and now, trading near 825. So really good call there.
Yeah, I wasn't confident enough to take the short sometimes. I mean, especially in a market like this, we had lower than expected inflation reading. We're rallying up.
All right, we got a weekly kickoff high. Weekly kickoff high is 18,800. 18,800. Pull back to 18,800. We got check marks for a long, perhaps. Or we want to see how far this pullback comes in.
If we get there, yeah.
Yeah, if we
got to do that part first, right? The whole getting there part.
Very, very
old
important.
New high.
Old new high.
Also, I believe the Dow is ripping to the north side here, if I'm not mistaken. Getting a little crazy.
Gold new highs, crude. Last trade, $79.30.
That might have just been the pullback in NASDAQ.
That was the pull. Is that the pullback, Dakota? Yeah, gummit.
It's looking like it. Down to 820s.
Gummit.
800s. We were never going to get 800s, Andre. Lucky if we got 820s. Oh, man.
Looking for a move back into the opening range in the S&Ps for an opportunity, but we have not quite got there yet.
Nope.
We are seeing Delta and Druin, so we're not seeing any divergences here yet.
Yeah, right now we are running into a little bit of traffic in the NASDAQ right now at 860. We are still kind of meandering around 54.10 to 54.15 in the S&Ps. So not really seeing any strong breakouts at all. We are still just kind of chopping around in a range, in this opening range here. As I'm saying that, we are seeing a small breakout to the upside in 860s there. We are testing 54.15 in the S&Ps. So we really want to see strong buyers coming through. We're looking for a true breakout. I'm curious, Hogue, what are your thoughts on the 54.50 evens level today? Do you think that that's something that could be traded today? I mean, we are 35 handles away from it. It is a lofty target, but do you think that with enough push to the upside, we could get there today?
Oh, hell yeah. For sure.
I love the vote of confidence. Not just but hell yeah.
No, there's nothing that's that is for sure. But 54.45 is weekly kickoff high. I've heard numbers of people talking about 54.40, 54.50 being a level that we really want to get to, because that puts us into the previous area of balance and we could hang there for a while, look and look for our new direction from there. We've also got a gap from right where we are now, about 54.17, all the way up to that level. So there's a session gap that we could just run right through, or it is possible for that to happen.
Yeah,
if we're looking at the NQ chart, we are continually making higher lows as well.
That was the pullback.
That was the freaking pull. It went right down to the top of that the news candle. That news candle on the 1 minute. It touched the top of it, and now here we are back up into the 880.
860. Ho, what's your upside target here in in S&Ps you keep hitting about 54.45's upside target?
Okay, so average session range high 54.27. That's from Ray. We've got the 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps, which is 54.35, and then we've got 54.45, which is weekly kickoff high and closes that previous gap that remains, as weak structure.
Okay, so 35s is 5% off all-time highs. Weekly kickoff high 54.45. So we're targeting 35s and possibly 45s. Hey, sound of Sunday right there. Love it.
And we've got a gap. The bottom end of the gap is 54.17.
We're just there. Just
there.
Let's watch this tilt. S&P 72% long. Gold tilt 69% long.
All right. Now we'll got an eye on. All right, maybe we get a pull back to those 17s, Hogue. Gap low from 8-1.
That's a go no go level. I mean, it's a level that we don't have to risk a lot on.
Okay.
I think we may have missed our best trade location, which was the opening range here. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ left the opening range at the low of the session.
Go no go.
Yeah, we went back down and tested it.
Yeah.
Well, we
got pretty close to testing the top of it.
Let's see what the S&Ps do at this 54.17 level. We got 5% off the all-time highs, 54.35, like Hogue said. We got a weekly kickoff high, 54.45. So some of our upside targets we're watching here in the ES.
Yeah. I mean, the NASDAQ seems to be having a little bit of a kerfuffle here at that 18,885, 10% off the all-time high area here.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised how much traffic there is being intercepted up to the level of 18,900. There's a lot of folks who are front running to get out of their positions or capping on shorts early.
Yeah, I think we just blow through it.
Top off this
Tesla is off to the races today. NVIDIA is putting up a fight. NVIDIA is gunning for 114 to the north side here. Microsoft also showing some strength, but we did find sellers above 412 evens. We're looking at Meta now, really struggling into those 525s. But we are seeing green candles across the board here. S&Ps are battling at 54.20 here and now. So it's just, it's one of those situations where anything can happen. Anything can turn on a dime here. And I think that if we were to go lower, it does present us with an opportunity to retest these highs. It just is a question of how low do we go on this next pullback if there is one.
Yep. I was greedy. I was wanting a lot lower than these 820s.
We're talking about 800s there, Dakota, and 20s. We couldn't even get 20s. It's all good. We're on to the next one here. 54.17s. It looks like it's running out of some steam here to the upside. At least looking at the ES and NQ. Dow remaining very, very strong. Crude selling off last trade, $79.20 low of the day.
Also got gold selling off here.
Gold did, yeah. Gold topped out at 25.14, I should say. Pulled back down 25.10 last trade. I do want to say we're going to keep an eye on these S&Ps and NASDAQ here. I do want to say upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter, at X, call it what you want. Send us your cool swag, your memes, your Trader Station setups, whatever you think you'd like to share with the community here at Topstep and TopstepTV. We'll turn that around to you guys in a few hours. But in the meantime, let's watch how these markets trade out. Cody's looking for pullbacks in the NQ.
Yeah, I'm in long at 884.
84. How many times? How many times?
One micro.
One MNQ from 84. Thank you.
Just gonna try.
All right, so you wouldn't call that a house account level, would you?
No.
Okay.
I barely call it at my account level. It's just
Wow, we just had a big sweeping of stops through 18,900 there, up above 5420 as well in the S&Ps. So a big amount of stops being popped there. And those are stops from people who are short this market. They are buy stops that are getting triggered above that level there. A lot of them just went off. Did you see that as well, Hogue?
Yeah, we got a big jump in Delta too, right when that happened. So that's just all those market order buy stops just jumping out.
We did go positive on the Delta and the NQ over here. I am tracking 900 in the positive.
Yes, I concur.
breakout trades.
Let's
see if we can hold these 900s.
Hold 900s. Again, upside target, perhaps 54.35 upside in the ES. Dakota was looking for 19,000 in NQ. We're trading just beneath 18,900. So 19,000 is definitely in play.
I do have two upside targets in the NQ here, 938 and 3/4 and 971 and a half. Those are my two upside targets that I'd like to see us hitting in the next hour of trade or less.
Okay, 971 upside target, 971 next hour. Why next hour, Rip? Why is the next hour significant?
Because if we're not getting there in the next hour, it's very likely that we're going to find more liquidity and pull back because they're not too far away from where we're currently trading. And if we don't have the liquidity to get here and there, here and now, we're going to have to find that liquidity via dumping the market first. And so if we do get a pullback, my pullback target would be where we pulled back to already, which is down at 8.76. Right now, we're holding that pullback area that we kind of wicked into, which is that 894 halves. We're holding above 900 here. So I am quite confident that we'll be entertaining one of two of those upside targets, if not both.
Great. Good stuff.
And I'm flat.
I just closed not taking the trade myself, though. Dakota, you went flat?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of overhead liquidity here. We are kind of running into a wall, but still, I think we have a lot of buyers here on the tape. NVIDIA is perking up. Again, we're trying to get above 114 in NVIDIA. Microsoft has found another bid too. Microsoft and NVIDIA can carry the NQ much higher here, independent of what the S&P will do.
It's just waiting now. Just wait.
We're seeing little hints of some offers just kind of accumulating and getting filled on these highs. If you look at the dome here, in the S&Ps, you got 3,600 traded there, 3,000 traded there, 2,200 traded right there. That's 54.19, 19 quarter, or 54.19 half, 19 quarter, 19 even.
Yep.
Some pretty, I mean, decent positive delta in that, which means that those were resting sell orders that were probably a little bit in the iceberg arena. So if that's the case, then we may be getting a little bit too long here in short time frame. I'm looking for a deeper pullback for an opportunity for a long. I think that is in the cards for us.
All right, around what price on that pullback, Hogue? I'm looking at these levels. We don't have
right where we are right now. 19 half, 19 quarter, 19 even. There's a nice volume spike there. You can see it here. 19 even, 19 quarter, 19 half. Nice little volume spike there. And you can see, I mean, a lot of contracts traded there, and the delta is positive, but it's not overly positive. I think there's maybe about 2,000 contracts in between those three prices that traded on the offer. So that is, there are they are offering some sells in that area. And the so far this move up has been aggressive. You've seen a lot of short time frame buyers. You see Delta up 8,600 at this time of the day. This is very aggressive short time frame buying. Yes, I want to see all these longs puke, and then I'm in. Because
and you're saying into the long side, right? After a pullback.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's our pullback.
Yes.
Just want to make sure that's clear for everybody.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, so we got all that volume up there. A lot of it was on the offer. A lot of, aggressive buyers. A lot of, somebody just kind of putting in more and more offers up there, more and more offers. It's not stark, but it's just enough to say, you know what? I think we're probably getting a lot of short time frame traders long up here. A lot of laggards up here. I'd like to see them liquidate those longs and then figure out, oh, dang, we were right, and then turn around and go the other way. Go back long again.
Patience. Then that's kind of what we're
Patience.
talking about this morning. Is we all just wait and see if the market will give us an opportunity or a pullback. We did get one. Now we just wait for another one. That's trading.
Oh, you said
There it
Delta's
goes.
plus 8,000 up here.
Asking you shall receive.
yes.
Here's quite the pullback.
All right, here comes the puke. All right, what do we like?
Yeah.
Right to
Come
VWAP
off
too.
now. Now it's
VWAP
6,300. We just lost 1,700.
All right, 5,400 VWAP. Pull back to that would be really nice. 18,000. Yeah, still got some room in the NQ.
All right. Do we have any check marks on that? We get down to 53.98. Do we like that?
I'm
Down to
staying out of
98.
this one. Yeah, no, I want to wait. There's not enough information from the market just yet for me.
You're talking ES, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
53 what?
98.
I would say
That-
5403. Oh,
Threes, boom,
depends on-
check mark.
Okay,
That's what I've got for a
that's
pullback
inside the
here.
initial.
Check
That's
marks.
inside the opening range.
2 check marks. Got a check mark from
5405.
Dakota, check mark from Jay, right, Eddie? What do we got?
Okay,
check
yeah,
marks,
I'm gonna
55.
say 5405 right there.
Boom, 5405. 2 check marks. Dakota,
And our
Yeah.
risk is the other side. Where is our risk?
where is our risk? Question.
5393. I like
93s, Dakota. I like it.
92.
93 risk. Cool. Eddie, I just heard that sweet
right,
voice
so-
of yours. I'm gonna throw it to you really quick, Eddie. What do we got? What do we got for eco numbers? What do we got for eco numbers?
Oh, baby, you know what? We had all the meat on the bone early this morning, so our tummies are
Right.
full until about 12
Orders
o'clock.
placed.
All right.
12:15, Bostic is going to be speaking, and then a little later on in the afternoon, API crude stock, and that's about it. So 12 o'clock, eyes on the prize. We'll see what Bostic's got to say. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Bostic. All right, we're working 5405. How many times? 10 lot there? Oh, what are we working?
I've got it actually at 03, 10 lots.
Yeah, market stabilized a little bit, so there wouldn't be too much of an argument from my end about normal sizing.
Hey guys, I got an update from the captain here.
What up,
Took
Captain?
a short at 890 with a target of 819. Stop at 910. 910 is the ceiling. Got that? Captain a short at
819.
890.
Thank you.
10. 890 short. All right, we're up there right now, ish.
And that's is that MP Trading Mobile?
No,
Oh, that's one of the guys on our on our
Oh,
Topstep
that's what I thought you meant by the captain. I was lost on that one. Oh, that
Captain is
captain.
waiting.
Gotcha.
That
Captain.
captain.
That's
Yeah,
right.
due to NDAs, we've been requested not to use any real names anymore.
Gotcha. Captain Price action.
Yeah, the price action
Price
board.
action is right. Salute Captain Price action. Rips. All right, we're looking for a
Morgan.
pullback. I don't know if. Hey, where's Coach Jay? Coach Jay, if you're out. By the way, at the buzzer, make sure you go check out at the buzzer. Coach Jay in the house. Today,
The Topstep programming has just been leveling up nonstop. You've seen Nick for a tick, Coach Jay, Dakota. It's insane.
Rips, you're next. We'll see if we get that pullback here to 5405. 5405. We're working 10.
Man, no, that was the pullback.
Yeah, the reason I was going to bring up Coach Jay. Coach Jay, we might have to readjust what these pullback sizes are because you're talking about this and at the buzzer as well. I'm always bothering you. What's the average size? What's the average range of these pullbacks? How many ticks does it will actually pull back? And it seems like these pullbacks aren't as deep as we'd like.
Nope.
Range, yeah.
Oh yeah, D as well. Sorry, I left D out. D has been doing the London session. I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
She's been killing it as well.
Back into these 900s in the NASDAQ. Yeah, these pullbacks, like you said, Andre, it's just you
Shallow.
never know how deep a pullback is going to be. And over the past 2 weeks, it's left a lot of traders in PTSD on buying pullbacks.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's difficult too because a pullback will look super attractive and it looks like it's stabilizing, and then something just snaps and it just is like, oh, okay, I don't want to touch that stove again.
Exactly.
But again,
Dakota, can you break down
sometimes
what
no
a
trade is
pullback
better than a
is?
trade.
You break
What
that
was
down.
that?
you break down what a pullback is?
What a pullback is. So on my chart, here's a 1 minute chart. The trend is up, so we're going up and to the right. So, a pullback is anything that's going against that trend. So over here, I'm highlighting these little pullbacks, and it's just price action move, price moving against the current trend. So if the trend is up, the pullback is the move against the trend. And so the hard thing that I'm having this morning and we're having this morning is, how deep are these pullbacks and when do we enter into a long and go with the trend? Because the trend is your friend. We want to get in long. We want to get in with this trend. And right now, these pullbacks have not been consistent. We had a really deep one to start this morning. We just had kind of one about half that size. And so that's one of the hardest parts of trading a trending market is you don't know how deep these pullbacks are, especially when it's not as consistent. Some days it's relatively consistent and it's easier to time pullbacks. This one, it's more difficult for myself.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. Yeah. Sometimes you get, we'll see. We still have a chance. Still working 03s there, Hogue? 05, 03s?
Yeah, working on threes right now.
Okay, here goes NQ.
More stop losses being popped there above the prior highs, which were wrestled at 910 there. So we are seeing stop losses being popped again. Market orders going to the buy side simply because people who are short in this market have stop losses at a certain level. Usually they place those stops above the highs, and those are what are getting swept right now. Now, does the market continue to have the juice to the upside? The equities are saying yes right now. Microsoft is pushing up. NVIDIA has tucked into that 114 level that we've been talking about all morning. Tesla and Apple also showing some moves here to the north side. Apple trading above 221 comfortably right now, and Tesla up above 203s here, looking for 204s.
We got a bit of a divergence going on here. We got Dow selling off. Obviously, Dow does what the Dow does. NQ tried making a move to the upside. Perhaps some stops got set off there, like Rips was talking about. ES still pulling back a little bit, or kind of spinning its wheels a little bit, trying to for this move to the upside that NQ did. So we're going to see who wins this tug of war, if you will. There's a bit of a divergence right now. See, ES, so I'm looking at the 5 minute. ES is continuing to sell off here. Last trade 54.12, 54.11s now. And NQ trying to hold above 19,000. Last trade 18,895.
Yeah, struggling.
Yeah,
that was selling off. Huh? So now we're rotating back into tech.
This is creating a bit of a retail rinse right now. So, we were talking about this just moments ago. Those are stops being popped above folks who are short. And now we are returning, 20, 30 handles lower here after those stops are getting swept. So this is just rinsing around retail right now. And I always say this, retail has a tolerance of about 20 to 30 handles stops. And so when you're seeing the price action mix and meander around 40 handles plus, and it's going up and down in a range of about 40 handles, that's usually a retail rinse cycle that is just blasting through retail traders right now. So please be careful out there. Don't be caught in the spin cycle. Make sure that you have a trading plan before you're putting a trade on, and make sure you're sticking to that plan.
Retail rinse. I like that.
Yep. Looks just like that. Yep.
Yeah, it does. That's exactly what it looks like. All right, see, we still got this pullback here in the ES. I don't know if we're going to get these fives. Keep seeing some buyers stepping around 54.10. Here we are. NQ still holding bid above 18,900. So we got a bit of divergence going on. Dow selling off. Dakota was half joking, rotating back into tech, but that might indeed be the case.
Maybe, yeah.
I know we're joking because we talked about the rotation out of tech into the industrials, now out of the industrials into the tech.
Yeah, I think that Tesla is catching a bid today due to the spaces yesterday. We did have some positive commentary from former President Trump about Tesla, the company itself. And I think that that's why Tesla is catching such a strong bid today. We probably have some folks that are pouring into leaps in the options chain, longer term call options, banking on the bets that if there is a potential secondary Trump presidency, that it would be good for Tesla. So we'll see how that plays out.
Starbucks up 22% today.
Yeah, there's a lot to that, Rips. Little buddy
100%.
system.
All right, see if we can get this push here. NQ holding bid. Yes, holding offered. Interesting spot right here. Like Eddie said, not a whole lot more on the calendar. We do have Bostic speaking a little bit. Posted on
A
that.
new low in crude. See if we can break
Crude's
these
selling off.
79s.
Yeah. It's doing above $80, man. Get out of here with that. Come on, man. You know we don't need that. But yes, we are beneath low day, $79 even. Let's trade $79. Oh, $79.05. All right, here comes 5410s in the ES. Again, we're working. We're working 03s there, Hogue. That'd be a really nice fill if we get 03s. VWAP moving higher. VWAP 5402. 03s would be real nice. Take that.
I like to see a break below 891 to see a
891?
deeper pullback. 891. And then maybe we could go back down and test these 70s and then a break below 66.
Ooh. 03s risk 93.
Heading down towards that level.
Let's get it.
What's our risk in this again?
93s.
93s. So 10 points. I've got 10 contracts on the bid, so something we can possibly add to.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Mm.
Wish I heard. Gold staying above 25.12.
Let's see. There's a little bit of a test.
Is that it?
These,
That's all we're going to get, Dakota. That's all we're going to get today.
Nobody said it was going to be a big pullback, but just a pullback.
We're waiting for the
Yeah.
pullback of all pullbacks, man. All right, here we go. ES still pulling back here. It's dragging.
We could
though.
zoom in, and then the pullbacks would look bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Good old 1 minute.
That's what she said. But yeah, we are pushing back above 18,900 here. And it is, again, running into that traffic here to the north side. I'm keeping my hands clean here. I'm not taking on any trades here. This is just a lot of traffic, a lot of kerfuffleation here in this area that we've been really just managing for the last, about 8 to 10 minutes here. It's just, just chopping around.
Yep.
Yeah. It's still just 37 minutes into the open. I'm going to run and get me a drink of water because now I spilt my hot chocolate. So I need something to drink.
You're adorable. I love it, man.
Be right
I
back.
love you. I love you, Dakota.
Just a quick
So
update,
while
guys.
Dakota is refreshing his tall glass of chocolate milk, we are going to be watching the NVIDIA trade here, looking like it is breaking above those 114s comfortably. Apple as well catching a bed. And like I said earlier, Tesla is very strong this morning. We opened around 198s there after a pullback on the open in Tesla. And we are seeing that now auction up towards those 205s there. So if Google started really pushing up alongside Meta and Microsoft, I could see NQ hitting our targets that we're looking for to the top side. Again, those targets are 18,938 and 3/4 and 18,971 halves. So if we do have that pushing up very strong there, it's something that we could see on the tape. That's something that could happen today. So again, I'm not going to be involved in a trade until we either get a deep, deep pullback or potential continuation where we are starting to see stops being popped violently. Then I could try a momentum trade to the north side here.
Yeah.
All right. While Dakota's getting his warm milk to start the day, let's cover the PPI and a few things real quick. First, as Rips mentioned, as Hogue mentioned, PPI came in soft 0% month over month. You can see that trend here. The Fed going cut. Rips mentioned it already. Fed watch in those ZQ futures shows 53% of a 50% basis cut or 50 basis point cut in September, and the rest is for a quarter. Also, I love little charts like this. Our company's worried about recessions. This is the number of times the word recession was mentioned on earning calls, and you see it spikes up huge when the Fed starts raising rates, but it's kind of gone off. So maybe they found a new euphemism for that. Maybe they're saying right sizing more and that shit. But it seems that's on the back burner for a little bit. And then one last story that we absolutely had to feature. A woman got a 9-year prison sentence for stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
Oh my God!
Yes, this heist was during COVID. She was ordering all these 11,000 crates of chicken wings, I believe, for the school. she worked at. She was picking them up in a school van.
Oh.
But how she got caught in an audit was it was weird. She was buying chicken wings because they're not allowed to have bones in foods they serve in cafeteria.
This whole thing again.
So that was an oversight. Missing in this story, by the way, is where the chicken wings were going. I really want to know which restaurants were buying pilfered chicken wings in school.
I'm assuming that somebody had calls on chicken wing sauce for that heist because those probably went to the moon.
Manipulation at its finest.
A heist. Chicken wing heist. Incredible.
Chicken wing sauce. Love that, huh?
Oversight. Thank you, Jack. Oversight. All right, we are still working. Hey, JD, you want to jump in here before we got on with the news? JD, jump on in. What do you want to give us? Maybe a captain update? I know he was short from what, 890s or no? Short from.
He
90s.
is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he is flat right now. He took a first trade stop hit at 910 on that. We see some rejection off that level right now, though. So no update since he was out of that trade, but I'm going to reach out to him right now, see what's going on.
Thanks, JD. All right, incoming 5407 last trade in ES. Working all threes. That's essentially where VWAP is.
We're still on for
right
this
now.
trade.
Yeah, right now it's looking, and I don't know if you concur with me here, John. It's looking like we're exhausting up here now. We have been doing a lot of business up here, and nobody's interested in taking it higher. We've been advertising higher prices, and it just finds that the market is not agreeing with those higher prices. So naturally, I think we're just going to continue to shop around in this range until we find either it's way too expensive up here, or we find buyers that say, you know what, heck with it. I think this price is worthy of being up over 915s in the NQ here.
Buyers are going to say heck with it.
Heck with it, Dakota.
Buy the dip.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we went through one extreme last week where we're seeing 100.1 minute ranges to now this.
Yeah, volume is slowly trending down here. Delta is kind of hanging around where it was after that big push through those stops being popped, where we went from a negative delta to a positive delta. But it's not really doing much now that we're up here. It's just kind of holding. So the longer we hold in consolidation, the more both sides build up, meaning that stops are going to start to pile in on either side. So if we do sweep up towards the highs, we will see shorts stops being popped with buy stops. If we do sweep the lows, we're going to see long traders having their sell stops being popped to the sell side, to the downside.
Buyer stepped in here in the NQ. See if the ES wants to roll with it. So far, so good.
New highs.
These pullbacks just ain't deep enough for what we're trying to get off here.
So I'm going to change this up a little bit here.
What do you got, Hogue?
We're going a 5 lot at 06. We're going a 5 lot at 03. We're going a 5 lot at 5,400.
I love you.
And a 5 lot at 98.
And these are micros, correct?
No, these are minis.
We're just going.
Big dog.
Oh, it's up. Yeah, so it's not as bad as the NASDAQ.
Okay.
So that would be our average, would get us around 403, which is maybe even a little bit lower than that, which is our original target or our original entry.
Okay. I like this. Let's see how this entry works. Get it
now,
first.
what is our mitigation if we have suddenly some really terrible news for the market and we start to blow through those orders and we drop about 40, 50 handles?
We better cancel.
I don't want to be the negative.
There's brackets on all of them.
Okay, great.
There's brackets on all of them, and I'll just move all the brackets to 93, which is our assumed point of invalidation. Correct?
Got it.
Yep.
Got it.
We got a plan, folks. I like it. Look at this.
I like it. I like
got a
it.
plan. Well,
I also have a cyanide pill in my molar just in case. So.
Oh my goodness, Jack. My God.
As long as we still have check marks on this, right? We're still believing in this.
I'm a believer.
Yes. You know, Mike Tyson said everyone's got a game plan.
Like the monkeys. I'm a believer.
Take a look at the tilt here. 60% long in gold. Besides that, we got 50-50. Crude 70% short. As we continue to chop around the lows here in CL.
What about the chat? Does the chat like it? Does Jay still like it? You guys are in, right?
Who can argue with this? I know Nick Dobie loves it.
Are we crazy?
Dobie absolutely loves it. He loves to stack orders like that.
Oh, yeah.
George hates it. He wants it to go back down to VWAP.
George, we know you hate it. We have a little work working down there by VWAP.
We're still buyers at VWAP.
Yeah, we're buyers down there too.
Yellow is VWAP on your chart, right, Hogue?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, it's right there.
5,400.
Yeah, this is quite the consolidation zone here.
Sure is.
18,920 down to basically 18,880. 18,880. So 40 handle range of chop that we talked about earlier. The retail rinse cycle is still in full effect.
Yeah, it whipsawed a new high. It faked out to the downside, and everyone's all pissed off up here.
Better than being
got another
off.
update from Captain Price Action. We got a new floor raise. Floor's risen to 872. So if you're looking for back and fill, that is a target zone. 872.
872. Got it. Captain Price Action. 872s. Love it. 872s in the NQ. Got where are we at? 5406 Hogue, first order.
06, yes.
06, great. All right, we might get a little something for the boys here. Come on.
One for the boys.
Yeah, given the lack of news on the table today, it really is contingent upon large positional trades ahead of CPI and basically saying, well, what did we see in PPI? How can we prepare for a CPI print? Where's our positioning? And a lot of that positioning could be from prior sessions. And if we're looking back, I'm going to have to change my chart a little bit here. We're going to have to be looking back to the beginning of August. We're going to be looking back to July 30th, July 25th. These are the areas where we were exploring at those times, albeit on the lows of those session days. And so we will have to see if that positioning is still there. If it's not, we're going to see positioning coming later in the session pre-CPI because there's not going to be a lot of funds going into CPI unless they have a position on. So has the positioning already happened? Have they trimmed down those positions? That's what we're looking for today, given that there is no new news being released outside of Raphael Bostic speaking today at 1:15, like Eddie said.
Hey, I think we got something there, right, Hogue?
Yes.
Yeah, we got a little bit of something.
All right, house count long 5 from 5406.
We hit Captain Price Action 72.
So good.
Hogue, you're in 5 times, right?
Yep.
Yes.
A nice little taster.
Love it.
Getting the old beak wet.
Oh, yeah. 55, 54, 06. What's our next order? What's the next order we're working there, Hogue? We're coming up to VWAP here. 03s, I believe.
03.
Great.
Come on, just sell off for me.
VWAP at 03.
Any trades on for you, Mr. Dakota?
No, welcome to real trading.
Yeah.
Nothing. We sit, we wait, and we try and
welcome to summer trade. Yeah, it took about 10 weeks to get here. We got to the summer trade. And there's
We're
about
have
2
2 whole
left.
weeks of summer trading before we get into the fall madness.
Mm-hmm. Here's SSS in the house. Yes, 04 open first support. 04 open, roger that. 374 gap fill from yesterday if session lows fail. 04 open first support. All right, I'll give that 3 check marks. He likes the 04s too. Yes, yes. SSS's level is pretty strong. 5 from 5406.
So Dakota, are you wanting this to sell off to get an entry long, or are you looking for this to sell off to get confirmation to potentially fire in short?
I want to sell off to get an entry long.
Right.
I don't want to
like an over sell off, like a very dramatic, like, okay, you guys and gals are overselling this market. Let's get in.
Yeah, I want to just like hear everyone like, oh, dang it, we just got stopped out, or
yes,
hey, we're falling, we're going back, and then I'm like, yep, now's the time.
Sniper.
So
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm waiting
53.93.
for.
You're looking for us to get stopped out on this.
Somebody, I want.
It wouldn't be the first time, but it pulls that stuff.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
There's something to it. People look at the same thing. I mean, that's a valid trade, but market
It is.
knows the same thing. There's, like you were saying earlier, we're going up against rocket scientists. Quants, like people who dedicate their life to analyzing this stuff, multi-million or billion-dollar firms trying to beat this thing. They know what we're looking at. They see what we see. They know how to get it to where they could fill what they want to fill. And so
Truth.
when people
is
are saying the sky
So-
is falling, they're over there loading up the truck. And they were doing that last
Jay's
Monday.
saying if this doesn't get back above 54.10, he'd cut it. What do we think about that?
Well, we're here now, so
Maybe some more here, so.
we're tickling 54.10.
Yeah, right.
So let's see if it comes into fruition here. We'll know in just a minute here.
Good timing, Jay. Jay, your session last night was fantastic.
54.10
I'm
cut
excited.
it. 54.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We got upside targets of 54.35 and 54.45. They're a risk in place. Oh, go to the orders we're working. 06s, and beneath that now 98s. What are we working on there?
03s,
6.3.
5400s, and 398s.
Okay. 8s. 100, 3.6. Okay.
And we are having trouble, actually. Like Coach Jay called out, we're running in 54.10s, running into some traffic, overhead traffic. So it's looking like
So now it's team fish or cut bait.
right.
Giorgio saying that he's looking for the 5390s, 5388s to trade. And Coach Jay says he
Do we
agrees
cut
with
bait?
Papa Giorgio. Sees potential rotation around the 5397s. If that does not hold, the low of the PPI candle, 5385.
Everybody on screen, fish or cut bait. Jay, you too.
Fish. Buy it.
Fish.
Add more.
Fish.
Add more.
There's nothing in this market that has changed over the past
Agree.
30 minutes. And if
All right.
we just continue up, we see new highs because
Agree.
this market's
Fish
just
it
been
is.
hopping around and same thing.
Fish it is.
I mean, we're saying we're looking for pullbacks, guys. We got our pullback. But I do understand we are running out of steam with these 54.10s. Crude's still making new lows. 78.83 last trade. Low today 78.80.
Tilt 70% short on that crude. There it is,
Ooh.
new low.
Okay.
Wow.
We capture those profits. That's the thing with trading. You can make an argument for either side of the trade. Where we are running out steam to the upside here. And again, we're looking for pullbacks to get long. Uptrending market.
The spin cycle
We still
continues,
want-
Andre. This is just that rinse
Ah.
just will not stop here. It's insane.
It
We
is.
happen to be
This is-
hands free here.
And we're in. Hey, we're in.
We
We're in the
still-
money right now. Yeah, we're in the money.
Oh, yeah.
The trade's
We
still
still
valid.
want to purchase all those bids down below if it does get down there now. Just throwing questions out there,
Yeah,
guys.
for sure.
Yeah. Yep. I would be. Well, I'm still looking for longs. This is just ugly.
What
Rips,
was,
you made your 6K the first 5 minutes, and you're just all right.
I
lock
got
it
out
up.
like a bandit here.
He's got his feet kicked up. His feet are kicked up and everything. What was Captain's pullback? He liked the 71s. He liked 71s in
72 bounced right off of it in the NQ.
Nice.
I think 70.5 was the low there. So
real
nice little pop right off that level.
6 minutes to go till yep. All right, Hogue. So what happens? We're out when we're 6 minutes away from being an hour into the trade. What are you looking for an hour into the trade in terms of that initial balance is set?
Well, yeah. The initial balance will be set. It's kind of a small one, so there's a
there we
greater
go.
probability of extending outside of the initial balance because it's relatively small. It's 21 and a half handle initial balance here, so it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend either side.
But it's looking good.
First and last, and Chad has a good comment. Market doesn't want to get too far ahead of the CPI tomorrow. That's something
I tend to agree with that, Eddie. I really do.
Yeah.
I think
So you're in 5
if anything, we're
contracts.
seeing positional trades, and that's that.
Yes, we're in 5.
I would make an argument to close a portion of it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you seeing, Dakota? What are you seeing?
No, I'm just saying see profit, take profit. So there is an argument to be made. I mean, the luxury of having multiple contracts is the ability to scale out as well. And I know, like Coach Jay said, like, hey, we're just
Now
chopping around.
We just have 3 on now.
All right, we shaved 2.
I'm gonna
Let's take 2 out. Different trader in the chat says. Did it. Roger that.
I'm gonna cancel these bids down here, and we can put them back in. I just want to have the opportunity to rethink that if that is what we're going to do. Where is my risk on the 3 I got left?
Well, originally, we were initially had it at 93s.
93s?
Well, that was our initial. I'm trying to pull here.
I still like 93s, but things continue to change. I mean, I still like buying. I still like buying if we sell off. It's just there is an argument now to be made, a break of these 865s in the NASDAQ, but we're on ES. 403, but that's where we want to kind of buy it. 93s. I like 93s as a stop loss.
That's where it is. That was our original spot.
Then the next level is 403. 403 would be the next area I would be okay with moving a stop for myself.
Okay. 3 next. Move the stop from 93 up to 403. See if we get some juice here to the upside. Trying to hold above these 54.10s. Last trade 54.12. NQ trying to as well. Last trade 18,907. We have an upside target perhaps of 971s, but market's running out of energy right now, guys. Either way, upside or downside.
I mean, we're seeing volume come down tremendously across all equities and futures. Everything across the board is seeing volume really coming down here. I'm interested to see when this 15-minute bar closes in 2.5 minutes, what's going to happen in this, that's an hour before Euro close. What's going to happen in this next hourly candle? It's very important. If we see price action really kind of holding where it is, volume continuing to trend down, I think the only other opportunity is going to be Euro close, then maybe potentially Raphael Bostic when he's speaking. But outside of that, again, I just want to reiterate, I think that most market participants are just looking for positional trades ahead of CPI, and that's that.
Yep.
Hey, for gold traders, it seems like the sellers hit a wall here. You're looking at levels here, 2507, 4-hour supply. Coach Paul and Johnny Hogue's weekly kickoff high took a bounce off that 2507s. So I'm watching that. And right below that 2504 is settlement, Coach Paul and Hogue's numbers.
So, well, it's a good thing we went with the 5-lot entries like that, because if we were looking for 05s or 03s, we wouldn't have got them.
Yeah, true. Yep.
Yeah.
What if we had a runner?
We got a 3-lot runner right now, right?
We do.
Yeah, we got 3 on.
Let's sell 35s.
I think if you're looking to sell 35s, we're going to hit 50s. So I don't know if that's if we're hitting the Jets, we're ripping that high.
Obviously, I'm being a bit facetious and being a bit.
Or we could do both. We could sell one at 35 and one at 50.
That would be amazing. That would be very nice.
This is not my style of market. There are tons of folks that can make money in this type of market. It's considered that you are making a market in this range. You're buying the lows, you're selling the tops, you're shorting the tops, you're buying the lows. You can make money in this type of market, but it works until it doesn't. And that's where a lot of traders can get off sides, because the ranges can contract and expand where you're missing your trades and then you're chasing your tails. So you really have to have a stomach for this style of trading. And like I said, there are some folks, many folks out there who do find success in trading these types of channels. I'm just not one of them. So I'm going to be hands off.
Yeah, I'm not one of them either. That's when I see an equity curve, especially like I've done it before, where it's a high win percentage, like win, and then when it does change, it just wipes it all out. And the market tanks 100 points or rallies 100 points.
Right.
With sellers on the bear, crude tilt 70% short. Last trader 78.74.
We are in the chop. We are in the spin cycle right now, Rips. Initial balance has been set hour in, or hour after the opening bell, I should say. We're seeing a bit of selling coming in here and QNES.
I feel very spoiled that I got that opportunity off the open. I did not think that was going to be the only opportunity on the day. No way.
So far, man. So far, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, Adobe.
Here we are coming down now, Dakota, talking about potentially breaking down below those 70s into your 60s here. So eyes up.
Yep. 66 would be my breakout to the downside. If I was going to get in,
this just goes into what you were just talking about, trading a channel where there's your trade that snaps the breaks the camel's back, so to speak.
Dakota, would you consider moving a stop below this recent swing low, which was down around 04?
Yeah, that's that is definitely one of them. The 93s and then 403.
So let's see if we can hold that. I'm going to try and move this stop up to below that.
Here's your 60s.
Yeah, right at VWAP here in ES 5404. Are we working any more orders? Are we working those threes still? Or are we off?
No, I took those out just so we could have another look at it if we get the opportunity.
Okay.
I moved the stop up on this 3 lot. I want to get below VWAP though.
I'm always a
sounds like some negative news coming out of Apple, possible FTC case. I'm just trying to hear this across the wires right now. I'll let you know when I have the full scoop.
FTC case in Apple?
Or Google. Sorry, Google. My fault. I'm mishearing the squawk. I want to make sure I get through this correctly. FTC's outlining remedy concerns in the amicus brief for Google.
I agree with you, Hogue. It's always cheaper to get back in than to hold it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if we can just at least hold VWAP for this, and we'll see on the other side of this.
I like it, Hogue. You got 03s as VWAP there, John?
Yeah, 02s basically.
Cool.
Stops at 98 right now.
Okay. Nice management. I figured out we are chopping around here, folks.
Yeah, something like that, Rips, will, and the way the market is, if anybody hears anything about like FTC investigating, or it could be very damaging. The market will just
we are seeing.
Oh yeah,
we are seeing equities turning down. A lot of the tech names are turning down in the Mag 7 right now. In fact, Apple, Microsoft, Meta, Google, Tesla, and NVIDIA all showing red candles on the 15-minute bars here.
So this is an issue.
Yeah, a little bit.
Indeed.
A little bit of an issue.
Touch of an issue here.
I'm looking at them now. All right, we got our kiss of VWAP.
Yeah.
I concur, Dakota.
Yeah.
That was a beautiful dip.
Here we go.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What do you do though with some potential scary news about tech?
Yeah, because we've seen this market sell off 100 points in minutes on just anything. Well, yesterday we've done it. We've seen it twice.
The market's staying pretty resilient up here. That pull back beneath VWAP. See if we get some follow through here to the downside. Crude, like Eddie's been saying, bear in control, keep selling off. It peak out at $80.15. Last trade, $78.68. Low of the day, $78.66. We're off what? We're off about $1.50 off the highs there. New candle coming in here on the 5 minutes. Buyer stepping in. It might be in this range. This is a Dolby special.
Instantly bought up. I mean, that's a 40 handle bounce on that pullback. It's just this market is taking no prisoners here. It's just slaughtering folks because that looked like a really nice give up of that range up there. And here we are back in that balance. Buyers stepped back in. And this is why I say this is just not a market that I'm willing to trade.
Chop, slap.
And I can't even find a reason to buy it after the fact. I'm like, could I have bought that? And right now, nothing. There's nothing from my technical aspect or the way I'm looking at the market that says I could have been a buyer. Nope. No.
I'm with you on that one, Dakota. It's just so difficult because the fact that we returned to balance so quickly just shows that we're still not finished conducting business in this range here. And we extended that range. We were trading all the way up at 910s. We flushed all the way down to 855. We're talking about a 50 handle range, 55-point range here, extending that range to the downside, making it look like shorts have finally gathered control of that range, only to be beat back in the face, 50 handles back up to the north sides here. So this is not a market that is being kind to anyone right now.
This is tricky. No. This trading thing's tricky, guys.
This trading thing's a little bit hard, isn't it?
It's not easy all the time.
Oh, goodness.
Hayes Records say, I overthought it listening to y'all. Hey, man, we're overthinking it just watching these markets there.
We got overthinking and not pressing buttons is going to do you a world of favors right now.
What's up?
We got an update from our guy, Papa Giorgio on Team JD. Ooh. Short 54.11s in the ES right now. Moved to stop down to break even. I don't think we just get...
We just got 11s?
You get 11. Short at 11s right now. Papa Giorgio.
We just traded up to 10.
Yep. Missed by a couple tickies.
Missed it by that much.
I think it might have just hit it.
Yeah, you got it now.
It looks like I guess
you guys 11s now.
Well, there was cheap trade, man.
Look at this market just ripping now.
All right, see if we can push higher here.
This is crazy. We are
will the buyers win this one?
Fully to 910s here.
Will the buyers win this one? Or will sellers say, nope. It's a game of tennis right now.
Liquidity grab.
All right. Guys, don't let anything happen. I need just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
That's cool.
We'll hold the fort down for you, Hogue. And for those playing the home game, that was a 55-point bounce straight to the domicile, right in the face. Unbelievable.
Yeah, see profit, take profit.
Yeah, and I'm looking at equities right now. There's really not much in the way of the Mag 7 that bounced all that much outside of NVIDIA. NVIDIA tapped the VWAP and kind of reversed there. I guess Microsoft did as well. It tapped the 7 EMA. But, nothing that looked as violent as what that retracement was on the NQ, which is, again, reiterating the point of why, Dakota is a very profitable, successful, consistent trader out there. And seeing that he's not taking trades either speaks volumes, I think. Consistency is hard to achieve, and Dakota has proven his track record here on Topstep. And you've seen him make hundreds of thousands of dollars in a mere matter of a quarter of trading. And, seeing that type of consistency is not something that happens overnight. And seeing him not take these trades speaks volumes to me about, my choices as well, not taking trades here. I think that I'm going to follow the leader in this one. I'm going to follow I consider Dakota one of the best traders here on Topstep. And you can call me a donut shop who loves to glaze, but hey, I'm here for it.
I mean, you're the one sitting. You're done in the first 5 minutes.
What does it mean? What does that mean, Rips? To love to glaze, Just
well, it's a sugar mixture that you put on donuts that gives them the flavoring. It's wonderful.
Love a chocolate glazed donut. Dakota, do you eat chocolate glazed donuts? I know you have a little hot cocoa in the mornings. Will you dip your donut in your hot cocoa?
Hot cocoa is the only sugar I have. Like, this is the only sugary thing I drink or eat is some hot chocolate.
Right. Well, it's good. It's good for the diet.
I got used to black coffee in the coal mines. Everyone would only drink black coffee. There was no creamer, and I got used to it. Then hot chocolate's the way to go.
Yes. Marshmallows or no?
No, it's Starbucks. Speaking of their new CEO, and
boom, here's a plug.
Get them as a sponsor.
Starbucks plug. Shout out to Starbucks. Poaching Chipotle CEO say you're now going to sling coffee. We're slinging burritos. Now you're going to sling coffee for us.
Here we go.
What are the coal mines? Oh.
Yep.
I
Man.
know. Lost Trader. I know.
Every-
Lost Trader. I do know. Rips is
Everyone trying to sell
Rips is an
that. I
idiot.
mean,
Rips is an idiot over there. All right, here we go. We got the 5 minute. Hogue is away, but we got the stop set in, so we're all good on this trade. See what we do here. 54.13. I don't wonder what order he's got working up. Upside. We are just chilling right now.
That's right. Just hanging out. Just three dudes hanging out, looking at markets.
Out, just talking trades. We're just chilling. All right, Dakota, you are. What do you got?
just flat. I made my $100. I'm done for this.
Done for the session. Just calling it.
Oh,
Hey,
man.
I'm doing better than most.
Yes, 100%.
I mean, this is, like I said, this is like the soothsayer market. This is a great way to lose your account trying to trade in this range. And if you're finding yourself unable to stay out of trade, just try trading the practice account. Resets are free in the practice account. And if you're like I said, if you're profitable in a market like this, if you could figure this type of market out and it is working for your strategy, then move into a combine, start trading into a combine. But for me, for Dakota, and I think for a lot of folks out there, this is just not our style of trading. This is not our market.
Yeah, we call this the Curry market.
Why do we call it the Curry market?
Steph Curry?
Because just like the shorts, right? Right when we thought we was going to have a chance, 3 to the dome.
Oh, I like it.
Ripped up 60 points.
I saw McDonald's in France are pulling curry sauce off the menu temporarily as a joke.
No kidding.
As a joke to spite Steph Curry.
Oh, that's funny.
I think it's just tongue in cheek. But it was I got a chuckle out of it. Chipotle. Starbucks up 21% today. Chipotle down 11%.
Chipotle.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law had her 80th birthday, and we got like $500 worth of Chipotle food. So it was like make your own.
Yeah.
That's got to be the best. When you're not asking the person behind the counter just a little bit more. No, you put as much in there.
Guac is not extra when you get it catered. It's all included. We are in a channel. We are in a range, may I say? Here in the S&Ps. We're at the upper end right now. Will it push higher? 54.13 seems to be the upper end right now. Look at the NQ upper end of the range there. Look at the 5 minute, of course. I should probably say that. 18,910.
Since the market is a little bit slow, I do want to give an update on market internals, as I usually do. Let's talk about the NYSE first. The NYSE is 16% below its 1 month average, trading 123 million shares. Advancers are leading decliners by 2-1, and the Nasdaq volume at 1.76 billion shares, 2% above its 1 month average. So right about average. We call that average. Advancers are leading decliners 1.9-1, and the VIX is down 5% at 19.71. Remember when the VIX was up in the Skylofts there? What happened to that? VIX kind of got buried there.
Oh, yeah.
But there you go. There's your market internals.
Thank you, Rips. That's my guy right there. He knows what it's nonverbal communication right there. My man Rips knows what the show needed. Got to the market NYSE internals just when we needed it.
Yeah, right now the news is really coming in at a slow pace right now. We haven't seen anything changing. Just the Google FTC news, and the market sort of shrugged it off. Google is just kind of kerfuffling. Volume is tremendously low. And again, this reiterates the point that we were talking about earlier, which is just simply the fact that the market is likely just waiting for the CPI print. We had the reaction on PPI. We're still waiting to get that CPI print because the CPI is referred to as a more important indicator for the Fed's actions moving forward. And even though the Fed's actions are still over a month out from where we are today, it's still important to be tracking this stuff, and it still will give us color on where the market is going to be going. Keep in mind, we do have jobless claims on Thursday as well, employment numbers that are going to be coming out, but that's pretty much it for the week. On Friday, we don't have much that's coming out. We have some economic activity, some Fed business services activity, housing starts, building permits, nothing that's really going to move the market. So if you're waiting for trades today, you could probably take the rest of the day off if that's, it's too challenging of a market. Look for the trades that are coming tomorrow and Thursday. Wednesday CPI, Thursday jobless claims, advanced retail sales, Philly Fed business outlook, a lot of stuff on Wednesday and Thursday to be trading. Really nothing left on the day for today.
So
first and last,
I'm going to do this in my best Rips voice. So I just took another one off up here against the value high. So we're long 2 right now, and I think maybe we just leave these on as a runner.
I like it. Let's sell 35s. Hoax rips. Let's sell 35s. Nice.
I love Rips. He's always got that look on his face like he just got away with something. Just got away with something.
I gotta vote. You always use that.
Oh my God.
Reminds me of a song by A.J. Croce, Jim Croce's son. The song title is "He's Got Away with Women and He Just Got Away with Mine."
Oh no. Oh no.
That's actually what the inner dialogue sounds like in my head, Hogue.
Oh shit. We are in range, right? In value, I should say.
Well, let's see if we can get a range extension to the upside here in the S&Ps.
Push. Nothing going right now.
We had a bounce off the bottom here in crude, coming over the wire here. Crude flow to Libya, oil export terminal disrupted by a pipeline fire. I might keep my eyes on this one, how serious it is, but I think sellers are going to take it back again.
Okay. Some buyers stepping in here.
Mm-hmm. Right back into the low end of that gap, which is 54.17 is the low end of it. The high end of it's 54.45. That's weekly kickoff high. With this little initial balance, it's not going to take a lot of energy to extend. We did leave a weak low in the S&P is a poor low. It's an even low. Some people would actually call that a double bottom.
New highs.
Right now, we've seen buyers coming in. Realized we're up $378. Unrealized we're up $1,200 right now. What if we had a runner?
Ether, what's that 5% level that's in Hogue's screen? 5% is 54.35. That's 5% off the all-time highs, 54.35. The Hayes Records, damn it, I should have taken that long. Would have, could have, but yeah. Here we go, new highs.
Yep, there's that breakout trade to the north side there.
We got the tilt here. GC.
Did just hit that first target to the top side.
Yes, we did.
Yep, the 930s.
937 on the ticket. Almost exactly. Well, 938.75 was the top side target.
So that was just a bullish flag
here.
Yeah, I have my lead analyst here with me.
Yeah, man.
This is my quant.
That's why we scale into winnings, scale into trades. We don't get the whole package. At least we're participating.
The whole pack, yeah.
Anne Marie flat. Glad my size was small. Yeesh.
Yo.
Coach Vince short at 54.20. Right. 420, Coach Vince.
NQ leading the move higher here. Will ES make new highs? ES 54.23 new highs. Last trade 54.21. NQ continue to push higher. 18,009 for 3. Rips had a number. I think Rips, you had 18,971 upside target in the NQ. Is that still valid?
The two targets that I had, 938 3/4. We just tagged it, and then above that 971.5.
Cool. Just playing out a little slower. This is feeling like more of a summer trade this week. So things just last 10 weeks have just been madness, right? 100-point swings in the blink of an eye. It's a little bit more realistic, a little bit what we're more accustomed to in the summer trade. So things are just going to play a little slower. The trade's valid. Gold taking a pop move to the upside here. About a $6 pop in the last 10 minutes or so.
Maybe we see 19,000.
We could see 19,000. One of the first words out of your mouth this morning, Dakota. I think we see 19,000 today. So you know what? You're reading it. How was slow markets yesterday, Dakota?
Faster than this.
Really? Yeah. I like that answer. Faster than this. I like that.
No, slow market, it's back to normal now, finally. I'm starting to see the market stabilize. We had tighter bid and ask spreads across the markets. It was not like what we seen last week or the week before. And so now I'm going to try and see if we could transition back to the regular slow market strategy, looking to place trades and let them run overnight. And see how that goes. So back to quote normal trading in the markets.
10 weeks to get here. Like Rip said, there's only 2 weeks left, and with the quote unquote summer trades. All right, we'll keep an eye as we push higher here. Hogan, what are we working? 35s? What are we? I just out of curiosity.
I don't have an offer in.
That's cool too. We could trail it.
I'm thinking about selling one against the session high here so that the market thinks I'm short, and then it'll go to all-time highs.
Do it.
If only we had a runner.
All right.
Too.
So we're up 1,500.
Beautiful.
Realized we're up 700, almost 800 in this position. We've got a one-lot runner on. Collectively, where should our stop be on this one-lot runner?
10s.
What's the entry price?
10 seem to be the long from what's 06?
06.
Coming your way next, JD.
Nothing
break
on-
even and let it run.
Yeah, let's just hold it. I don't know.
Break even, let it run.
You let it run.
God,
We
I
are
hate
50
that.
points away from hitting Dakota's target, mind you. Dakota's target, upside target, 19,000. So
Yes, it is.
take that for what you will. And we are potentially looking for that breakout of 54.25 in the S&Ps as well.
15,000.
All right.
This is,
So we got to stop in at 06. That's our entry point.
there we go.
So at the very least, we're up 1,500 on the house account today.
Nice.
Bad.
Done.
This type of market,
Wow.
not bad. We only got a 5 lot. We weren't going to get a fill on anything else. So he's got the top
5
of
lot in the
range.
S&P can do damage. It can do some real work.
Oh, yes, it can.
Yes,
it can.
You can see the trades develop a little bit more. You can think it out. You can, you come up with a plan. Like Rips was saying, 50-point snapbacks, pops, and the NQ. You got to be thinking on your feet. For house account trades, a little bit more tricky for the NQ. Anyways, with that being said, we'll keep an eye on this. We got our stops set at break even 54.06 in this house account trade. We get a runner. We sell 35s. Hell, even pushed up to 54.45 weekly kickoff high. That being said, I'm going to throw it to my man JD with stats pack number 1. What's up, JD?
Here we go. We got some P&Ls for you. Rips, I think you're going to be a happy man right here.
Yeah.
No way.
Mm.
Yeah.
There he is. Boom.
My boy.
All right.
Number one.
Yes.
Number 1.
Yes.
53.69 trading the NASDAQ.
My God,
Nice job,
dude.
Rips.
Hell yeah, Rips.
We got
That's
Eddie
bad,
S.
baby.
Eddie S is on 2 days in a row. He's got a 2-day running total of just under $17,000, 53.69. I'm sorry, 42.65 yesterday and 11,500 on Friday. Nice job, Eddie. Eddie Elisinia and Bhagwan Preet. Bhagwan Preet is the full name. Couldn't fit the whole thing on the overlay. Apologies again, Bhagwan Preet. This is not the first time this has happened, but all trading the NQ. Nice days. And Ben Peterson, the lone ES trader, $2,850 trading the S&P. All right. I've got to switch up these overlays, but I've got a special treat for everybody while we wait for those overlays to update.
The cake.
So if you weren't, I'll throw some little context behind this. If you weren't here yesterday or weren't paying attention, we talked a bit about how some of the boys from Topstep went out on mixed boat over the weekend to watch the Chicago Air and Water Show. And by the luck of the draw or the gods, possibly, we ended up on the boat right next to Paige Spiranic's boat. If you're not familiar with who Paige Spiranik is, she is a former professional golfer turned Instagram influencer. And there was some doubt about it, but we've got the receipts. There they are.
Yeah,
we made it on Paige Spiranic's. We made it on her. These come from her Instagram story. We made it onto her Instagram story. That's us on the little boat with the Blue Angels flying right over us.
Hey,
and, yeah.
All you
I thought you
doubters.
was gonna say you made it on her boat. I was gonna.
All you doubters. All you doubters out there.
It was
What'd
a
you
little
think of
choppy.
the Blue Angels show, JD?
What's that?
What'd you think of the Blue Angels show? It's one of my favorites.
It's excellent. Yeah, I try and catch it every year. It's exciting. They do it's incredible how they do it. It's all manual too. There's nothing how do you say it? There's nothing electronic about how the way they fly those planes. It's all their hands and their feet and their eyes and their ears, It's
Side note, there's a great documentary on Amazon that's available for Prime members that you can watch about the Blue Angels. It's incredible.
Yeah. Really? I love
very
that stuff.
impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
We were watching from the beach, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, JD, they're flying over you on the water, right? We were watching, like,
Yeah,
they're
right
just
over us.
Right. It is insane.
Best seat in the
When
house.
they
right
take
there.
those,
You got to show that to your wife, because in the background of your picture with Paige Spiranack's boat, you were just sitting looking at airplanes with your hands in the air.
Yes.
America.
That's what you
Good
do.
stuff.
That's what you do on a boat when there's planes above you. You look at the planes in the air above you.
I'm going to leave this trade on, and I got to take a little bit of a break here.
Oh, get out of
So
here, man!
you'll be able to watch it here. Text me if I need to do something. I got to take a little bit of a break here. So
Hogs been playing hurt.
This has
all
been
day,
fun, man. I'm feeling like crap, but I had a good time today, and
Thank you.
and we got something to watch here, so we're good.
Thanks, Hogue.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Mhm.
Hogue's been playing hurt this entire time, keeping it together. I don't know how he's doing it. Thanks, Hogue. Get out of here. Get your rest, man. Rest up.
I'll probably be back for group coaching, but
lay down.
take it a little bit easier here today.
Good on you. Appreciate it. We got this one lot.
Yep.
One lot runner.
Great execution, so that was incredible. Very nice.
Bring in the JD.
Awesome.
Bring in the JD. We got more stuff coming up here on
Speaking of
Fast.
Blue Angels, Slow to Stroke says Mother was a Blue Angel from 92 to 96.
Oh, wow. How cool is that?
I was a Blue Angel.
Yeah, some of the best pilots in the world right there. Literally.
Yes. A pilot. A pilot. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we're a little light on likes right now. A little light on the subscribers. We've got over 5,000 people. We're holding 5,000 people again after MP's big pruning a couple of weeks ago. We're back above 5,000. So click like, click subscribe. We greatly appreciate it. MP. Almost.
Hi, NASDAQ.
You never know what you have until it's gone.
Hey. Dakota, truer words could not be spoken. Everyone is back, Dolby says. Shout out to Dolby. Dolby is back also.
Nice.
Yep. All right, so we got a one lot long from 5406. Oh, executed it well. We'll get JD in here. We got Gabe coming in a little bit. We're talking about the hotkeys. Oh, hey, I got Ribs. You got hotkeys, right? Talk to me about what your hotkeys, if you don't mind. What are your hotkeys? I know you got the you got your special keyboard there, right? What?
Yep.
So what do you have activated? Do you have a buy market, sell market, reversal, flatten? Which functions do you have activated? Is my first question for you about hotkeys.
Right. So I use a Stream Deck XL, and I've been using a Stream Deck for trading for the last 6 to 8 years, somewhere in that range. And I've been using them because they allow you to lower the bandwidth between what thought that you have in a trade idea and your execution. Now, if you're the type of trader, if you're more akin to the style of Dakota's sort of slow market style of trading, where you can have resting limit orders and passive orders out there, and you're not really worried about, I need the price here and now, and then I need to watch the order flow and make a quick decision. It really isn't that big of a deal. But for somebody like me, I'm a momentum trader at my core. Hotkeys are extremely important to me. So I love using hotkeys. Right now, I have a custom set of hotkeys that are not the same hotkeys that you folks are using on Topstep X. But the good news is that Topstep X, being the way that it is, a platform that is always improving, there will be more updates to the hotkeys in the future. Now, just to give you some color on what I use marketable limit orders for my hotkeys. That way that if I fire in a market order, I can expect that maybe I can get slippage on an order. If I'm using a marketable limit order, I'm only going to limit my slippage to a certain amount. Now, my marketable limit orders will be about 3 points, 3 handles above offer or 3 handles below bid. That way I'm controlling my slippage. Generally, it won't fill there, but that's where I have my limit orders, marketable limit orders. I have an instant get into the market button, and you can see here, I have green buttons, I have red buttons. The red buttons instantly sell. At market, basically, we'll call it a market order, and the green buttons automatically buy. I have a move that will automatically tune my order. If I have a resting order, I can move it up and down each and every tick. I have a way to cover 25, 50, or 75, or even 100% of my position, whether I want to have it passively above bid, below ask, at the bid, at the ask. I have hotkeys that do that. And I have profit ticks where I can say, okay, I press this button, it'll take all of my position out 40 ticks higher, 80 ticks higher, 120 ticks higher. I can do that. I can have a trailing stop. I can cancel the last order I put in. I can move my stop, and then I can just close out instantly. There's a lot of different things that I can do, and I navigate it all with 32 keys here on a hotkey. So there's a lot of different things you could do. I recommend customizing your hotkeys to how you function as a trader. This is just how I function, and I'm very much a momentum trader.
Love it. Thank you so much. Yes, as you know, we have released hotkeys here with Topstep X. So I want to transition there. If you see what I did there, Gabe, kind of set you up. My man Rip's got his hotkeys. I know he's hotkey aficionado. Now I'm going to throw it to my man, Gabe, let's do that hockey demo. What's up, Gabe?
What's going on,
My man's
guys? How we
back. What's up,
doing?
Gabe? All right,
Back
let's do
and
this.
ready to go. Yeah, so I'm going to switch over to my charts real quick. You guys can't see, actually, we go back to Hoag's screen. And the bottom left, you guys talk about, Topstep X always improving. Last time, you guys gave us some feedback about the fact that when Topstep X releases an update intraday, it used to pop up in the dead center of your screen, kind of overlapping your charts, right? It was very invasive. They took that feedback and immediately already made an improvement. And now in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Topstep X does now have an update available, but the prompt is much smaller in size. It's still there for you to see. So just hit refresh now. It'll get updated just like that, and you'll be right back in the platform. But on the conversation of hotkeys, if you guys have not checked out hotkeys version 1, they are under your platform settings, which is going to be the gear icon on the far left-hand side of your screen. From there, you're going to go over to the hotkeys tab, which is the second to the top on the right-hand side. And you'll see here in version 1, you've got things like buy market, sell market, reverse position, cancel all. And there's going to be plenty more coming. But for the moment, these are the 10 actionable items that you can now customize. On the far right-hand side, you're going to go to the golden button that says set hotkey. So if I wanted to do this one for buy market, let's say I wanted to do this as the, plus button on my, or equal or plus button on my keyboard. Just hit confirm. It's now listed there for you as your hotkey. If you want to change it or you want to clear that out, all you got to do is go right back to set hotkey, either confirm it as clear if you want to clear that out, or you can also type in or select a new hotkey from there. But that's pretty much it. The last thing I want to point out before they're enabled, what you want to do is go to the DOM or to your order entry panel, depending on which one you use. In the very top left-hand corner of the components for either the DOM or the order entry, you'll see a H with a little outline or border around it, right next to the chart linking little button here as well. So just want to make sure that hotkeys is enabled and golden. From there, just go fire away. Practice it. Definitely, I would encourage you, if you're setting these up for the first time, do not do them in a combine. Do not do them in a funded account. Make sure that you give yourself some opportunity to get used to practicing using them and making sure you're using the right ones. So make sure you just load up a practice account and do that. But test it out. They're not for everybody, but I think they can be very helpful for the traders that do appreciate what Rips was talking about and just being able to have that quicker execution. But that's just one of the many features coming down the pipeline here in the Topstep X roadmap. One more thing I wanted to point out to you guys. Last night, they did update the journal. So while I'm at it, just a real quick to show you what's changed. In the bottom, when you go into your calendar and you want to journal a specific day or a specific trade, no matter what way you go, once you add a journal entry, there is now a button for you to include a screenshot or an image. So that's been a highly requested update to the journaling. So you can now specify, maybe a trade setup that you're looking for, anything that you want to include in that journal in terms of images, you can now do so. And it's this fourth to the last button right there on the toolbar at the top. But that's all I have for you guys for now for Topstep X updates. Stay tuned for more. But in the moment, back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe. Nice work on the demo. If we push higher here in the ES, about a point and a half off the highs, again 54.23 3/4. Last trade 54.22 3/4. We are kind of just chilling out right now. Again, we got CPI tomorrow. Rips is looking for that number to get the party started again. Rips, you took a chunk out of the market, and the market's just kind of been ever since. But that's okay. There's still 5 hours left in the trade today. So remain patient.
I mean, there was definitely a great trade on that pullback down to those 850s, the trade that Dakota was eyeing. But again, it was just one of those precarious situations where neither of us could find the mustard to put it on there and go for that trade. So both of us missing that there, which is normal. And now we just might hit those two upside targets. We hit the first one, 938 3/4. Now we're gunning for the next one, 971.5. So let's see if we get that. And then, of course, I'd love to see us hit Dakota's target of 19,000 evens.
Yep. Good stuff. We're going to Topstep daily levels here. We are into zone 5. Zone 5 in the NQ. Last trade, 18,950, call it 8,950. We just got out of zone 5. We are working our way into zone 4 to the upside. 19,000 point of control from August 1st. 950's coming in.
House account's looking good still. House account's just holding that trade.
He pulled the Dakota move. You put on a trade and you just walk away.
Set it and forget it. Oh, the best kind of trades. But again, Hogue playing hurt today. Still gritting it out. Executing some house account trade. Beautiful to see.
Yeah, look at it. Man, beautiful. We could just sit here and admire that.
54.25 last trade in the ES. About to get out of zone 7, work our way into zone 6, upper end of zone 7, 54.27. Average session range high, 54.27. We're about right there right now. See what the market
you
wants to
can't
do
make
this
an emotional decision when you're not in front of your computer.
Sure can't. It's the best.
Well, here we are pushing 960s. 960s here in the NASDAQ. Still nothing for me. Like, there's no reason for me to short this. There's no reason for me to buy it. I'm still looking at that 19,000 level. And just because I'm looking at it doesn't mean I should buy here because it's lower. Just wait. I mean, if I don't see anything, that I could be done for the day. There's nothing wrong with locking it up plus $100 or plus 6,000 in your XFA for the first 5 minutes. And that's the beauty about trading. You could be sitting here in front of your screen for a few hours, a few minutes, lock it up and go do something else. We are traders because it brings us freedom in our lives. And yeah, that's part of it.
Yep. KK says, Andre, can you please talk less? You distract a lot. KK, I'm going to tell you this. No. Moving on. Yes. Unfortunately, it is my job to make sure there's no dead air. I got my boy Rips here. I got my boy Dakota in the house. I'm going to talk even more in this mode. No, I'm kidding.
I like it. No, I enjoy Andre talking because while I'm focused, it doesn't force me to talk or say something.
Thank you, Dakota. Thank you. See? Shout out to Gabe. I didn't even see it. Gabe's the one that said it. Gabe's the one that said it in Slack. I didn't even see it, but Gabe brought it to my attention. Gabe's got my 6. MP wants to know why do we only look. We're holding the runner, MP. MP, we got a runner on, man. We got a runner
MP
on.
in here?
He's getting ready. He's fired up. The juices are flowing. He sees the market.
I think MP's going to jump in. Just FYI.
Oh, wow. This market.
Oh, just so you know, Andre,
the champ is here.
KK just earned himself a 24-hour trip to the penalty box too, courtesy.
He
of
gone.
How's chat gonna function without somebody so cool?
No KK. TopstepTV. Bye. Anyways, yeah. MP, we'll tell you about the trade when you get in here, MP. We'll tell you about the trade.
It was one hell of a trade. I will say that. It was a beautiful, beautiful trade.
Sorry,
it's still going.
Slack confusion. MP is not jumping in. He was tuning in. So,
hello,
MP, if you're there.
All right, MP, let's recap it. We will recap. JD, welcome to Fast Markets. JD in the house. Everyone say, what's up to JD?
Hey, what's up? Am I on?
All right. Yeah, you're on.
New high.
MP, we will recap. Yeah, we'll recap the house account trade for those that are just joining in. Started off, we were working a 5 lot on the 5406 bid, working a 5 lot on the 5403 bid, working a 5 lot 5400, working a 5 lot 5398 or something like that. We had it stacked orders. Trying to play the pullback. The market only pulled back to 5406. We got the fill. Never got the fill on the 3s. And then the market just kind of grinded higher. We shaved off. Now we got a runner on MP. Looking to work 35s to the upside, 35s. I think we have realized profit of around 15 hundo, something like that.
Yep. 1536.
Nice trade.
Yep. So, yeah, we had stacked orders. Again, 06, 03, 5400 even. I think 98's beneath that. All we got was the 5 lot. The pullbacks aren't as deep as we were hoping, MP. So we got that one pullback, and that was as deep as the pullback got. We're kind of adjusting right now. Kind of feel like it's starting to feel more of like a real summer trade that we're accustomed to from previous summers. It's not the rock and roll stuff we had from last Monday, last week, hell, the last 10 weeks. But yeah, a little bit of a
beautiful trade.
PP in the park. I know what park you're at right now, MP. Yeah, it was a good one. So we're kind of grinding hard. What's up, JD? What's up? You talked to Captain lately?
He's been offline. He's at work, so
okay,
he has a desk job throughout the day.
Mm.
Tuesdays, he's usually pretty active on Tuesdays, but I think he might have got sucked into a couple meetings. He was active pretty early on today, and haven't heard from him about a half hour, 45 minutes. So maybe we'll get him back in a little bit.
We are. This is a summer trade.
I mean, going back to the house account trade, if you're unsure of how deep the pullback is going to go, but you want to be in long, that is a great option. Is size down, put some orders in, and maybe you get in a portion of it. Maybe you get into the full thing, and you might not catch the entire move or the entire pullback or the full position, but at least you're getting a piece of it if you are confident and you want to be getting into a direction. So, I mean, that was a good example of we didn't get the pullback we wanted, but we got in, and it's working out pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, summer trade engaged. Rips took the nice chunk out of the market right off that open. Man, Rips.
Didn't expect that to be the only trade that I was going to take today. I mean, I've had my hotkeys engaged. I have a little switch. It's like a kill switch on my hotkeys, and I've had that engaged all day, meaning that I can actively press a button right now and put me into a trade instantly. So it's not like I haven't wanted to take a trade. It's just that the criteria hasn't met up, and I didn't expect that at all. I just, but I'm very, I'm content. I'm very happy with making $6,000 on the day. Happy with yesterday's trade. It's shaping up to be a good start to the week so far. Up between the 2 days, over $11,000. So very happy with that.
Hey, fair enough. That is, we shift gears with. Yeah, it is. I've seen some more sellers here in crude. Crude seems to be moving on lows. Last trade 78.53. Or sorry, low today 78.53. Last trade 78.63. JD, what's your read on these markets right now? We're just kind of drifting higher. It feels like a summer trade. Or are you still thinking about being on the boat next to Paige Sporanic? What's going on over there, JD?
Oh, goodness.
I don't know. My fair German-Irish skin really couldn't handle it. Do you still see my suntan? Mick called it the reverse raccoon. I got the ring around the eyes and then the red face. I told you when I walked in the door Saturday evening, and my wife looked at me and she goes, "You idiot! I can't believe you did that to yourself." I took my sunglasses
Mick
off,
laughing?
and she laughed.
Mick is dying
behind me
back there.
laughing. Yeah,
Mick's laughing back there. I love it, man.
the only place I didn't reapply was the face, and
Color.
I don't know if you can really still see it, but yeah, it's clownish. I'm embarrassed.
We are welcome to being on TV. The camera is front and center on JD right here, right now. Crude bouncing, Cal Day Trader says. Crude did bounce. Crude bounced about 20 cents off that lows of the day, $78.53. See, initial, if we would be looking for a failed upside auction right now, but I think the answer would be no, considering it is 12 minutes after the top of the hour. We look at 10 o'clock Central. Correct? Isn't that right, JD? When Hoag's looking for a failed upside auction, he'd be looking for the reaction right at 10 o'clock Central time.
Right at 10 o'clock, yeah.
And it did not occur, so we can take that off the table. There was no failed upside auction.
No, there was not. What's the high of the initial balance? 18,922 half. Yeah, no failed auction to the upside.
Nope. Crude oil's selling off still. We're pushing the lows.
Yeah.
Gold really hasn't moved either.
Yeah, again, we're getting
Bowling's supposed to be starting up for you, right, JD?
Not until October.
Bowling, yeah.
Bowling. It's almost time. I got a new ball. I got to go get it drilled. I got the Black
Are you
Widow
a storm
3.0.
guy? Are you a storm guy?
I got the Black Widow 3.0. That's what I went for. The new one.
The fancy bowling ball. What's the fancy bowling ball go for?
Do you use the fingertips?
I do.
Bowl?
Yeah.
Do you hook it?
A little bit. I still have to get this one drilled. We'll see how it works out. But should be an interesting start to the season.
Like $200, man. But yours cost about $200 there, JD?
Yeah, they're not like super. Bowling equipment is not super high priced.
Hey, that's makes
do you have a spare ball?
Every man's
game.
game.
Spare ball. That's the question. Do you have
No, I
a
don't use a
spare
spare
ball?
ball. I do not.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Oh, spare ball, like to
I
pick up a
may
spare.
be using my old ball as a spare ball, but we'll see.
Even like a backup.
No.
Rips, what are these guys
A
talking
spare ball
about?
is like a plastic ball that doesn't curve, so you could hit like the 10
Yep,
pin or
yep.
the something smaller.
We are. We're just talking a little bowling here on Topstep TV. Like what you're hearing, click like, click subscribe. See if we can move this sucker higher.
The last time I went bowling, I had a bad relationship with it. I mean, I was never a really good bowler, but back when I used to drink, the last time that I bowled, I was trying the old overhand bowling ball down the alley, and I got picked up and thrown out. They didn't take too kindly to that move.
Strike on a fly, strike on the fly. It's a
I
standing
mixed
bet there,
baseball
too.
with bowling, and it didn't quite mix all that well.
You
Dakota,
out
I'm
of
getting
here. Dakota, I'm getting word that you might have been a state bowling champ. Is this true?
Yep. Back in high school,
Have you rolled
I
a
won
300 then? It begs the question. Have
Nope.
you rolled a 300?
I was one strike off, 290s.
Oh no! What
Yeah,
frame? Can you remember it? Like, was it
horrible.
the,
And
was
what's
the
that?
last one? It wasn't like in the 10th frame, was it?
No, it
Where
was
you
the
missed
second. It
swing?
was the second to last one. Horrible. It was a 9 pin. It just too much hook. I'll always
Remembers it
remember
today.
that.
We'll still remember it today,
remember
man.
it
The one that
today.
got away.
Yep.
Yep.
Sandbagged all of my way to the top.
Dakota. We're drifting here. Kelso says, dude, that'd be on my resume. MP says Dakota skills don't quit. Yep. MP, I don't know if I've ever been bowling with you, but actually we've had been bowling. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be allowed back in that bowling alley.
That's what happens when you live in a
18,009.
small town. You pick up all these little hobbies and you just like
Sure.
beer sports, darts, bowling, golf. It's small town sports.
There was a year from I think 2004 to 2005 where I made more money playing darts at the bar across the street from the Chicago Board of Trade than I did actually trading. It was an incredible.
You're a hustler, JD. You're a hustler, man. I didn't realize that.
That's funny.
Incredible. Oh, it's so great. All right, we got a whole lot of nothing going on right now. Even the Topstep daily levels, we are stuck in between zones on the Topstep daily levels. Looking at the ES last trade 54.23. We were trying to get in the zone, get out of zone 7. I guess 27 is upper end of zone 7. About upper end of zone 7, trying to get into zone 6. You're chugging along. Look at the NASDAQ last trade, 18,955. 18,955. We are in between zone 5 and zone 4. And we got an upside target 971 in the NASDAQ. It's going to take a little bit longer. But all right, Rip, so you said you want to see us get there in the first hour. Obviously, we're past that threshold. But it feels like the market is kind of drifting higher. Do we have to maybe adjust our time frames on the hour window just based on maybe that we are entering a bit of a calmer trade?
No, it makes it easier for me. It's because it didn't meet my criteria. There's no longer a setup for me. And this is not a market I want to trade because as we drift higher, you always run the risk that there could be some breaking news that hits the wire that causes the market to just shoot straight down. We saw that yesterday. There was some Iranian news that came out and it caused the market to shoot down by 200 points only to recover 200 points. And so it's not something that I'm willing to trade right now. And it does help that I am up on the day. But even if I hadn't traded yet today, there's just too much risk to be putting on a trade as we are drifting higher. Even with a stop in place, I could have slippage. I'm just not willing to take the risk right now. My personal risk parameters are not there. So because we didn't trade that in the first hour, the trade's out the window for me. So the only trade I'd be looking at is probably what's Dakota's similarly looking for is a big, deep, restrictive pullback, 100 handles, 150 handles maybe, and then possibly buying that for a bounce.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we got a plan. Dakota, these are slow markets during the day. What is going on right now, Dakota?
These are uglier than the slow markets. I mean, at least slow markets, it's structured and there's a lot more to talk about. This is just misery.
Summer trade.
It's rough. It's rough. I mean, unless you're in a situation like the house account where you just place the trade, and you go do something else, go get breakfast, go get lunch, come back, and then you could manage the trade. There's really not much to do from my style of trading. And welcome to real trading. This is real trading. When there's nothing to do, we find something else to talk about. Don't force any trades.
You think we're just going to keep melting up ahead of CPI? Is this the CPI melt up? I should have asked.
It very well could be. Very well could be.
All right. Eduardo, my man Eduardo from Germany in the chat. Eduardo says, that's what I call growing legs. MP would agree. He likes that term, growing legs. What he means is it takes a running start to kind of take us higher. A running start, growing legs, push higher. But we'll see. This market's like Dakota said, this is real trading. This is what the summer trade is about. You know, we got CPI coming out. Then we got Jackson Hole next week, I believe. We got Nvidia still coming out, so there's still more stuff to come down the pipeline. Take this time to work on your micros, work on scaling into position, scaling out of position. Use micros. Pull up a practice count. Practice your hotkeys. There's still opportunities here. There's still opportunities to learn, to grow, and to adapt to see different markets. Here we go. See if we can push higher here in the ES. Last trade 54.25. High of the day 54.26. Rips. Any price level regard targeting the 71s, would you perhaps look to take a short up in 971 in the NQ, or is it just hands off right now? Nope.
Hands off, because if we do trade that level, the upper target I have is almost exactly the same as Dakota's. He's got 19,000 evens. I got 19,007 3/4. So just because we hit a certain level doesn't mean that the price action is going to reverse. And in fact, we are hitting a little bit of a speed bump here on the way to 971. We're getting up there. We're 10 handles away, which is not that much in the NQ. We're hitting a little bit of speed bump, but that's not showing us that we're rejecting off of this. We're just slowing down here. Volume is drying up. It's getting a lot harder to get up here and get over it, but we're not pulling back. We're not seeing any sharp pullbacks. We're not seeing the market say, hey, we've reached a high point here. We're not reaching true exhaustion. So no, I don't think that if we hit 71 that we would potentially get a short trade there, especially now I'm seeing Microsoft really starting to push up. We have a 414 target on Microsoft. We're pretty close to hitting that. And NVIDIA is just continually grinding higher here. S&P is trading 54.25. Nothing is signaling to me to either jump into a trade long here or jump into a trade short. I want to see sharp market movement in order to do that, because I want to see what I call in the market mispricing. Mispricing is caused by sharp movements in the market. We fall out of balance. The market wants to return back into balance. So if we saw a sharp pullback, there's maybe a potential for a short bounce scalp there. But again, I'm not seeing anything yet, so I'm still hands off.
Stuff Rips still bringing his A game. Even when markets are a bit slow, a bit quiet, Rips still breaking it down like pros. Rips, how do you feel?
We do.
The captain agrees with you too. I'm looking at he just posted a little bit in Discord a minute ago. He's looking at a target of 980. Floor rose to 910, 930. 910 to 930 if you're looking for back and fill. 910 to 930. Seems like, just stuck right now. But you've got confluence from Mickey.
Love
that
it.
It's flat. I said his name. I shouldn't have said his name.
You sure did, JD.
Bye, Buck.
Nah,
sorry, bud.
That's between you and him. That's between you two. You're good there. Dakota just chilling, relaxing, stretching out a little bit.
Yeah, this is how summer typically is.
Yeah. All right. Well, since it's a good time, JD, are we good to go for stats too?
Yeah, let me pull up some hot streaks for you guys.
Ooh. Rips, how did it feel seeing your name number one on that leaderboard, man? I was so pumped.
It's a good feeling. I'm not going to lie. It's a good feeling, and it's really just allowing me to realize that the more patient I am, the better my success is in climbing up that leaderboard. So to anybody out there that's trying to rush the process, let me just tell you firsthand, patience is everything. It's paramount to my current success, and I'm going to keep harping on that.
Love it. Love it. Kind of creeping new highs here in the JD. When you're ready, just jump on in, because we're kind of just drifting higher. All right, let's do it, man.
We've only got one name left on our hot streaks list from the legacy list. Legacy list. Brian M took a hit. He is now off the list. So Delesh is all that's left. After Delesh leaves our list, we'll have nothing but traders who are eligible for a payout on our hot streaks list. So right now, Abel, Muhammad, Carlos, and Chris B are all eligible for payouts at Topstep right now. Abel's on a 20-day ripper for 8,200. Muhammad, 20 days for 3,700. Carlos L. Carlos is pretty famous. I think his name is still on that overlay right now down there. We'll have to switch that up. But Carlos was our former leader at 42 days on the hot streaks list.
Ooh.
And then Chris B, 20 days at $4,200. All right, how about some payouts?
Hey, real quick, JD, in the chat, Michael Patak Talking to Rips, saying you stayed patient, Rips, and you got your game back nicely. Jab, jab, jab.
I love that.
Yes.
That's the game.
That
though,
feels.
man.
That's great for the man himself, right there. That's awesome, and he couldn't be more accurate. It's all about those jabs, taking it slow and jabbing.
That's the Topstep mantra: jab, jab, jab.
Love it.
One brick at a time, right?
Mayweather
Amen.
style.
All right, Andre.
All right,
what's the
payouts.
over-under on payouts? What's the
Man, I was way off.
over-under on
I got 620. Dakota over under $620,000.
Oh, now you're getting close to where
Getting better.
that's harder
Getting
to pick
better.
the over and under. Usually it's just over. It's been very easy, but now that's a little difficult. I'm gonna still take the over because we're growing.
Over 3
Rips,
is
you got a
the.
call?
Closes in
I'm
5 minutes.
620. Over 620.
You're saying wait, so it's yesterday's payout. 620 is what you're
Total
saying.
payouts.
Total payouts from yesterday.
$620,000.
$620,000 is the over-under.
I'm going to say $738,000.
You're right.
710.
710. Everyone's taking over on 620. Everyone's taking the overs. JD likes what he's hearing from the boys. I see you had nodding over there.
If this was the Price is Right, Rips would be the winner.
What is it?
Oh, let's go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. 720.
375 payouts, averaging just over $2,000 per payout.
It's going
Those are some huge
up.
numbers.
Woo-hoo.
The average payout is increasing.
Yes, it is.
Steadily, yeah.
Love
Let me pull up the sheet right here. I could tell you.
Love to see it, man.
So typically on Mondays, this is the highest Monday payout average that we've had in a couple months. Typically on Mondays, we're averaging around 1,500, 15 to 1,650 on Mondays. So yeah, huge day for payouts on yesterday. Do you want to see yesterday's largest payouts?
Ooh,
Oh,
you know
yeah.
I do, JD. You know it's my favorite. It's my-
Here they are. Rafa
Wow.
taking the big one after his profit split. He's in a single life funded account. $75,600 yesterday. That's a
Damn,
nice
beast.
payday. Rafa's gonna have a good week, hopefully. Drayton pulled over 41 grand out of 2 XFAs. Marco,
Nice.
27 grand out of 5 XFAs. Brian H, 23.5 out of 1 XFA, and Abdulaziz, 21,700 out of 5 XFAs. That's all real money. Currency in the pocket, folks. That's what
Yeah.
we're here for.
Currency in the pocket. Bank it, man. Bank it, bank it, bank it.
Nice
Nice
job,
stat
everyone.
there, JD, on Mondays. Love to
Got
see
it.
it. Good stuff. 700. What was the number, JD? 720?
767.
700.
767.
$767,888.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I'm just saying.
Couple
I mean,
coins there.
it's a
There's
couple
of
of
Dark
shekels.
games.
Yes. Shout out to everyone receiving their payouts, taking distributions. That's what it's all about.
It's amazing.
What's up, MP in the chat? Come on. Uh-oh. Who's Tom? What did Tom say? Topstep ever disclosed their financial friend? Oh, Tom. Well, there you go. Aston, the CEO, responded to you in about 10 seconds, 15 seconds turnaround. All right, NQ still push out. Hey, hello, folks. 18,971 hits.
Woo.
Shout out to Mr. Rips in the house. And all right, now we got 19,000s.
House account still holding it. If only we had a runner.
We had a runner to go. If only we had. And hey, how about that? We do have a runner. 18,971 call from 2 hours ago. Hit as Eddie chimed in. We got Euro close coming up in about a minute 20 seconds here. I'm hype, man. Those numbers get me hyped. That JD just said. Hype that my man Rips is number 1 on the leaderboard. Dakota being nice and patient. It's good stuff here. House account in the money. Good stuff. Slow markets doesn't mean you can't make money. 18,974 last trade. The NQ will we hit 19,000. Rips' call a hit. Mickey's call a hit. Will Dakota's call a hit at 19,000. Euro close coming up. Coach Hoop says, deserve. All right, Eddie. While we got the Euro close coming in, I know you got some announcements you want to hit on. If you are ready, there's
good
one,
eats.
Eddie. What's good, Eddie? How you feeling back there, man?
Good. You know what I tell you this morning? Fast markets, very enjoyable. We all had our say. We all were watching levels.
Yes.
I had some fun. Hopefully everybody else did.
I'm sure
far as-
Eddie came. Eddie came in with the check mark. Eddie, you came in with the check mark, 54.05 from Coach Jay. That was part of the reason why we pulled the trade. Anyways, go back to you, Eddie. Sorry. My guy.
It's my guy, man. Coach Jay. And Coach Paul was there also. So little credit to both of those traders. Coaches, we got some new programming. If you're new here to Topstep TV, every Sunday at 4:45. Nick for a tick. We know Nick for a tick. I think he's even in chat here. So 4:45 p.m. Central every Sunday to get you ready for the day. Monday through Friday, we do have at 3:15 at the buzzer with Coach Jay. Coach Jay had his first session yesterday, and nice room was filled with a lot of us here. And remember, it's going to be every day. So once we log off here for Topstep TV, we're going to give you about 15 minutes to go do what you need to do. Come back here, and Coach Jay will be on for At the Buzzer. And another question here I have for you is, what should we add next? Now, this is something a lot of companies don't do. They don't ask their customers or their traders or whoever, what could we do to make you better as far as a trader? All right. What will help you become a better trader? Well, I've got a link here. What should we add next? And just take a couple minutes. You don't have to do it right now, but bookmark that link. I think there's you can only use it once. We will get that out again. But let us know what you think is going to make you a better trader. That here at Topstep, what we can do is we can work on adding it. And we do a lot of that each and every day, every week, every month. So lots going on here at Topstep. Also, tomorrow's going to be a very, very special day. If you are into the trading psychology, we do have Jared Tendler tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wednesday, August 14th. Book your calendars. Don't do anything else. Jared's going to be here. And he's also going to be having a Ask Me Anything. I'm going to drop that link in a little while here. I don't want to jam the links up here right now, but I'll post that link for Jared and we'll get those going. But also the 20th of this month, August 20th, Tuesday, Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coach, and he's going to be with us also. So we got a lot of cool things scheduled for you, the trader, and we hope you're enjoying what we're doing here at Topstep. Let us know about that. I think that is it. Like I said, I'm going to promise I'll drop that Jared Tendler link in a little bit. But otherwise, Andre, back to you, my brother.
Thank you. We are clicking today, folks. We are clicking today. Hey, crudes continue to make new lows here. Well, today, $78.40. We topped out at $80.15. We're down about $1.70 off those highs. That reflects in the gas prices. Gold selling off. Gold kissed VWAP 2506 last trade. Essentially what VWAP is. High today NQ 18,976. Shout out to Rips on that call. We're there.
Yeah, we got that 971 level to the ticket. Really nice to hit those levels. It's why we use levels in trading. It's kind of like the GPS that helps us guide our trades around. So using levels is really key. And the fact that you can now use those Topstep levels on your Topstep X charts live now, which is such a great feature. And if you're one of those traders, if you're within your first year or even 2 years of trading, I'd highly recommend getting those levels on your chart sooner than later and just following how the price meanders around those levels to see, if there's any opportunities maybe to develop on your current style of trading or even find a new style of trading. It's very important.
Absolutely. Hey, Rips, what'd you see in those 971s? Talk to us about that. Why did you like 971 coming into the open?
It's been a level that we've been tracking for quite some time. And if we go back in the charts, we look back, there was some instant rejections off of that level back on the 25th of July, as well as, it rejected off that level twice on the 25th of July, where we found a lot of strong bid support there. So we were rejecting off of that level when we were trying to sell into it. And then back when we were towards the end of July on the 30th, it was sort of a topping level and we had some resistance there. So there's been a lot of orders that have been stacked there in that area. So usually when you have high trafficked areas like that, when you're looking at the volume profile, usually there's a lot of transactions that take place there. You're going to have a lot of traffic running into that level. So it's a good target for upside price action in the case that we're looking for this morning.
Awesome. My man right there. Dakota, we just chilling or what?
Just chilling. This market has not give many opportunities. I think we took it on the house account and holding that trade. Other than that, it's just been grinding up and to the right. The price action is very ugly from the style of trading that I typically enjoy. No pullbacks, no big run ups to a resistance level to look for a short. It's just been chop.
Yep, Nick for a tick. This week feels like summer. Yep, we're there. But we got more coming. JD, what would does this feel like a summer? Would you be? I know JD likes to take cheap trades up here at the NQ.
I wouldn't be looking to take a short right now. I mean,
you would not.
We've got
would or not.
We've got volume dying, liquidity dying. It's just a grind higher. Okay. I think as cheap as a short is up here right now, I think you're just going to keep getting walked over. You know.
Yep.
During this grind higher.
You've seen it before. It is grinding
Volatility
higher.
was just sucked out of this market.
If you were going to take a short right now, it's definitely a see profit, take profit type of scenario. This is not a situation to fall in love with a short trade right now.
So into a quiet market.
Yeah, never short a quiet market, right?
Never short a quiet market. That was the phrase. That was the cliche. Sometimes I run out of, I forget all the cliches in this industry, but boy, there are a lot of them. Don't sell a short a quiet, whatever that is, JD. Anyways, we got the schedule coming out for today. Got a lot more on tap here. We are currently in fast markets with the A team right here. Then we got power players coming up. Myself, Dolby Time, and Zach B. After that, we got Jack and Mick for shoulder tap. Then group coaching with JD and Hogue. And Hogue's getting some rest right now. Trying to feel better for group coaching. JD, how are we doing on questions for group coaching?
Let me take a look. I'm going to pull that form up right now.
Pull that up. Yes, JD and Hogue. And if we need some more questions, we'll pin that to the top of the chat. After that, we'll have myself, Jack, and everyone's favorite Mohammed with Back to the Futures of Mohammed. And to round out the trading day, I guess. Well, that's not true. We'll have Power Hour with myself, Dolby Time, Austin Silver, and Hogue. Of course, let's not forget day number 2 for At the Buzzer with Coach J. Then we got Coach J making another appearance with Dakota on slow markets. And, of course, we got the London Open with D tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Be sure to check that out. Everyone's getting a great response to all this new programming we're pumping out here at Topstep TV. Let's go. JD, how are we looking on group coaching questions?
Yeah, we could definitely use a few more. We got about a half a dozen now. We got to filter through them. So, yeah, the form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you got a question for Hogue or myself, just throw it in there, and I bet we get to it today.
Nice. Get those in.
We're seeing a little bit of a pickup now. Let's see. London's closed, right? We rejected really hard off those 76s again.
London closed.
London closed.
Oh.
Wow.
That time. We need some more hot cocoa in here.
Yeah.
Something.
Dakota, how'd you spill it? Let's talk about this. How did you spill it? Was it your elbow? Did you move the mouse? What happened here? How did it go down? Were you trying to adjust your chair?
Good morning, okay, Andre. We're talking about how I'm spilling hot cocoa. That's how the markets are.
As the markets are hot right now, baby.
As hot as this hot cocoa, man.
Mick just informed me that
there's a really good meme that I did see on Twitter, by the way, that Mr. Carl Hungus put out that I think is worth reviewing if we're going to review some memes later.
We got a meme? Uh-oh.
I don't know if JD saw that one or not yet. Or
I think I did
Gabe
see
saw
Do it, Jack.
Oh, I'm sure we will show it when we get the fast markets content. But first, since it's a little bit slow, how about the test we all need to take?
Yes. I was waiting for this all day.
Next 60 days. Yep. Talking about MP about it yesterday. All right, let's jump. MP, if you're in the chat, all right, let's get that poll up. We locked and loaded. MP, if you're watching, let's see get your answer here. All right, go ahead, Jack.
The open trade equity in a trader's account is calculated based on A, the maintenance margin plus or minus the realized profit and loss, the maintenance margin plus or minus the unrealized profit and loss, C, the initial margin plus or minus the realized profit and loss, or D, the initial margin plus or minus the unrealized profit and loss.
Initial margin, maintenance margin. I guess I need another definition of those two. JD, you probably know it better than I do.
Yeah, maintenance margin.
You can discount the first two. Maintenance margin has nothing to do with
It's D.
open trade. But open trade equity is the question. Is it I'm going to go with D since it's.
I'm going D as well. I'm going D as
open
well.
Trade equity.
Yeah. Where's MP? Okay, MP. Suspiciously quiet during this one. Interesting. Yes, I'm going to go with D as well. Jack.
I'm with you, folks.
Yep. Carry the one.
Oh, wait, that's backward. Here.
Carry the one.
There we go.
Carry the
will
one.
bury the
See, I
lead
did that
here.
too. It's backwards. You got to do it backwards.
D.
All right.
There is MP. MP says
Good
D. Of
call.
course, MP.
Okay, let's see what the answer is here. It is
D.
Let's go.
More of those
Book
questions.
explained. The open trade equity is calculated based on the initial margin deposit plus or minus any unrealized profit or loss on the open contract position.
Beautiful.
I mean, that
You're all
was an easy
brilliant.
one.
What a day. Well, some of them are easy. They're not all
Wow.
busters.
Like that one.
So, what is the day that they give you all the easy questions? Because I want to sign up to take the test on
Me
that
too.
day.
Me too. Yesterday was not an easy question. Diagonal spreads had me short circuiting. That
I had never heard of that actually.
me neither,
It
Jack.
wasn't something I was familiar with. I've traded.
Market
it.
is squeezing
I
up
just
here,
didn't know what
by
they
the
were
way. We
called.
are seeing some big price action here at the north side.
Okay. Yes, we are. 18,984 last trade in the NQ. Next target, obviously 19,000. Taking a look at Topstep daily levels. Okay, we are finally out of zone 5. We are going for zone 4. Again, zone 4 begins at 19,000 even in the NQ. Looking at the ES last trade, 54.27. 54.27. We're out. Okay, we're out of zone 7, working our way into zone 6. Zone 6 starts at 54.33. So we still got a little room there to the upside. Thank you, Rest, for pointing that out. And we're looking for 19,000s. Yep, like JD said, don't short this. It's very quiet. Volume is dissipating as we just drift higher.
We're about 15 handles from the Dakota target right now. Very, very
Check.
close.
All these targets, man. Dakota target, Mickey target. Hey,
Captain
shout out
Price
to Jay.
action.
Yep. Shout out to Jay and Eddie for that 54.06 check mark hours ago. Look at me, man. Good team training.
Team E-Money.
E-Money in the house. Okay,
So
MP
do we
says,
have
rest
to-
assured. Yeah, Jack, rest assured you won't get a diagonal spread question and test. All right, thank you, MP. We got
based on a sample of one test.
one test. MP, if there is one, I'm coming for you, man. I swear if there's one on that question, I'm coming for you, dude.
Do we have a target in it all for the house account trade, or are we just letting this run to Valhalla?
19,000.
The target is
Oh, wait, we're
MOC,
on
my
ES.
friend.
Hopefully, I thought it was
so it's
35.
19,000 in the ES. Perfect.
This is a trade for
rough.
the.
That would
It's
be a
Auto
nice
Liquidator
fill.
Tuesday. That's what we're playing. Here.
Okay. Well, I think
Talking
35.
about
I
diagonal
believe-
spread.
No, stop that, Dakota. Stop that. I think we're working 35s, I believe.
Yeah,
could be right.
35s. I agree with 35s.
That's 5% off of the all-time highs. Is 54.35. 5% off all-time highs. I believe we're working. Maybe we give King Hogue. Hogue's getting some rest right now.
Hogue will be back for group coaching. He's
Will, what a warrior.
taking a load off. Man, the man works very hard. He deserves a rest.
Does. All right, keep pushing here higher. I don't see why we don't get to 19,000s in the NQ. And we got some appreciations coming up. Fast markets content. I think we're good for the
Want
rest.
to take a
right?
peek at the leaderboard real quick? I just
Yeah,
got
I
a
do
thumbs
it.
up that our data is
Good.
back on track. And I
I
didn't
just
have
heard
any
you
time
guys
to-
put an offer in at 34.
There he is, the Hogue. All right, Hogue, get back to rest. Get back to resting. We'll see you in group coaching. Thank you, John. Get back to resting. Done yeoman's work today.
Is it really Hogue or
He's
Jack?
going to be
impersonating
sleeping
Hogue?
and then here. Order filled. Having nightmares.
Dude, look at that, man. Can't quit. He's a trader, man. Cannot quit. A trader is a trader. Go ahead, JD. What do we got for leaderboard?
Oh, yeah. So I didn't have any time to look at any of these trade reports because I just got the data in a few minutes ago, and I was trying to update these overlays. But we'll take a quick look at the bottom half of the leaderboard. We've got Kane in 6th place, popped up from 15th place. I can't see how much money he made yesterday, but I'm sure it was impressive. Justin dropped from 5th down to 7th. Liam dropped from 7th down to 8th. And Nick Fortick was in 6th place yesterday, now in 9th place. I think he might have... Yeah, he took a little bit of a drawdown. My public math isn't that great. I'm going to say $8,000 drawdown for Nick for a tick yesterday. And Nicholas A, I do have that number. Nicholas A made $42,320 and across 5 XFAs and popped from 47th place up to 10th place. Nice day for Nicholas A. All right, Eddie, hit me with that drum roll.
We will be perfect in every aspect of the game. You drop a pass, you run a mile. You miss a blocking assignment, you run a mile. You fumble the football, and I will break my foot off in your John Brown hind parts. And then you will run a mile.
Did you just soil yourself?
Look, I'm sorry, all right?
Denzel was hot. Denzel was not around. Wow.
Rafa had that huge payout, big payout yesterday. What was it? A total of $75,600 he put in his pocket yesterday. That's after his 10 profit split. Marco is back. Marco was in 11th place yesterday. Nice pop up on the list. Drayton also took a nice payout. Drayton took $41,650 in payouts yesterday across a pair of XFAs. Nice job, Drayton. Brian P's been around for a while. Was Brian P on our no, yes. He was on our 2 days ago. He was on our live on our P&L list. Yep. And Chung, we're still waiting for some accounting to straighten out with Chung, but his current take is well above $98,793. He took $93,000 in payouts the last week total, so he should be actually up in the 200s once those once everything catches up. We're going to see Chung right at the top of the list again. But there is your leaderboard for Tuesday, August the 13th.
Nice, thank you.
2024. You got
2024. Yes, 2024 at 10:46. Okay, we got about 10 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Once again, click like, click subscribe. We are clicking today. Look at this patience, man. These are some of the best shares we got here at Topstep. You think they'd be click banging away? Just that's what they do now, man. They adjust. Look at that. I think Rips took one trade today. Dakota took one trade today and just piled into the house account. One trade, one winner. Love to absolutely see that. That is patience at its finest. That's what we do here. So
100% win rate, baby.
Oh, that's so good for the stats, man. So good for the stats. Like I was thinking about this trade duration time for the house account is just it's gonna be so great for the stats. Of course,
I can't wait.
Yeah, lost trade, click bang. That's an old term old school term. Just like click on the market, click bang, get in, get out, over trade. Click. Wait, all right. Throw it to my man James. James, we got oh shoot. Not see that hashtag. Wrong thumbs up. We got hashtag Fast Markets content coming to you shortly. We'll turn that around, you guys. It did look like we want to take a peek higher here. Let's see if we can get to those
18 handles away from Dakota's target.
We're getting closer. Getting closer. JD, are we going to be seeing year-to-date leaderboards?
I got your message. I did not respond to you in Slack yesterday. Sorry, I got busy towards the end of the day. But it's something that we're discussing. Jack might be able to speak a little more to it. We don't have the year-to-date data right now. We do have lifetime data and current open account data. But year-to-date is something that we're going to have to work on with our tech team to put together. But it has been talked about. I can't promise you anything right now, especially on air, but it has been looked into. It's been talked about. So I will keep you apprised as new updates come.
Because I'm going for it. And I'm grinding just like everyone else. I tell people I'm still a trader. I'm still going through it. I don't know where I'm at now, but
who wants to know where Dakota's at right now? I'm looking him up.
Well, we're going to do this right here. Doing it live.
Here we go. What place is Dakota in today? 29th.
200.
Up from 37th. You were in 37th yesterday, 29th place today. Little pop.
Okay.
I like the direction.
Still got a ways.
And Rips has entered the top 100 too. Love it, man. I love the trend. Which way you guys are trying? I'm bullish on both you guys, man. You guys are trending in the absolute right direction. So great to see. So great to see.
Rips, you want to know where you're at? Are you curious?
I just leave it up to the mystery. I don't want to psych myself out. I just want to be out here like DJ Khaled and just be out here grinding.
Well, I'm looking it up anyway.
You can look it up.
Don't do
Say
it.
after-
Don't jinx it.
let's get out of
Just
it.
let me
Yeah,
let me just stay in my lane, man.
Yeah.
Mum's the
See if we
word.
can grind.
Yeah.
All that matters is you're trading the process, and we're seeing the results.
Whoa. Who did that? Is that you, Rips? You had that ready to go?
Because I'm out here grinding, baby.
100%, man. It's a good song.
It's a great one.
Right, and then, of course, start thinking what you guys are appreciative for here as we close out Fast Markets in about 8 minutes or so. But we got hashtag Fast Market stuff. My man Gabe, I asked, and 30 seconds later, he turns around and says, we are ready. Gabe says, we are ready for hashtag Fast Markets. We told you to send in the content. Hit us up at Twitter, at X, hashtag Fast Markets. Let's see what they submitted here, Gabe. What do they got?
All right. We have just a couple today. There's one out there floating around that I cannot show due to the nature of the image, but I will tell you, if you're curious and you want to see some good comedy, go check out the hashtag Fast Markets on X, and you'll see the one that I'm referring to pretty quickly. There's not a whole lot in the latest. But outside of that, what I can show you today, there are a couple good ones. First off, we'll start with Ronald. Now, Ronald's been one of the most consistent contributors in just terms of just constantly sending us stuff, but it's a lot of the statistics. We love seeing the performance dashboard reports from Topstep X, and Ronald is sharing one of his on his 50K combine that he's on right now. Looking pretty good, though. 90% hit rate, keeping the average win much larger than his average loss, but that's the stuff we like to see. So shout out to Ronald. Next, we have Lost Trader coming in here. Topstep crew waiting to take the Series 3 exam.
Pretty much. Yep. We got 60 days. 60
Yeah,
days.
I need to crack that book open and start studying.
Yeah, we do. Yes, we do. For sure. For real, we do. Yep.
We got Carl Hungus coming in here with
Look
an
at that.
entourage meme.
This
Well
is
done.
so good.
We got Dan,
Yeah.
Andre, Rips, MP, and Dakota in
Looks
there.
like a good time. That looks like a good time. Who wouldn't want to have a seat at that table? Come on. That looks like a fun time. Thank you, Hungus. Never missing, man. Oh, man.
But that's what I got
So
for you guys
good.
today. So shout out to those that submitted. You do have Power Hour coming up later today, so make sure to get your content ready for hashtag Power Hour. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe. Good stuff. 5 minutes left.
We got up to
in
990. 990 in NASDAQ hit.
Yep. One of those trades.
Where's ES? Is ES getting into the 30s?
Yeah, we did. Topped out at 31.5. Dakota, what charts
so
do you have
close.
up on your screen? Are you strictly just have NQ up there? Do you have anything else on your setup?
I switch back and forth. I'll type in like the ES. I like to keep one market open at a time.
Okay.
So I don't screw things up. Like I said, last night, if you guys joined me during slow markets, I fat fingered into 10 contracts into Nikkei.
Did you really?
Yeah, good thing it was just in a demo account. But yeah, little things like that. That's just one of the things about being a trader or any professional, right? You got to get used to your tools. And there's always prone to human error.
We did come 9 handles off your target there, hitting 91 evens on NQF traded. Very, very close to that. Coveted 19,000, of course.
Yep. 19,000. That is level on Topstep daily levels here.
I want to see the house account profit get filled.
Yeah.
What is the house account P&L right now? Unrealized and realized.
Good question. Mr. Hoagland. Paging Mr. Hoagland. But he's got the speakers up. They're probably laying down in his office.
We're realized up 1536 and unrealized up 1225.
Hey, there we go. $3,000. Not bad.
Nice trade.
We're getting close to that target, though. Here we are.
We are
We're
right
making
here.
Another run.
3 points away.
Tickle, tickle.
One more
What is it?
little pop.
35 is
Yep.
the target?
Yep. We're tapping on the ceiling right now.
There it is.
Knock.
Here we go. Let's see.
Yeah, well,
Nasdaq
that'd be a
pushing
hell of a
back
close.
towards 90.
Yeah, this is just one of those days where that's the best way to trade it is just put in that order, let it work, put in your upside target, walk away, lay down on the couch,
Let it grind.
let it happen.
Let the market do the work for you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Let the
All
market
right.
do all the heavy lifting.
I love it. So we'll keep an eye on that. We got 3 minutes left here in fast market. So as we know, we started about a week ago, started closing out with appreciations. I'm appreciative for this market going to 54.34. I'd be very appreciative of that. And with that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man, JD. JD, your first time, what are you appreciative for?
hey, I'm just appreciative to be here. You know, you guys are the best in the business, and I feel honored just to be included on a panel like this with you guys. So, thank you for having me. Love being here for sure.
Good answer. Go to Rips. Rips, what are you appreciative for?
Is it Thanksgiving already? Oh my goodness, the month's just
Favorite
rolled right
holiday,
on
man.
by. I'm thankful for the cranberry sauce, the stuffing, and of course the turkey on the table. It's a glorious time to be alive, isn't it? No, I'm thankful to be here as well. I think it's really great to share our mornings together and just have this open discussion with the chat, with everybody on the panel. It's always a really great time to hear other perspectives from other traders, and it's what helps me grow personally as a trader is to hear other people's perspectives, other traders, what they're thinking and seeing. It opens up my eyes to other different styles of trading, and I'm very appreciative for that.
Excellent. And Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for NASDAQ hitting 19,000 right here.
Hell
Come on.
yeah, Dakota, that's what I'm talking
If we
about, man. That's what I'm talking about. I'm appreciative. I'm appreciative that. Go ahead, Dakota, please.
No, I was just gonna say, on a serious note, I mean, just like I said Friday and yesterday, more down that line. Just we all appreciative to have the agency that we have when we wake up in the morning. We all have the ability to make the choices throughout our days, and I choose to spend it here with you guys.
Love it, love it, love it.
Andre, what are you appreciative for? Nobody
I'm
asked
appreciative.
you. What are you?
These slow markets like this, slower markets, I'm appreciative of hanging out with guys like you. If I was actively trading, very easily overtrade in these markets. I'm appreciative to have smart guys that are smarter than me around me, like you guys, seeing these markets. I really appreciate this. You guys are hilarious. You guys make this last 2.5 hours go by in a blink of an eye, and this is a lot of fun, man. This is the coolest like trading scenario situation I've ever been in. It's cooler than the prop firm I was with, trading solo. This is about as good as it gets. So super appreciative of that. And let's just keep this ball rolling, man.
Yeah.
So
Did we hit the take profit on the house account?
It feels like you must have by now.
Hey, and to close that out, my man Kevy in the chat says, I hate this lovey-dovey crap. Grow a pair, guys. And with that, we are ending. We got power players coming up. Zach B in the house. Kevy could not say words anymore true. Kevy, grow a pair.
Yeah, I made an executive decision. We got within 10% of our target. It's the end of the session. We're flat. We're up $2,710.
Boom.
Wow.
Kevy, how much are you up today in your live account? That's what I thought, Kevy. We out of here. Power players coming up next. Let's get it right now. Topstep TV, you know what it is.
Y'all suck.
You better, Kevy.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Yes. Making his appearance, his debut appearance here on Power Players. We got Zach B in the house from Real Deal Futures. We are now a Top Step Power Play. You know my man Dolby Time. Look, there he is, Dolby Time, back from his mountain trip out in Colorado. He is back. But let's start with Zach B. Zach B, welcome to TopstepTV. You are now a Power Player. First question I always ask: how did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you?
Absolutely, guys. First off, happy to be here. Grateful for the opportunity to be on the show. Yeah, how did I find Topstep? This year, about 5 years into my trading journey, coming over from Forex, like a lot of other gentlemen, just getting burned on the prop firm side, time and time again. Made it my path, wanted to make that happen. And towards the end of last year, had been just about fed up, putting my hand on the stove one too many times, getting burned. Tried one other firm before Topstep, but looking for longevity and a serious company with faces like you guys behind the name, doing stuff like this. Topstep was the easiest choice, so got started with you guys about 4 months ago. And again, really just kind of getting my feel for futures, trading the U.S. indices, trading ES on the low time frames. So ran through a bunch of combines, experimented with a whole bunch of different stuff, and now happy to say funded with 5 XFAs that I am starting to trade this week.
Wow. Nice, man. 4 months. You're fresh. That's about it.
Love it.
Can't get much fresher than that, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like I've got some time in the markets, but yeah, futures, different animal, right? Learning just the nuances of the market, everything really, different platform, right? Coming over to Topstep X, which absolutely love, by the way. No complaints there whatsoever. But yeah, some working out the kinks, refining the risk management for the 50K accounts. That's kind of my goal, become the 50K account specialist. But it's been fun so far, man.
I like that. Yeah, I believe Andre actually made Topstep X, so you can thank him.
You can thank me. You can thank me. You're looking at the mad genius that created Topstep. I told me it's crazy.
You would definitely
I definitely did not. All right, Zach. Let's talk about this. You just got your 5 XFAs. Tell us about your trading journey. We hear a lot of people starting the Forex arena, if you will, realize it's not exactly the best place to play in. So you guys come over to futures and Tux, let's compare and contrast the Forex space to future space. What do you like? What do you dislike about Forex and futures for that matter?
Man, really, really futures better in every way. I'm a US based trader, obviously. So just a much more professional market from what I've seen. It seems like, at least on what's being put out there, when you see a guy trading futures, maybe with Topstep or live, it just is a completely different feel than what you get from somebody trading Forex. Not to overgeneralize, but outside of being able to hold stuff overnight, I was doing a little bit of the swing trading stuff towards the end there with Forex, kind of just having that difference where you want to be flat at the end of the day, session changeover, those things really better in every way, spreads, execution, just it's just built around intraday trading, and it feels like the obvious choice. I'd say I probably would have found it a little bit sooner if it just wasn't a byproduct of me following what was getting put out there by everybody else, right? Started in stocks, kind of caught the bug there, a little bit of crypto. That was a quick bleeding of money, and then made it over to Forex, just watching what other guys were trading. And yeah, happy to be in futures. Wish I found it sooner, but everything for a reason. So here we are. And yeah, absolutely. Again, the platform, everything that is Topstep, I just can't compare to what I was used to in the Forex market. Just insane.
Yeah. What skills do you think transferred over from Forex? And then I guess, what skills maybe didn't?
Yeah, I'd say the trading is similar, right? At its core, we're trading on the technical side, a lot of things that are going to hold true in that market, just basing off of the candlestick chart, are going to work really well. In the futures market, just coming over to a different instrument, I did have some experience with CFDs. I was trading, US 30 and NAS 100. Primarily, I ended up on ES here. But some things that really worked to help me out that I was able to change was I had no volume, right? At least no reliable volume in the Forex market. So US based, US regulated broker, as I was trading live accounts, zero volume. If I was trading with, prop firm using CFDs, who knows what that volume is, where it's coming from, let alone what the real price is. So it's been awesome, really eye-opening. I've been able to use volume, just traditional volume tools, VWAP, and now order flow that I'm starting to get comfortable on. Really just kind of elementary using that. It's been a game changer. So I'd say, what didn't translate? Anything to do with volume, but being able to use that, I find, has been a huge advantage. It's crazy that was not a part of, what I learned and how to trade early on at all. And having that, extra piece to the puzzle now has just been absolutely awesome. And it's just been a process of kind of working through just the nuances of what I want to use without, overcomplicating everything. I like to keep stuff really simple and just learning some new tools.
Excellent. Love to hear it. All right. Well, let's get in a little bit of the nitty gritty here, get a little bit more technical. Tell us about what you trade, how you trade, your indicators, your chart setups, all of that stuff. So I see here, ES, that's your primary instrument, your product you trade?
Yeah. Yep. ES is the bread and butter. I like to run the 1 minute time frame here for NYSE Open. That's my primary session. I'll come back and trade live on YouTube in the afternoons, but main session for that 9:30 Open. But it's a pretty simple approach. Market structure, price action, discretionary. That's a big part of my trading, adding in that intuition, that experience, and key horizontal levels, areas of interest. I like to use 15-minute opening range. I like to use prior day high and low, the simple basic stuff that you see a lot of guys use. Overnight high and low, that session high and low, VWAP, volume, and now bookmap. That's what I'm running on the side, which has been really, really interesting to start to look at. But yeah, as a whole, my typical trading setups that I'll see, if we are opening up within the range of prior day high, prior day low, overnight high and low, I may look for trades off of levels to and from, VWAP breaking through, kind of in between. We start to get out above, start to break out like today, although it being this slow grind kind of late in the after the morning session. I'm going to look for structure, simple break and retest stuff, just again, applying some discretion, try to find a way to interact with the market, a good way to structure risk and get into flow with the trend. That's the top-down view.
I love it.
Yes,
I
sir.
love it. You said horizontal levels. Forgive me. What's a horizontal level? Is there such a thing as a vertical level? What's a horizontal level?
No. That's just the term
Price level?
that I'm using. Yeah, price level.
Cool.
Simple price
Right,
level.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I try to stick. I get yelled at by saying support and resistance or supply and demand or order block or so I try to like area of interest. Maybe I won't get Instagram and Twitter hanging me out to dry. Man, started to use bookmap and talk about liquidity. I'm really getting really
careful.
Roasted, but
yeah. I'll open us to both of you guys. Why can't we call it support and resistance anymore? Why is there such a backlash? I see that.
Is there a backlash?
I feel like yes. There a bit. If you'll see it like I see it more and more frequently. I guess in the last few years ago, people hesitate to call things support and resistance. When I think there is something to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I'll throw a zone up here, like just a discretionary level, off of some lows, looking left, trying to find a spot. And, whether I call that a support resistance, supply demand, order block, like somebody's going to tell me I'm wrong no matter what. So I think horizontal level is probably, a little bit odd and out there, but area of interest, I think I'm safe with that one. But yeah, I don't know. Again, I keep stuff pretty simple when it comes to speaking about liquidity and certain different things like that. I think got to be a little bit careful of using the right terms, right? We want to talk about specific market mechanics, but in general, I can keep stuff simple and open, just a support, a box, we can call it that, a rectangle.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you're speaking my language.
Dolby, yes. Dolby, yes. Hey, we did hit those 19,000s and we hit 53 or 54.35. Both price targets have been hit in the ES and the NQ. Shout out to everybody that participated. And we are still pushing higher here. Now some stops have gone off in the ES last trade, 54.36. New highs of the day there, as well as NQ new highs being put in right here, right now. 19,010 new high of the day. Last trade, 19,004. Dolby, so he was talking about boxes. Please, I think you had a follow-up there.
No, just a big fan. But I will circle back to your question that you posed, Dre. I think it's just some trading nerds just gatekeeping trading. So unnecessary.
can't call it resistance anymore.
Ranges,
Well,
boxes, supply and demand, liquidity. It's just find a system that you like that's easy for you to understand, and then just trade it and ignore everything else.
Exactly.
I do have a question for you, Zach. You said that you were doing some live streams. What got you into live streaming? It takes a certain crazy person to want to actually do this live in front of people. What prompted you to do that?
Yeah, it does. I think it takes a very special type of person, for better or worse. Yeah, so I was trading full time. I left my career of 9 years in sales and management after getting real serious with it. This was about a year ago, this month or last month, and going well after getting some traction in Forex. Again, started getting burned by these Forex prop firms, but came into this year really coming out of some great communities that I enjoyed being in. But people were reaching out to me, asking a lot of questions. And I figured, you know what? If I'm going to trade, sit in my room by myself all day, every day, might as well build my own community, right? Do it the way that I want to do it. And part of that was just stepping out there and saying, you know what? If I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it the way that I would want somebody else to do it, the guys that I respect, which is put everything out there, 100% transparent, live stream almost every day, straight from your terminal, showing P&L, all the wins, all the losses, and start to build that. And I do most of what I do for free. I coach guys one-on-one. That's my only paid program, but my strategy, my levels, my analysis every morning. And it's been really great. Obviously you deal with right before, I hopped on here, I had to block a few people. You get screamed at and called names and that type of a deal. But outside of that, the vast majority. Yeah, I guess so. But it's great, man. I've built an awesome community so far. Shout out the Real Deal Futures guys that are in here. Everybody was hyping me up this morning coming on. But it's great, man. Get to connect with people, sharing their journey. Most of the guys that I'm talking with and working with are with Topstep, getting funded, passing accounts, and then transitioning into XFAs, the wins, the nice big profits, and then the losses, the blown up accounts, the losing of XFAs, and just building that community and being able to put out everything that's got me here so far. And as I continue to learn, has been really valuable, and I just love doing it. I appreciate doing it. It's a great. I'm grateful to be able to do it.
Awesome, Zach B. Well, you gave a shout out to Real Deal Futures. All right. Well, what is Real Deal Futures, and why'd you give them a shout out?
Yeah. That's the brand, man. That's just my brand, my community. I named it Real Deal. Yeah, that's what that's what I used to call guys, right? When we were talking about somebody in a chat or having a conversation, you say, hey, that guy's the real deal. So when I set out to do this, I wanted to use that name right off the bat. Real Deal Zach on Instagram, Real Deal Futures on YouTube. And that's what I strive to be, right? Just to show everything that I possibly can in a real way. Show you the wins, show you the losses, not try to tell you that there's a magic strategy to trading. This stuff is difficult. And, I try to put out what's helped me, keeping things simple, applying some discretion, being able to use your intuition within reason, focusing on mindset, applying some things from outside life, discipline and endurance sports, all that fun stuff to help guys. Like if I could grab myself by the shirt back in the day when I was just feeding the market money and bleeding day after day, that's what I'm doing. So that's kind of the Real Deal Futures thing. That's the name. And again, it's been a wild journey so far. It's only been a few months, but it's been fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, I said, Dolby, I think you're looking at what I'm looking at here. Markets are still pushing higher. ES making new highs. 54.40 high of the day. Last year, 54. Lows. Yep. Higher lows, higher highs. NQ pushing higher, 19,222. I knew next price target. We have weekly kickoff. Here, pull up the Topstep daily levels really quick. Weekly kickoff high 54.45. Next price target to the upside in the ES. We did finally get into zone 4 on Topstep daily levels in the NASDAQ. 4-hour supply 19,006. We blew through that. 19,016 resistance number 3. There's that word again. Resistance number 3 blew through that. And now point of control 19,022 blew through that. We are cooking through zone 4. Upside target 19,034 20-day session moving average. Again, 19,034 upside target in the NQ and upside target in the ES 54.45. We are checking off all these levels. It's really good to see. Now, Zach, you mentioned endurance running. Okay, why did you mention endurance running? What do you know about endurance running?
Yeah, so my brother-in-law was actually the into that another. You got to be a real special person to want to go and run
Yeah, you
marathons
do.
and ultra
Yes, you
marathons.
do.
You do. But when I talk about a couple things from outside life that I think translate really well, for me, it's endurance sports. It's running, training for another ultra marathon that I hope to be in shape for coming up in October. But just doing something hard. Maybe it's not that, it's not running for you. It's any physical activity, sport, hobby, something that you have to stick to that really delays that gratification and builds that discipline. Starts to get you in a situation where you have to push through some difficult times and decide, hey, I'm the captain of the ship. I'm the master of the mind here. I'm going to decide to respond to whatever this pain is that I'm feeling in the way that I want. I'm going to finish the race. I'm going to, hold my trade to the target. I'm not going to go on tilt. I'm going to feel the fear and greed and all the common stuff that you hear, and create a new response to it. I think it helps you become self-aware, can help you start to self-regulate. And for me, that's been done a lot of sports over the course of my life. Now it's running and cycling. I think that stuff translates really well. If you can find things in your outside life that can help you build discipline, and along with that, like the meditation thing I speak about sometimes, mindfulness, be able to kind of come conscious, get in touch with your emotions, is not to sound all really far out there and hippie or whatever it is. Not that hippies are bad. But yeah, you want to get in touch with that, because when you're on the chart and it's NYSE open, you're trading NQ and it's printing a wild candle, you got to stay in control. You got to remember your plan. You got to know how you're going to structure risk, be patient, wait for your setup. And when you take that first loss, make sure you're ready to take the next trade as it presents itself. So yeah, for me, it's finding some of those things outside. Helps you create an identity also. If you're locked into trading as much as I am, and you're going for it full time, or maybe you're not, but you're just making a serious run at it, that red P&L can become your personality, and you can hate yourself and everybody around you. And having a sport or activity or something that you say, hey, you know what? Tough day trading in the morning, but still going to be a good day overall. I'm going to go knock out this next goal that I have.
I love it.
Do
Hey,
you
real
run
quick.
every day? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask about. No, go ahead. I was asking more. I got more running questions too. Go ahead.
Oh, you got more running questions. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like you
did
asked,
you
you
work
run-
out
you-
like every day? Like, is it like an everyday thing? You go finish up and hit the gym or something?
Yeah, every day. And I know my brother-in-law Mike's going to watch this, so I got to be honest with it on this one. I wrapped up an ultra marathon about a year ago. I took a little bit of time off, kind of just tough on the body. I did a couple marathons. I set a time goal, blew up on the first one, came back and hit the time goal on the second one. And now it's time to come back for the 50 mile that I was supposed to do with him, that he did without me. So I got that on the board for October, and I'm behind on training, but yeah, it's every day, man. Every day you got to get up to. For me, the goal is like 50, 60 mile weeks. So every day, getting close to that 10 mile a day mark.
What are the best running shoes? Is it Hoka? Is it On Cloud, Nike, or Saucony, Asics? What do you rock? What do you rock on those feet?
I'm Hoka, man. I'm Hoka.
Yeah,
it
me
was
too.
Nike for a while, but yeah, there you go, man. There you go. Clifton 9s. That's the shoe I put a lot of miles in. There we go. Me and Andre. But hey, listen, just like trading, you got to find what works for you, right? Go to the store, try your stuff on. There's no best shoe, right? I'm going to relate it back to trading this whole time.
Yes, Hokas. All right, good to know. I will pass that along. Okay, On Clouds. There's because there's talking about On Cloud. Do they? Is On Cloud like a real thing, or is it mostly just for style?
I don't see so much of it. I think they have these really badass ones that have a whole bunch of cushion, but I don't see so much of it from the hardcore running community.
Sweet. Hokas. Yeah, Hoka Clifton 9s. I got a pair upstairs right now. Yeah, I don't run like you. I just want to walk around and then keep my feet comfortable as hell. But I wanted to make sure that they were legit and just they were just all hype.
I'm nothing special, man. I'm looking to finish the race. We're not setting any records. We're not qualifying for Boston over here. You know what I'm saying? But just a little bit better every day. That's the that's the goal.
Okay. Will you keep us posted about your training over the next few months? You said October is the big race.
Man, I put this one out here today. I was not planning on, but now I'm in. Yeah,
you
October's
are.
the next one. It's a 50-mile trail race up on Long Island, New York, near my hometown.
Pretty at the very least.
I'm gonna have to get that one in. Yep.
Yeah, now you're on one. Yeah, now you're here. So keep us posted on that. We'd love to follow your story and your journey. So you said, are there any parallels between Just, the running, the ultra marathons, and trading? Is it the discipline, the repetition, mindset? Like, I know you touched on it, but can you get a little bit more depth about that?
Yeah, for me, it's definitely the mindset side that comes into it. So I'll give you just another quick piece. I spoke about this on Austin Silver's podcast. Shout out to Austin Silver. He's the main reason I'm on the show. Made this introduction. Great guy. I know he's going to be on later today. So yeah. If you don't know Austin Silver, Topstep trader, I'd recommend checking out his stuff. But I spoke about motocross, racing motocross. I raced for 20 some odd years, amateur level stuff. And what I took away from that and how I relate that to trading was the same deal, the mindset side. An interesting story from it that I find is I'm racing for 20 years. Every weekend, my dad is a motocross racer, mechanic, really good gear, really good equipment, and I'm not winning races, right? I'm really good, but I'm getting to the faster classes, but not winning races. And this goes all the way up and through college, where I'm racing every weekend. Now I got friends that have tracks. I'm dedicating a lot of time. I've got nutrition down. I'm really exercising outside of it. Can't win a race for my life. Just not happening. I remember the race that it happened. I'm behind a guy again, second place, third place. I'm getting hit with dirt and rocks because that's what happens in motocross when you're riding close behind somebody. And, I go, you're ready. You have to do this. It's time. And I made the decision, made the pass, and won that race. The story isn't that, I won that race. It's what happened after. I continued to win. I won the next race. I won the next dozen races. And I wouldn't just win. I'd run away with it. And I didn't know, nothing changed. My gear didn't change. That I had been in that spot for years. And I could explain it a little bit better now as just breaking through that limiting belief that you have for yourself. And I think it's displayed in other areas in history. You look at
4 Minute Mile.
There you go. The 4 Minute Mile. I love the story, man. That's in all the books, but that's it, right? Nobody could break this 4 Minute Mile. Yeah, Bannister. There you go, man. It's a great story. If you guys don't know that one, go look up the 4 Minute Mile. And nothing changed there. They said it couldn't be done. He ran it on a cold, wet track. And then, however long later, somebody else ran it. And then it became the standard for elite guys to run that time. Nothing changed except mindset. And again, it's kind of this far out there, hard to wrap your head around. How do you build to that? And I think it does come from doing all the hard work, right? Like, you got to get on the charts. You have to have experience. You have to build your system and risk management, everything that goes into trading profitably before you can. But at a certain point, and this repeats as you start to scale up in size, as you move from combines to XFAs, you're met with that challenge, and you have to continually break through that barrier. And so, that's kind of how I would say that endurance sports piece, constantly going for a new goal, new challenge, and it's tough, right? And you fail. You don't always hit it the first time. You DNF the race, you don't hit your goal, you blow the account. And, it's working through that and doing everything you can to believe in yourself, have that conviction, and break through. And man, once you break through, it's powerful. You can feel it, you can see it, and then it's on to the next one. It's never ending, unfortunately. But yeah.
Awesome, man. All right, we're seeing a bit of a pullback. We topped out at 54.40 here. So for those looking to get long, you say we don't get a pullback, so the market doesn't let me in. This might be your opportunity to get in the ES and NQ. The pullbacks are not as deep as we would like. You might feel like you're paying a premium at these prices, but hey, if you're a trend trader, look in the 5 minute. This could be your entry. Dolby time, you see anything in terms of trades? We're not in the range. We're not kind of just grinding higher. Any levels piquing your interest?
I mean, like this 19,000 area is the base of like a previous daily consolidation. So we're kind of maybe getting some resistance there, but it's just all higher lows and higher highs. 4 hours not range bound, 1 hour is not range bound, 30-minute is not range bound, 15-minute also not range bound. 5 minute and 1 minute may be starting to present some opportunity, but I would probably lean bullish, but I do feel like we're kind of a little overstretched for longs right now. So maybe 18,980. It would have been way more fun to be in Hoag's trade. That's all I'm going to say. That was like 2 hours ago, and it was an excellent trade. But this does kind of feel like those times in Power Hour, Dre, where we like come into the markets and it's already done a big thing, and we don't know if it's going to continue to do the big thing or if it's just going to reverse. And it doesn't mean that we were wrong. We went with the trend, but because of the time of day, it ends up reversing on you.
Yep. All right, Zach. Well, do you have? Oh, Richard Harris here in the chat. Zach, what's your zodiac sign?
Ooh, I'd be lying if I told you I knew. Is that bad?
Sorry, Richard. Nope, don't have any. All good.
Is that the birth month thing?
Yeah, I'm a Cancer. I was born in the end of June, so I'm a Cancer. Dolby, what are you?
Capricorn.
There you go. So he was born
Aquarius
in the end of
is the answer
December
for me.
There you go. There you go. Okay, very good. Well, we got that out of the way. Very good. What do you run a mile in? What's your fastest mile time, Zach?
I don't know that I have a fastest mile time. I could get down into a sub 7, sub 7 minute mile. I had a 4-hour marathon. That was my big goal for for my fast running piece. It was to get below a 4-hour marathon. And I blew up at New York City. I walked half of it and had to come back and say, you know what, got to get it done. So I ran it a few months after blowing up at New York City.
Let me ask you about that. How did you handle that? How did you handle, I don't want to call it defeat. How did you call it setback? Basically, emotionally, spiritually, how did you handle that? And can those lessons be translated into training when you go through a losing streak or a rough patch, like we all inevitably will? How'd you get back on the horse, so to speak?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it translates really, really well. So in that instance, I did it for charity, did it for an organization for autism awareness, and I put it out there on my social media. It was my first marathon. I had people supporting me, like everybody I knew was running the race. And super hot day, I go out there, try to hit my time, absolutely blow up. I'm cramping, I'm walking, like halfway through the race, you're like, just quit. So you get a little bit of that, hey, I'm going to push through and walk this. But at the end of it, I got a picture of me on the train home, like head down, dehydrated, just super sad. You want to cry. But coming back from that, right, you get sad, you finish that race and say, okay, failure. Now you got two choices, crossroads. Am I going to, grab myself by the bootstraps and make a run at this again to hit this goal, knowing that I failed in front of everybody, family, friends, everything, and try this again or not? And my way of life is I'm going to go hit it, and I think you have to be that way. So you make the hard call, and then you go back and you do the hard work. That's what I did. I ran harder. I fixed nutrition, figured out how to hydrate properly. I ran more miles, really honed in on a plan, set the goal, and hit it. Second time, I did it, Town of Celebration Marathon. If you want to look me up, make sure I'm not full of crap on this because I like to have receipts. I hit that, ran with a pacer there. Another really hot day. I was the only person to finish, and it was super hard. And at that point, I had failed already. So I have this predisposed belief to think I might not do this, and that those thoughts start to creep in. Kind of like trading. After you blow the account up, after you take too many losses, you go on tilt. The next morning, you're thinking, I don't even belong out here. I don't know that I can do this. I don't know that I'm good enough. My confidence is shaken. You have to do everything you can to first build the evidence that you can do it. Show yourself that you could do it. Do the hard work. That all comes first. You can't just will yourself through everything. But there comes a point where you have to make the conscious decision to say, I'm going to push through this. I'm going to do it. And it's great when you do. It's really great when you do. So yeah, bringing those failures and the, coming back and pushing through. Again, this is not an impressive marathon time for everybody listening. But, for me and for my level, and just like it might be for you on a demo account or whatever, account you're trading, it is. These are the small wins, and, it's your race that you're running against yourself in life. So yeah, that stuff translates for me really, really well. And again, I think it doesn't have to be a marathon or, some big thing. Maybe it is just a small goal that you're hitting for yourself wherever you are in life, going on a walk every day. I don't want to make it all physical activity, but, maybe it's that you're going to journal. You set this goal out, you fail a few times, you keep falling off the bandwagon. It's going to help you, right? It's only going to help you. It's not going to hurt you. And you get back on there, you start to build some good habits. You start to build the discipline to take time after every trade and journal the dang trade. And those things just kind of compound, and you build that momentum, and you end up really starting to hit those goals that you're striving for, no matter how long it takes. That's the piece that I take from these things.
I love it. All right, yeah, Dolby man. Time. Well, we're looking for that. Go ahead, Dolby.
No, I mean, I don't. Zach, if you have any trade ideas, I'd be more than happy to
I know
take them for you.
I know I'm talking all mindset.
It's all good.
I know I know I'm talking all mindset here. So yeah, this is, I agree with you guys. This is a tough market to trade for me. I think, and many traders, it's the slow grind to the upside that you start to see on ES. The way I look at this is, we are above the levels on my chart. Prior day high, overnight high, 15-minute opening range high. We're above session VWAP, anchored VWAP that I like to use off of, important lows that I find in the session. And not much of a pullback. I think you can start to enter as price is falling if you want to look to scale in, maybe structure risk with stops down here. But this is kind of the, someone in my community said it a few weeks ago, close your eyes, press buy, and sing the national anthem. Just long America. And it's tough.
God appreciates your service.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I could see this as a long from here. You go stop loss right below this recent low on ES. Maybe you run something really wide. You're targeting breaks of highs and a continuation up on Bookmap. I could see a little bit on the book up at 54, 43, just above. But it's tough, man. I don't know that I want to put risk on and just, like you guys were saying, just kind of hope that the big move continues, because you see that rotation back down in so often towards the end of the day. It's obviously the cheap short from up here, but I'm definitely not looking short. I would like to put a trade on. That was, I wanted to get a trade on here, but this is a tough one, guys. It's a tough one.
I would agree.
Get something on. You can just cut us off immediately, and we can focus on that. But how did you kind of arrive at your framework for viewing the market? For example, I'm a range trader. Other people are like VWAP. Some are market profile or volume profile. What's kind of your framework for viewing the markets, and how'd you get there?
So it started with where I think a lot of guys start early on, the never-ending search for the best combination of indicators and this 100% objective rules-based system that you can just do exactly these set of rules and it will work and provide, this fixed risk to reward. And I couldn't make that work for the life of me. I tried everything that I possibly could that was out there, spent an enormous amount of time bleeding money, banging my head against the wall. And I worked with a couple people and, kind of got into a couple groups where the big push was discretion is a big piece of this. A lot of, professional traders edge and guys that do this consistently using very, very few tools, next to none. You guys got some great people on your team on fast markets every day that are doing it, looking at guys like Dakota. And I think some of you on here, that shift in mindset really drove me to strip my charts down to just complete naked charts and focus on price action and market structure. Start to just pay attention to areas where the market would start to react around key levels. I'll call them areas of interest so we don't get yelled at. And then I just continued building out from there, starting to utilize tools that I find helpful. Really coming into the futures market now, it's mainly volume tools. I'm finding those increasingly helpful. Trying to find a way to add that into what I've had some traction from the Forex market, and it's VWAP and anchored VWAPs, some traditional volume and now order flow. But yeah, my way of communicating is really just focusing on price action and market structure itself, trying to understand where we are within overnight ranges and where we are on the higher time frame picture. Are we ripping to the upside like we were earlier? Do we put these highs in? Now we're kind of selling off. We got some consolidation going on. Understand that. Don't frame an enormous bias to marry as you come into the day. We want to stay flexible. I'm on the 1 minute chart here. You got to be able to go long as quick as you can go short. But just that started to click for me, and writing that into my trading plan, allowing that flexibility to use your discretion without it towing the line of gambling, because it quickly can move into gambling and tilt if you give yourself too much freedom. But that is where I started to gain some traction. I think it's helped accelerate this building of experience and being able to apply that to my trading decisions. But I recognize it's different for everybody. Some other guys might do well with a completely different style than I do, or you guys do. Tools wise, just looking at the market where we're going to be counter trend all the time. I'm watching ES push higher here.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
New highs, 441.
There it is.
Yep. We've got a 700 lot here. I'm looking at the ES here. We've got a 700 lot sitting at 54.44. I don't believe that's the. I don't believe that's an algo because they pulled it. Never mind. Algo's back. No, take that back. It's a 500 lot. It's a 500 lot. 500 lot sitting at 54.44 upside. 54.44. Yes, you'll see that to the upside. We are grinding higher here. Last trade in the NQ, 19,030. Taking a look at Dow, found some buyers finally. You just put in some new highs. 39,830 last trade, 8 to 10. ES, like Zach was saying, watching the ES go higher here. Last trade, 54.41. We have an upside target at 54.45. That's weekly kickoff high if you pull up Top Step daily levels. All right, Zach, well, your thoughts on the market? Yeah, click buy, close your eyes, and sing the national anthem. What have you thought about this summer trade? Because I know here at Topstep, we've been really enjoying the summer trade. The volatility's been crazy. How have you been able to navigate? I know you got 5 XFAs open. So what have you been in your strong suits in navigating this hyper volatile market?
Yeah, it's been wild. No summer slowdown. So for me, it's just been dropping to micros very quickly. You know, last couple weeks, I think an important skill set that we have to have as traders is to read that volatility, whether you're going to use ATR, whether you're just going to measure. Like, I'm pretty twitchy with using the measurement tool from Topstep X. You hit shift and you just click and drag. If I note that price action, in pre-market and coming into the open is way, way larger, I drop down, size down, widen up stops, widen up targets, and really capitalize on it. Like, I've done well with that sell-off. We got outside, took some of these trades where earlier in the morning, where it's not such a dang slow grind, I jump in and just let the thing ride, structure your risk. If I'm selling the low, so be it. And, just look to capitalize on that. But yeah, it's sizing down quickly. Don't have an ego, get away from your 1 or 2 minis on NASDAQ and, drop down to micros, widen up that stop loss. And, if you really note some extreme conditions, maybe back off, be a little bit more patient. I think for the most part, guys can trade through so long as you account for that volatility and it's position sizing and your stops and targets. You're trading maybe the same structure. If you're not looking at the price axis, it's going to look very similar. It's just way bigger, way, way bigger. So your normal size is not going to be, guys that are running fixed position and tick sizes for risk, you get crushed. And I saw a lot of guys get just absolutely smoked. So yeah, you got to be cautious of that. That's helped me, I'd say, quite a bit. Did well in some combines through that volatility.
Do you do copy trading, or do you just do it one at a time with its XFAs?
No copy trading for me right now. Copy traded a couple of combines without a whole lot of success. And right now, really just moving into the combines, wanted to put myself in. First, the goal was get funded and then put myself in the best position, get funded with 5. I've still got a handful of combines that I'm working through. And now that I'm coming into XFAs, my goal is, fairly slow moving, painfully conservative if I can be, shoot for the, $200 a day goal within reason, and, try to work my way to, payouts and then scale from there. That's what's worked for me in the past. Just go painfully slow. Lower expectations, set the small goal, try to hit those, build that momentum, keep the losses small, keep the failures as small as possible on the way to those payouts. So right now it's one at a time. This was the first real trade from this morning. 2, I got long coming up right here. I actually think I had him on my chart. If I go to object tree, yeah, I've got long over here. These were, again, really small conservative trades, just trying to get myself comfortable in the XFA. Long breaking out above overnight high after we kind of did a little break and pretest move, took the breakout to the upside, saw some liquidity on bookmap up here. In with 6, scaled out in 2 different spots. Quick win there. Got short. I had some anchored VWAPs, and I think New York session VWAP coming off of, if I could mark my chart back up the same way. Get rid of this one so we don't get too confusing. Yeah, this was the New York Open anchored VWAP, and then this was high of day anchored VWAP. We were really using this as support, continuing lower, staying below this high of day anchored VWAP, and I felt a move back down towards 15-minute opening range low, and VWAP was in store. Took it short, wasn't super confident after we started to kind of hesitate when I got short here, so was just weak hands on this one, honestly. The target was down here. if I left my initial stop, which was somewhere up here, that would have came down. Maybe I would have got filled. This would have been the target. But yeah, just quick trade to the downside. Locked up to $200 in the day. I'm happy with this one.
Nice.
Loaded this account up. Was ready to trade it here. If I have to risk that 200, so be it. But this is tough. This is a tough.
Were you looking for the 200 to qualify a day for a payout? Was that the strategy?
Yeah, that's the strategy. Just initially, knock past that $200 a day mark. I recognize in the grand scheme of things, if I'm cutting every winning trade short as soon as I'm hitting that $200 a day mark, it's not going to bode well for me for the long run. But the initial move is going to be to take 1 to 2 reduced size trades, small risk, with the goal of getting, above that $200 a day, lock it up, and then again, qualify for a payout, secure a payout, however small it is, without killing the account. I'd like to not kill the account. Again, check that box off and move on to the next. I'm a fan of keeping it slow and small. And if I can get myself to a payout, secure that, make it real, put money in the bank, and then move up. I've got 5 more to go. We can get aggressive with them. I'm very aggressive with combines. I can use those as tools as I need. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Well, I think that's the second time we've heard that Dre is aggressive with trading combines, then do downshift for XFAs and funded account.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach, please. Yeah, you're doing
sorry,
great. It's awesome.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any wrong way to do it. I go out and say that. I don't. I'm not saying I have the right way, but you decide what your investment's going to be into these combines overall, whatever you're comfortable with. And if the goal is to get to XFAs fairly quickly, maybe get a 5-pack of them, go ahead and trade those combines aggressively. Not telling anybody what to do, no financial advice. But if that's the investment you're willing to make, 6 or 10, and you trade those fairly aggressively, $500 plus risk per trade, like that's kind of what I'm working at right now on combines. You're going to pass or fail them fairly quickly, so long as you have the data, and the confidence to go and do that. I don't think it's a bad move. When you get to the XFAs, especially initially, like me, right? I don't have a ton of data to support me sizing up really heavy in XFAs. Downshift, keep it small, slow and low, and work yourself to your payouts. Then scale from there. That's I think that's the logical way to do it, the way that makes sense. If if you're not in a financial position to do that with combines, there's nothing wrong with buying your one and trading it conservatively, just working your way up to that XFA, however long that takes, a month, maybe you rebill it 2 months, and you go that route. But for guys that are like me, I was fortunate enough from my past career to have money to be trading live funds with Forex, and risk per trade that I'm looking at would be a significant number of combines and and sometimes activation fees. Getting a whole bunch of combines rolling and trading them aggressively, not the worst thing to do. I will temper it and say I came in way too hot in the beginning and was just not respecting combines at all, testing a lot of stuff, getting comfortable, but just blowing through them. And that's probably not the way that you want to go about it. So there's a balance here that everybody should find.
Absolutely. Again, this is Zach B from Real Deal Futures. We got the link pinned to the top of the chat, man. Thank you so much for joining us. I know everyone's really appreciating, loving you in the chat. I wanted to read something someone said in the chat. My man Netflix says, Andre, tell this guy that I like his humility, no absolute, only probability. Great guest, Netflix says. Zach, what do you think about that?
I appreciate it, man. I really do. Thank you. Look, I try to put this stuff out there as real as possible. And part of that is not being the end all be all. I recognize where I'm at with the journey, right? No payouts for me. Yes, I've had some traction, but I'm the big believer in this space. You got to do it live. You got to do it consistently. And that's what I've been doing since beginning of February 5th. I think I put my first piece of content out there, and I really wasn't organized with live trading and recording everything in Discord and YouTube. So it hasn't even been that long. So, but yeah, that's why I go about it, man. I'm grateful to be here. Grateful for this opportunity. Again, thanks for everybody that got me here. Appreciate Austin Silver for making the introduction. And I hope it's not my only time, man. This is great. I love being on the show and, talking shop with you guys, everything that goes into trading. If I can help somebody else, if I can put this stuff out there and it saves you some money, some time. I'm grateful to be able to do that.
I have a feeling you will be back joining us in Power Hour with Dolby and myself. People are really loving you. So right about this time on Power Players, my man Eddie likes to hit you with what we call a fun question. And he's been in the background dialing it up, switching around the order because I don't know if you've seen him before. He'll hit you. Oh, shoot. There he is. There he is.
Man.
He's coming for you, man. So, Eddie, take it away. Do the damn thing.
Zach, how you doing, my friend?
Good, brother. How are you, Eddie?
Oh, man, I tell you, impressive stuff. So you know, let me just ask you real quick. How many total you do motocross and you run?
I really wrapped up motocross about 2 or 3 years ago, but I started racing at 4 years old, and I raced every year consecutively through college to some degree or another at an amateur level, and that was my main sport for a long time. But I've worked through a number of them. I got a lot of support with my family, but yeah, it's
and now you're running. And let me ask you: you passed it? Yeah. Have you passed that 1 million mile mark yet, or maybe 2 million, or maybe 5 million yet?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Eddie.
Man, I tell you, it's a lot of moving, but very impressive. Great to have you on here. Now I've got that question for you, and these are fun questions we usually ask our friends here that join us here. So I got numbers 1 to 23. Give me a number, and I'm going to pick a question from that number.
Let's go with unlucky 13. It's August 13th. I'm going to stick with that.
Okay, August 13th. Here it is. Okay. If you could travel back in time, which era would you choose to visit and why?
Question.
Can I go right before a stock that I knew was going to blows up and make this journey a whole lot easier for me, guys?
He's smart now. He's not thinking fun. He's thinking financially.
No, I'm probably going way back to medieval times. Seems like a fun time to just be an absolute brute and be a savage and have your whole life being about honor and fighting it out on the battlefield. You know, I watched too much Game of Thrones. Maybe that's bleeding into this answer.
You know, you got to hit one of those Renaissance fairs. Those things are like
100%, Eddie. 100%.
I used to go every year. I mean, you actually go back in time. You actually go back in time.
Yeah.
Great. But there you go, medieval. I'd be the same thing. Medieval, great answer. And it's
thank you, Eddie.
Like we're all saying here, we hope to have you back again very soon.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Zach, we'll have you back for
Dolby time. Thanks, Zach.
Thank you, Dolby. All right, Dolby time. We got a couple minutes. We're going to wrap this up. Again, we got shoulder tap and group coaching coming up next. And we'll be joined by my man Mohammed on the other end. Once we get into that afternoon here, Central Time. Dolby time, any levels you're looking at? Perhaps take a short before we get out of here?
Nope. No shorts. I mean, there's no consolidation. Everything is just so bullish. 30-second, 1 minute look pretty tightly wound on the NASDAQ. If you're interested in maybe a cheap trade in either direction, maybe.
Awesome.
If you're really feeling bullish.
All right. Well, Zach B., we can't thank you enough for joining us. We're really glad we found you. Shout out to Austin Silver. Again, Austin Silver joining us on Power Hour today with Dolby and myself. Hopefully, Hoag's feeling a little bit better. But coming up next, we got shoulder tap. After that, we got group coaching. But again, hit to the top of the chat. We got Zach's link, realdealfutures.com. Check him out. Hit him up. This guy knows what he's talking about. Super humble, super great. Have you again. Shoulder tap coming up next. We got Mick and Jack in the house. Do I have that right? Is it Mick and Jack? It is Mick and Jack in the house. Mick and Jack coming up next. Shoulder tap. Let's get it.
Hey, Hoag here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on TopstepX charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Good afternoon, party people of the summer and the traders. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Mick. This is the shoulder tap where we will dish out some high fives and some perhaps very low fives. I don't know what's on the docket yet here. But Mick, how are you doing first off? Fully recovered?
Pretty good. Yeah, fully recovered. I'm all good. Back to business. There's a lot of business to be done. So thanks for asking. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Looking forward to next Friday. Glad you can make it. But before then, how are funded traders doing today?
Well, it's an exciting day today. You know, any day we've got a range day. We tend to see traders, putting up big numbers, and then we have people that kind of try and fade any moves today. We got the upside move, Nasdaq leading the way to the top. We've got a name everybody's probably a little familiar with, Chung. Chung is up $34,000 right now. He's been riding out a trade, decent size on it. When I was getting my cards ready for the segment, he was up 23 grand. Now he's up 34 grand. So we've got him. A couple other notable P&Ls. We've got Pastor, who I'll be talking about. He's up 3,700 today. Walter up 3,100. We've got Peter 3,200. Matthew kind of crept in there from a low P&L today to now being second on the boards with 8,900 in profits. Landon 2,400, and last I looked, Hogue was up 2,500. Happy he had a good day before he peeled off. I know he wasn't feeling too well, so it's there's a lot of good numbers up there on the board today. But like I said, anytime we have these trending days or a wide range move, we've got some people that catch the right side of it, and then we've got other people that are trying to pick tops, bottoms, and continuing to do their intraday stuff as opposed to setting something, riding it out, and catching a piece of the trend for the day. But it's always the traders that stick to their bias convictions and ride out a trade that are going to be the ones that have that P&L that's notable that get shared on here for nice profits on the day, Jack.
Yeah, shout out to Hogue. The 2.5K will make you feel a little better. I don't know if you're watching this morning, Mick, but that was Hogue as the house account in that case. So a group trade there. With that, we have a couple of cards today. If there's time left over, we can answer some questions from the chat or just BS about stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah.
You want to stick around. So what do we got here, Mick?
Nothing but good stuff. All right, let's pull up the card for El Pastor. Pastor. He's in a live account, 100K. And I wanted to start out, we had some good trading that we talked about yesterday. This is a true shoulder tap here, Jack. The card is not pretty. The trading has not been pretty. And Pastor's still in good shape in this account because we transferred him over with a very healthy account balance from XFA to live. But I wanted to just highlight him and talk a little bit about, what some traders might not want to be doing or shouldn't be doing when it comes to a live account and you see early trading activity. Today's 8 for Pastor. So these metrics that we have on the card here are for the first 7 days of their trading activity. And, it's not too pretty. And I'm not here to bash him, but I'm here to, make an example of him and show for some of the other traders. If you fall into any trading statistics like this, or if you're starting early, and heck, even if it's a trading combine, not a funded level account, whether you're an XFA or live, this is a good card to look at to give you an idea of where you may want to be pumping the brakes and adjustments that you may want to be making in your account. So Pastor is a new member. He's been with us since March of this year. Average daily P&L. He's losing on average $1,660 per day, and that's over his first 7 days in the account. 14% winning days. I think that translates to a single winning day, which was about $570. One winning day out of 7. Actually, one winning day out of 8, because today's day 8 and he's down money again today. Or excuse me, no, he's not. He's up 3,700 today, which I'm very happy about. Pardon me. Sorry, Pastor. But only one winning day to date thus far. $570 winning day. And he's in the 100K account, so he's got that $2,000 daily loss limit, which on every single one of his other losing days, he's hit. And, so his average losing days minus $2,030. Worst day, about $2,100. Jackie's trading. He's a busy boy. He's trading a lot. 27 trades per day with a risk reward of 1-to-1. Trading short time frame, only looking to take $180 out of these trades while he's risking about 185. So we're 1-to-1 there. Actually, he's got some decent hold times on these trades, but I think that's largely influenced by some of the micros trading that he's been doing. For those of you out there that are new to this or you've been watching, I don't really comment on the micros trades. Those contracts are too small to me. They're not really worth it. I'm going to focus on the minis or any of the other standard contract sizes. But decent hold times. But for the most part, he's trading on relatively a short time frame. When I say decent hold times, it's really referring to spending more time in the winning trades than in the losing trades. But it's that in and of itself is not enough to make you profitable. So he's been getting kicked around a little bit. And, I think this is a bit of a shoulder tap or an intervention for him, Pastor. Very happy that you're up $3,700 today. I actually talked to the risk guys and said, we need to call him. We need to lock this in. And they called him and they put some limitations on where being up $3,700, if he gives back $1,500 of that $3,700, we're locking him out for the remainder of the day. We need to have him, lock in at least $2,500 on the day, or roughly 2/3 of today's profit. That's good money management. He needs to lock in a big winner, make up for these losing days. Because it's been kind of right out of the gates, loss on a daily basis. And, right now, like I said, he's still in good shape, but this is where we need to be, taking a time for self-reflection and look at, what's been going on. I need to slow down. I need to stop doing what I'm doing. And just because he's got still has a nice, healthy account balance doesn't mean that, he's in a position to go in and lose $2,000 a day. So,
yeah, there's some interesting things here. As Eddie reminds us in the chat, Bostic is blasting in 5 minutes. Granted, this is only a 7-day sample size, but there are some things, I think, actionable things here. I mean, Pastor he's obviously up today, and it's good that he's quitting it. But on the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, on the first 6 days of the account, hit the $2,000 loss limit 6 straight times. This is something we commonly talk about that should not happen. They would never let you do that at a professional prop firm. Is that should be going down, right? If you hit your loss limit, you shouldn't hit that loss limit the next day. You certainly shouldn't hit it a third time. You got to be lowering that. I would like to see how much he's willing to lose, much lower. The other kind of kick in the pants is it just seems that he doesn't get quitting when the quitting's good. So we mentioned 6 of these 7 days are daily loss limits. Check this stat out. All right. On those 6 days, only one of them was his P&L high when he was flat negative. All right. So he was up and flat 1,400, 900, 2,000, 600, 680. And on each of those days, hit the loss limit, right? Especially with that 1,400 one, your loss limit is there for a reason. And if you're up $1,400 and something like this, you should not then say, okay, well, now I have $3,500 to lose and do it. You got to lock at least some of that in. So my advice would be definitely do not give back what you're making today. Take some of that. You got to get some of those winning days. But also, until you start doing better, don't just take that 2K for granted. I mean, your account will last much longer. Just drop it to drop it to 1,500, drop it to 1,000. And then if you do better, bring it back up. But don't lose the loss limit 6 times in a row.
Yeah, speaking
and
of
if you
that,
d-
Jack,
Yeah, I was going to say
sorry,
the last thing
continue.
is, and if you do that, which I have not seen here yet, and granted it's 7, you got to be someone that is making a massive amount of money. If you're going to lose like that, you got to be one of those people that's making like 40 grand on the days when you hit. And we haven't seen it yet, but small sample size.
Yeah, there's some math we could do here too, because I knew you'd be commenting on the P&L highs for the day. I mean, we're seeing $3,400 swing on day one from P&L high, $3,000 swing day two, $3,900 swing day three. Day four is the one where he started off down money out of the gates, but every one of these days, $2,600 swing on day five. Day six, $2,700 swing, so on and so forth. If now, of those 6 winners, 4 of them, even if they just kept half of what their P&L high was on the day, those days, their P&L high would be greater than what their best winning day of $570 was. So that's also something to keep in mind. You know,
Yeah.
if you can
absolutely.
lock in only half of your profits on a day and it's bigger than your best winning day, you should probably be locking in those profits. I think that, seeing someone who's up money at one point during the day and then ends the day at their daily loss limit, I think it's an overtrading thing. I mentioned that they're doing a lot of trades per day, average 27 trades per day. If you are long and short throughout, the day, trying to, peg and pin the pivots and the gyrations and the price bar overlap, like this could be a real reality for a lot of traders. As a matter of fact, I know on the retail side of things for newer traders, this is a real reality. It's you're up, you think that you continue seeing, more trade setups and you take them and you forget about the money management. You're in there doing what you want to do, and that's taking risk to make more profits, but you're missing the bigger picture. And goal number one is the capital preservation. Capital preservation applies to, P&L highs on the day, account balance highs, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot that could be done better here. And again, the store has got a very healthy account balance, but we can't see $2,000 losses on a daily basis. Jack talked about it. You don't really want to hit your daily loss limit 2 days in a row. You shouldn't be. And I'll go a step further. If you have 2 back-to-back, really more so realistically, like if you have 3 back-to-back losing days, it should be an indication that your strategy is not working in the current market environment. But if you're taking 27 trades in a day, I'd be questioning, what is your strategy? Are you implementing, one single strategy where you're trying to, take the same setup throughout the day over and over and over again?
Mhm.
Maybe you see 27 trades if you're looking at a 1-minute chart, but if you're looking at anything other than a 1-minute chart or a short time frame, you are not seeing 27 trades in a day. And you should probably not be implementing multiple strategies if you have those strategies throughout the day. So, Jack, as far as time of day goes for someone who's trading the equities, I have a pretty strong opinion about when participation is good and when it's good for, us or anybody to participate for that matter. What would you suggest time window, in central time? When's the best time of day for equity indices traders to be trading?
The morning.
I agree. I would say
Yeah.
7 a.m. Central Time to 11 a.m. Central Time. And I say that time window because that's when the volume and participation there is. I think, even though stock equities, stock market opens up at 8:30 Central Time, the volume starts coming in at 7. And I always, in the past when I was trading full time, for a living, 7 a.m. was kind of my reading. Where are we at off the 7 a.m. number when all the participation and volume starts coming in? And then, as far as 11 a.m. Central Time goes, that's when you start to see volume die off a little bit. You have all the traders in New York. It's 12 o'clock there. It's lunchtime. They're leaving the desk. They've probably done quite a bit of their business already for the day. and it's lunchtime. And then you have the people in Chicago that are, also they've done a lot of their business for the day and they're getting ready to go to lunch. So, for these big players, funds, institutions, all that stuff, that they really, they do business throughout the day, but they do a lot of their business early on in the day. And it's those large participants that are actually doing the size and volume and the aggressors to, drive prices up or drive prices down. It's not the retail trading that is doing that. So we as retail traders, the small fish in the sea, want to ride on the coattails of the big boys and girls by, making good assumptions as far as price direction, and then, seeing where those bigger players can push this market or these markets. So I think that's kind of enough on Pastor and trading, but
we'll take a look at the next card. Just want to say the stock indices continue to push higher here. We're almost back to we're getting close to where we opened on the Friday when the world was ending through that weekend. So we'll see if we close that. Let's go to the next card in the meantime. Who do we have here? I think it's a familiar name.
Yeah, it is. Eddie S. is who I want to talk about now. And I wanted to talk about Eddie because he's just been doing really well. He's been in this live account for 108 trading days. And look at that average daily P&L. Average daily P&L, that's every single day that he trades. That's what it's panning out to. So you multiply 368 net P&L times 108 days, and that's what you've got for his profitability. And he's close to home here, Jack, trading out of Zionsville, Indiana. He's a really good example of how you don't have to be right more than half the time to be really profitable. Only 41% winning days and only 44% winning trades, but those average winning days are double what the average losing day is. His best day is, many multiples of what his worst day is. And on a per trade basis, the risk reward is only 1-to-1 here on a per contract basis. But obviously there's anomalies to that. That's the average over time. Those big winning days that he's had, certainly, those metrics are more favorable. But this is also something surprising here is just like we were talking about with Pastor, he's making a lot of trades per day. It's 32 trades. Now, I will say that I know firmly that many of these trades that register on the trade report, they're actually scaling into larger position size, add a contract, add a contract, add a contract. So the way that breaks down in the trade report in many cases is those trades are individual trades. They're registered as individual trades that make up a larger position size as opposed to one lot trades.
There's a lot to love on this card. Also pointing out, we will, when you're in a live account, expand your P&L if you need it. So it looks like he's had it expanded to a 2K loss limit. And, with a max of 5 contracts, that's, 5 contracts you can do plenty of damage with.
Yeah.
I have an idea. I think we should start giving out awards, Mick, for anybody that achieves an account balance in their funded account, in an account that is higher than the name of the account. Because Eddie has done that, has a balance above 50K. If you do 50K in a 50K account, or 100K in a 100K, or 150 in a 150K, you should get some sort of special, I don't know, plaque, car. I don't know, but we should talk to Michael about that because you don't see that very often.
I think he'd be on board with that too. I also like, the idea of giving some award or accreditation for, number of days in the live account. 108 days. It's a long period of time. And he's been with us since January of 2020. So he's been around for a while. Obviously, has groomed his skills here at Topstep, and, he's doing well. Speaking of doing well, Eddie, if you're watching, I see you took a $5,000 payout on this account. I would like to see payouts a little bit more regularly. They don't have to be large percentages. What's that account balance is around 50 grand, 55 grand. Yeah, he's at like 56 grand. Doesn't have to be a big chunk, but take 1,000 here, take 1,000 there. I've always said on this show and believed, in real life too, that taking payouts on a regular basis does make you better with your money management when you start thinking about, the concept of not only adding to that number on a computer screen, which I had issues with early on. It was just a virtual number on a computer screen. I didn't treat it as a tangible account balance or a tangible P&L. I'm up 1,000. 1,000 on a screen is a little different than 1,000 in your pocket. So those payouts can help with that. They helped me a lot with money management. Not that he has any problems with that, but I would like to see, hey, even if it's every 2 weeks, Eddie, take 500 or something like that out. It's not a lot. It's a very small percentage. Traders, when it comes to taking payouts too, and excuse me, like you mentioned, Eddie, we expanded his daily loss limit from 1,000 up to 2,000. If you're willing to risk 2,000 on any given trading day, you should be willing to take a $500 payout every so often. So I can't emphasize or stress enough on how important that is for our traders to regularly be taking payouts, even if it's $100. There's a number of things you could do with $100. Do it.
Yes.
Do it.
108 days, 50,000 is awesome. The one, once again, the small thing I would add is with the two, I see a little bit in these last couple days of bigger swings than you probably want with that loss limit. I see a day that was flat up 8K and then hit the loss limit, 5K, hit the loss limit. Yeah, I think if you get up, only you can decide some multiple of your P&L, but if you're up 10K with a 2K loss limit, you probably want to keep half of that. But you know what? You do you, because you've traded 108 days and made $50,000. So that's all good.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, I really dislike that one day you just mentioned up 8,000 and then ended it down 2,000. That's a really big swing. And that's a lot of P&L to, not lock in a certain percentage of it. Obviously, they had
20% of the whole account, right? Like that's too big a swing to take. We're not even talking about daily loss limit. That's 20% of $50,000. Too big. Too big a swing.
Too big a swing to take. I can't say, what they had their eyes set on that day. But I can say, for someone who has a $10,000 swing like that, not locking in the profits, that's a bad thing. However, there are a number of 5-figure winning days that, a couple of which had followed that day. $13,000, $11,500. So they have the ability to put up big winning days like that. Granted, that's not, where they're normally at. That's quite a bit higher than the average winning day of $3,400. But this is all good stuff here. Nobody's perfect, so we can talk about that $10,000 swing going from up 8,000 to down 2,000 and not locking it in. But overall, the long-term profitability here is something that is really impressive and something to showcase. I'll tell you, for someone, just yesterday we had a couple people where I think that the net P&L jack or the average P&L was like in the $3,800 range, $4,600 range, meaning every single day winning and losing. That's what they were taking down. That's tough to maintain. I'm less impressed with that over a short period of time, far less impressed with those kind of metrics over a short period of time than I am impressed with what we're seeing here on Eddie's. Over 100 days, averaging just about $400 a day. That's really, really good. And, as we talk about, long-term profitability is something that you can scale. You want to weed out those $10,000 swings that Jack just brought up, but you can certainly scale this type of activity to, and if we were scaling, which I know he is doing a little bit of scaling, we could be talking about $800 a day for the net P&L. And instead of us talking about a $56,000 balance, we got another 100K club guy. So shout out to him. Really good stuff. Happy he's on the prop firm with us.
Excellent stuff. Great job, Eddie. We're out of time here. Mick, we can talk about, people are asking about caps in the XFA. We don't have time to talk about that right now, but we can do it someday this week. With that, stick around because right after this, we have group coaching with Hogue and JD. Hogue is fighting through it. This is his Jordan flu game. You won't want to miss it. So, Mick, thanks again. We'll see you guys right after this break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders sticking around. Thank you for sticking around. You made it to that most important time of day. It is group coaching time. This is the segment where we take your questions and we answer them live. We take your trader questions and Hogue and I will answer them live here on Topstep TV for you. We had that form pinned in the chat for a while. It's still pinned there right now. I wouldn't recommend putting any questions in there right now. We've got quite a few to run through. We probably won't get through them all. We do apologize if you submitted a question and we did not get to it. Maybe we'll get to it later in the week, though. Hogue, you got some rest today? You feeling a little better? Sprightly? Ready to go for a jog?
No, I don't think I'm going for a jog, but yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit better. Thanks, JD. Yeah. It's
you got it, man.
It's one of those mornings, man.
Everybody gets a day, right?
Yeah.
We need our rest. That's no doubt about that. All right, let's. You feeling good? You want to dive into some questions? Want to get right to it?
Absolutely, JD. How are you feeling today? You doing all right?
I'm feeling great. Yeah.
Awesome.
Spent a little time on the fast markets. A lot of stuff going on behind the scenes today. So yeah, it's been a busy morning, but the markets are there for us. The markets wait for no man, right?
That's right, and they are always there.
Well, let's dive in. Cannonball time. First question comes from Alberto. Alberto says, "Hi, Topstep team. I hope you are all doing well. I've been away from the channel for the past week, and I was hoping you could clarify something for me. Could you please explain what the 5% level on Hogue's screen means, and what happens if we reach that level? Does it relate to the price limit? Also, are we still able to continue trading if we reach that level?" The 5% that you have marked on, is that 5% from the all-time high? Is that what you marked earlier today?
Yes. So
5% back on the all-time high.
Yeah. So whenever we're facing some kind of pullback, some sort of major pullback, and I don't know if you would call this recent pullback major, but whenever we start pulling back, I'll take the all-time high, and I'll calculate what is 5% off the all-time high, what is 10% off the all-time high, and what is 15% off the all-time high. I really hope that we don't have to get to the 20 or 25 or 30% off the all-time high, but it does happen. So I've never read a book on this. I've never had anybody tell me this, but I've noticed over my experience in trading that those percentage levels off the all-time high are viewed by a lot of traders, a lot of longer time frame traders. So when we started pulling off these highs, Alberto, I said, all right, I'm going to put my percentages on there, 5%, 10%, 15%. And here's what happens. With all the people, with all these longer time frame traders paying attention to these percentage levels off the all-time high, quite often we'll get a bounce off of them, or it will support price for a period of time. And once that next one broke, where did we go to? We went to 10% off the all-time high. Now, these are all ranges. There's nothing finite in futures trading, but the last Monday we looked below that 10%. The market opened right on that 10% and rallied the rest of the day. So these are just levels, visual levels that I've noticed in time that longer time frame traders are kind of focusing on them. Take a look at it on the NASDAQ. We were in fast markets when we hit that 10% off the all-time high. And I basically said, now watch, because we're not the only ones watching this. And it was a really decent pullback off of that level, basically for the rest of the day. So now you can see, here's the all-time high, here's 5%. It traded right to it. It centered a little bit on it and then drove right to the 10%. We had a nice little pop off of it. Once we broke, we went through the 15% off the all-time high. That was last Monday when a whole world was saying, "Oh my gosh, it's going to zero, sell everything." Oh my goodness, market always tends to look the worst at the bottom. But once we got back above that 15% level, look what happened. It became somewhat supportive again. Supportive here on the 7th, looked below it, and then finished with a really strong up day. This excess below that level looks like some pretty decent excess, and that's where auctions die. Auctions die in excess. We don't have excess at the high. I'm fully expecting us to put in new all-time highs. I don't know when, but this excess low suggests that price got too cheap. Buyers came in and started, picking up bargains. And that was kind of something that we were talking about on the opening call this morning. Was Bank of America said there were $6 billion waiting for this pullback, and a lot of institutional traders started buying at these levels, and we're starting to see those buyers continue to get paid. So for now, this is a pretty solid low here. Now, of course, we know that there's all kinds of things that can go wrong, politics, geopolitical stuff. But as long as there's no bad news, I'm looking for these markets to continue this push to the upside. So the percentages are not based off of whether you can continue to trade that day. That is a single day type of situation. Like, if we put in the all-time high and the next day we drop 5% before the open, well, then you're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to wait until either we come back above that 5% level, or if we were to lock down at 7% and then open to 13%, those are pretty scary days. You don't really want to be trading on those days. But these are based off of levels that longer time frame, institutional traders, bank traders, fund traders, they all have those percentages on their charts, and they are looking at them. So that's what makes them important. It's a really great question, Alberto, and thank you for sending it in.
Here's a subjective follow-up for you. This next question is really a matter of opinion, I might say. But at what point, how far does a market have to move away from a high or a low before you could actually call it a reversal or a change in trend? What percentage of a move would it take? Is it 15%, 20%, 25%? I know a lot of hedge funds operate off of the 20% number, but I mean, it could be different in every market, right?
Okay. So, I mean, we're looking for reversal signals, right? Well, in the NASDAQ, this is a bearish engulfing pattern like none I've ever seen. This is a potential reversal pattern. So that could be enough to say, okay, you know what? Maybe the high is going to be in for a while, and we're starting, and we might see this market pull back. Check me if I'm wrong, JD, but I think the basic rule of thumb is below 15% off the all-time high creates a bear market.
15%. Yep. Some people in chat saying 20%. Yeah. I guess it depends on
subjective,
what market
as you
you're
said.
looking at. Yeah, super subjective.
Yes.
Yep. We could all be looking at the same thing and have completely different opinions on it. But yeah, I would say somewhere in the 15 to 20% range. I'd officially call it a reversal.
There's always people looking for the death cross, right? The 50 session moving average on the daily chart moving below the 200 session moving average. Well, when we look at these markets, we're a long way from that. Let me get these moving averages up there. So, here's the 50, here's the 200 session. We're going to have to go a lot lower for a lot longer for any kind of death cross to come into this. By that time, we might be done with a bear market if that's the way it's going to happen.
Maybe we can get the interns over at Hindsight Capital to figure out what our P&L would be if we had bought every dip in the S&P 500 in the last 50 years. That would be an interesting number to see. All right. Thanks for the question, Alberto. Let's move on to Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, hello, Hogue and JD. I have a question regarding delta by volume. Suppose on a 1 minute time frame, price makes a big green candle, but its net delta makes a big red candle. So how is price able to do that even if sell orders were more than buy orders? I've heard that buyers were strong enough to overcome sellers, but if your buying volume is less than selling volume, shouldn't price go lower? Thank you. Does that make sense? So
yes,
big green candle on negative delta. How does that happen?
Okay. So thinking about what delta is a simple equation that says any contracts that trade on the offer are positive delta. any contracts that trade on the bid are negative delta. So when we're seeing price moving higher against more aggressive, bigger sell volume delta, that is basically saying that there is a presence in the marketplace that is just placing bids, absorbing everything that these market order sellers can sell them, and then they're moving those bids up, and they're attracting more shorter time frame, weaker hands market order sellers to sell into those bids. And then they move those bids up, and then they attract more sellers trying to sell into this, trying to make price go lower, trying to profit from a move to the downside. So what you're seeing there, Jayhawk, the way it reads to me is a classic delta divergence where price moves opposite the more aggressive traders. By more aggressive, we're seeing price rising as delta increases in negativity. That's saying that those sellers that are selling into those bids are aggressive, but the buyers are holding those levels, and then they may move those bids up, and then you may see more selling come in. Well, if they like selling them down here, they'll love selling them up here, and they sell more. And then once they kind of exhaust it, and the buyers can't get any more bought there, then they move those bids up, and the aggressive sellers come back into the market, and they end up. When we think about it, the longer time frame buyer that is present in a market like that probably has a lot of buying that they have to get accomplished. They're not buying it from other institutions; they're buying it from us. And when we get the short time frame traders too short and the market moving against them, what tends to happen? That's when we tend to get that short squeeze at the end of the day. All of those shorter time frame traders that are holding shorts in bad positions, they have to get out, and they're typically, sometimes, not all the time, typically by the end of the day, they're going to run and turn tail, and they're going to turn buyers, and they're just going to they're going to end up actually pushing the position or the price action in the favor of the longer time frame buyers who they just accumulated all these longs from all of us short time frame traders. Make sense?
Makes sense to me. We got some nice movement in the equities right now. Big red volume bar heading down. Looks like that rubber band just got stretched a little too tight, and we're snapping back a bit. Back below weekly kickoff high in the ES, trading at 54.37.5 now. Got a nice 60-point break in the NASDAQ, currently trading at 19.028 in the orders.
Yeah, that's the biggest break
to
we've seen since
report.
we got long down there.
Yeah, just a nice, as Rips would put it, a nice flush of Cedo heading into the last 2 hours of the day.
So Bostic is talking.
Well, we got a dog in the office. Reva saying hello to everybody.
Hello. So Bostic is saying, I'm willing to wait for the first rate cut, but it is coming. Would be really bad if we cut rates and then had to raise them again. Oh, geez. Don't threaten us,
I think
Bostic.
that's rate cuts already been priced into the market as far as everybody knows. Just looking at the CME Fed Watch tool, there's, I think, a 99.6%. There are very few doubters for the price cut coming in the next Fed meeting. And as Rips stated earlier today, this is the last Fed meeting before the last voting meeting before the presidential election. So this is a pretty important time right now. Pay attention to what these Fed speakers are talking about. All right, next up, let's move on to Steven. Steven has a very good question here, Hogue. I've been thinking about this one. Well, I started thinking about it when we started that last question, and I still don't know where to start, but I'm going to read the question anyway. Steven wants to know, as a beginning trader, what can I learn from my losing days? What are the lessons we learn as new traders from our losing days? I think it's important to note that one losing day, one bad day does not make you a bad trader. And if you're just getting started, if you spend time building a strategy, don't let that strategy go just yet. Give it some time to play out and make adjustments on it. But Hogan, your experience, when you were first starting out, I guess we could say, what were the biggest lessons that you learned from your early losing days as a trader?
Well, the first one is learn how to take a loss, right? We're never going to be perfect. We're never going to be right all the time. And a lot of the old timers on the floor, it was the first thing they said to me was, "Hey, congratulations. Make sure you learn how to take a loss." And I was like, "That's preposterous. I'm not here to take losses. I'm here to make money." So, but it didn't take too long. You have a couple of losers and a couple of big losers, and then you figure out, and I think I know what they meant. I've got to understand when I'm wrong, and I've got to learn to get out of it and accept it. But you're going to learn more from losing trades and losing days than you are from winning days. Winning days and winning trades are just supposed to happen, right? It's when you have a losing day or a losing trade where you want to look back. You want to look back at your charts. You want to look back not only in your charts, what was going on inside of you. That's why journaling is so important, Stephen. If you're going to be learning how to trade, it's as much about understanding yourself as it is about understanding markets. And there is no end to the amount that you can learn about either of them. So you have a losing day. Look back and say, okay, what might I have missed? Or what might I have ignored to have a better probability of a better outcome of today? Maybe that better outcome was just a smaller losing day. Maybe that outcome would have been an understanding that, I had a bias to the short side that day. The market was saying everything was the opposite of my bias, but I stuck to it. So, there's thousands of lessons that you're going to be learning as a trader, Stephen. Keep them cheap. And as JD said, if you're putting together a strategy and you're using, tools that you've learned or that somebody has taught you, it takes a lot of time to learn how to use those tools in your favor and to be able to even put your mental capital behind it. You get a strategy. Yeah, I could hand you a strategy, Stephen, that I would, if I could tell you that it would be a strategy that would pay you for a long period of time if you followed it exactly. You're not going to follow it exactly. You're going to follow it differently than I did, or that JD would, or anybody else would, because you have your own belief system, your own motivations, your own fears, your own egos, your own greed. All of that kind of falls into it. But once you learn how to learn from these things and become almost a little bit more mechanical, I firmly believe that being a successful trader is as much about being an artist as it is a technician. But there's always something to learn from losing trades. There's always something to learn from losing days. Look back and say, okay, I know what happened that day. What might I have missed that would have provided a better outcome for me? Even if it was, well, I had this bias and it wasn't working, but instead of stopping down $300, I tried to push it and I ended up losing $2,000. That is something you can learn from a day like that. The bias the bias that you have is not proving to be right. Cut it off. Go take a walk. Go pet the dog. Have a glass of milk. Have a ham sandwich, or something, and then you come back and try and get on the right side. But there is so many things that we can learn from losing and winning days. Don't forget to check out those winning days too. What did I do right? What could I have done better? Where were the trip ups that could have wrecked that day? And keep note of them. Think about them and learn from everything. Great question, Stephen. We could do an entire day's session about all of this. And, these are all things that we will be, I'm sure, kind of creating more and more content in and around. Great question.
Yeah. And also, just to follow up on that, this is also one of the great things about places like Topstep. This is why we created Topstep in the first place, to give you a place to hone your skills, test your strategies in a sim environment with real-time market data in a risk-free environment. You're not putting up your own trading capital to test your trading strategies here. You're learning on the cheap what normally would be very expensive lessons just not that long ago, right, Hogue? The last 15 years.
Absolutely. You know, and JD, you and I had to learn it twice.
Places like Topstep did not exist when Hogue was getting started, not even when I was getting started. It's a different world right now. So, yeah, take advantage of what is available to you here. And we implore you to do that. We offer a lot of the stuff for free, too. TopstepTV is completely free to you. Our website, our help center, everything, our YouTube channel. There's just all kinds of trading education available to you at no cost to you. So take advantage of it. All right. We got time for one more, I think. Josh says, there should be a quick one. Can you go over the daily bulletin for the CME? I'm trying to track open interest, but there's just so much on there. Can you simplify it?
Of course.
There's a couple ways to do that. You can go straight to the website and just look up your favorite product of choice and get the open interest without having to dig through that whole or trying to scroll through that entire daily bulletin to get to your market. So there's a couple different ways to do it. But Hogue, what's your take on just finding?
I always do things the things the complicated way. So I just put the link in for the market data. That's the bulletin. This is what's going to come up. If I can grab it here, where is the tab? There it is. So I'm going to grab this, and this is what's going to come up, right? And yes, it is a little bit confusing. So let's just go with equities, right? So we got energies. You'd find crude oil there. You got metals. You'd find gold there, of course. You got all the FX currencies. You got all that stuff. And this is where I find this information. So I'm going to click on equity and index futures. I always have to make it much bigger so that my old eyes can see it. And now we've got yesterday's information, Monday, August the 12th. At E-mini S&P 500 futures. It's the pit high, pit low. I don't look at any of this. Settlement price, of course, settlement price is something that I populate on my charts all the time. Volume and open interest. I choose to use the total volume and open interest. So the total volume in all of the contract months of the S&Ps yesterday was 1,217,499. Open interest, 2,886,114. The open interest was considerably smaller than I believe was quoted this morning. They said it was plus 2,500. It's a little bit less than that. That is the actual total number of open interest change between Friday and Monday. So that's really all I'm looking for. Here's the NASDAQ S&P or September 2024. There's the settlement price. There's the net change. There's total volume and total open interest. Why do I look at totals? Well, when we're looking at a contract like crude oil, look at all the open interest way out into the future. I mean, it's in rollover now. The open interest is already greater in October and the December contract than it is in the September contract, which is the current front month. So if we're going to be looking at that, well, we're trading September, so I want the settlement price and the net change. But I also want to keep track of the total volume over all of the contracts because this is a very deep contract. I mean, we're looking at, June 2028, and we've got 2,300 or 23,850 in open interest already. So that's why I'm collecting the total. We added 21,931 on Friday, but remember a lot of that's rollover. So you're seeing the open interest in the September contract dropping while it's increasing in future months. And that's what makes it so difficult, particularly in markets that have this many contract months to gauge, direction and volume and open interest because there's so many contracts into the future. If you look at gold, gold is pretty much going to be just mostly the December contract. But I still like to collect all the information. So there's the December contract, 167,392. All of the other months may add up to another 10 to 20,000, but I'm watching the total delta, total open interest. That was the volume. Open interest, we're looking at, just short of 400,000 in the front month, maybe adding another 30, 50, 40,000 in the other months. That's why I'm keeping track of the total open interest and the total net change, because the vast majority of the open interest is going to be changing in the December, which is considered the front month in December right now. Hope that helps. It's a lot, you know. All right. Maybe we lost JD. Here's a
No,
little
it's
dad
me, James. I accidentally kicked him coming in, but go ahead, Hogue. Take us home.
Okay. All right. Well, Dad's, wisdom was, hey, you're never going to buy the low. You're never going to sell the high. If you do, it's dumb luck. Just remember, bulls make money, bears make money, hogs and pigs get slaughtered. Just be happy getting your bite out of the middle. Something that I know Mick says quite a bit. That's also one of the dad wisdoms I'm sure he was taught. And my dad gave me the same lesson. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, James. Thank you, JD. Thanks to everybody. I'm going to go back and rest for a little bit.
I made it back too, Hogue. I got booted out of VX
All right.
somehow.
All right.
All right, folks. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We are going to be right back with Back to the Futures with Andre, Jack, and Mohammed A. Mohammed A., he's a fan favorite. He's coming back for Back to the Futures. Then we're closing out the day in power with Andre, Dolby, Austin Silver's here, and Hogue is coming back. Hogue, get some rest. We'll see you in a little bit. Taking a few seconds. We'll be right back, folks.
Yes. It is everyone's favorite. He is back, joining us live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The man in the middle, Mohammed, joined by my partner Jack over there. Mohammed, what is happening, my friend? How are things going?
Things are perfect, getting better actually in results and trying to keep up.
Keep up. How are you keeping up? Are you keeping up well, or still got some more keeping up to do, Mohammed?
Being more consistent, being more able to quit the day on my decision, not market decision, not DLL.
Excellent.
So,
okay,
and
Mohammed,
this
what
is
would
very
be
hard to do.
Yes,
Yeah, it's very hard to do sometimes. I told my student that if you are stopping trading only if you hit your DLL or time's up, that means you don't own your decision to stop. So you have to learn how to stop trading.
Always a good idea.
Yes, indeed. Jack, welcome to Back to the Futures with Mohammed. Jack, I see you have entered a trade. Please tell us about it.
Short 2 MES to start here. We've kind of, if I go way back, let me go to like an hour chart. We're right off of Hoag's weekly kickoff high. Plus, we're kind of back to this range over here before the big sell-off. We got some consolidation up here. I am fine holding this for a little bit. Low risk trading, some trading the micros, and we will see how that goes. 42% long, so Tilt somewhat agrees with me.
Excellent. Okay. Mohammed, have you taken any trades today? If so, tell us about them.
Actually, I like JD trade if we are in a different day, because today I define it as runaway day. It's a day that you should remove the sell button from your keyboard, from your hotkey.
Jack,
if you want to sell, not today, because it's maybe you're right. Actually, I said this is the right reversal pattern I see from the beginning of the day. If we are in a normal day, I would be glad to take this short with you, because when you go to this time frame, which is 2000 time frame in micro Nasdaq, we already broke down the last low made the last high, or the highest high, and we are already on it right now at this level. If you can switch my screen, you can see here, this is the last low that made the highest high. And
what's that price?
That price was 1955, maybe. 1955. So that low has been tested here, and well broken in this flush here. But because today is a runaway day, as you can see, it's never made lower low. We keep doing higher high. Just now, we made this lower low. So maybe the market for the whole day only waits for this dip to happen. This is maybe the maximum correction that we see today, except that one in the beginning of the day. So maybe this is another try for buyers to at least make a double bottom over here. Hopefully that JD stop will survive, so we both can make money.
That sounds good to us. I'll tell you that. And short from 46, 2 micros.
Yeah, I'm long from 10 micros from 1937.
19037. Long 10 micro Nasdaq and Q. Great, got that.
And we are in the middle. We are in the middle of this range. Maybe we'll find some resistance here around 1975, 75-ish. At this level, it could hold. If this hold, that will be, a nice signal to sell again. I'm saying that even if I'm long, because whenever you take a trade, you have to think about the other side, how they are thinking, what they are waiting for.
So there's a little bit
Yes.
of vacuuming going on here. It'll be gone soon, but I'll use the mute when I'm not on.
Excellent. Okay, so Mohammed's
Good to
long
have
from
clean
30.
floors.
Very important. First thing people look at when you walk into this place is the floors, believe it or not.
Yeah.
So Mohammed agrees. Nice long from
Yeah,
37 in the NQ. Jack short from 46 in the micro ES. Take a look.
I will take some profit around 1975 because this area is this is the middle of an obvious range because a lot of volume I can imagine in this area. So it would be a good idea to take some profit over here, and then I will have zero risk trade at my break even.
Excellent. Mohammed, in the chat, they want to know why were you long there? Why were you long from 37? Please explain that one more time.
Yeah. Okay. As I said, today is a buying day. Try to find a good reversal or a good correction, and you hop in whenever you see a correction. I mean, this one. Whenever we have a strong dip like this for me is a short. I mean, is a cheap trade. I'm looking to the high. You can see my risk to reward is higher than my reward is higher than the risk. So it is a cheap trade. I took it exactly after this green candle. We have a correction, pull back, go. This is why I took this long trade. If I am in a normal day or range day or multi-direction day, I will never took this trade. Actually, I will wait to sell here because, as I said, we break the last low that made the highest high. But today is a runaway day, so buyers are hungry to buy. A lot of people, they just keep watching the market going up without them. So this flush was the only opportunity for them to hop in with, as I said, a cheap trade. For me, it's a cheap trade because I will exit here because whenever they broke this, now we have a bear market.
Yes. So current trade, last trade in the NQ 19,069. Take a look at the Topstep daily levels. We are out of zone 4, working our way into zone 3. Zone 3 begins at 19,200. That's the daily average true range high, 19,200. Still got some work to do. When we got out of zone 4, got out 19,034 was the upper end of zone 4. So we're working away from zone 4 into zone 3 in the NQ. Taking a look at the ES. Last trade, 54.47. 447. We are in zone 6 still, coming up against the 4-hour supply at 54.48. So still at the upper end of zone 6 in the ES. Taking a look at the other markets. Bears in control in crude today. We've got about a $1.70 range today. Last trade, $78.44. Low of the day, $78.25. Gold still chilling above 2,500. Last trade, 2,507. So tight range in gold, about $17 range. High of the day, 2,515. Low of the day, 2,498. Again, last trade, 2,507. Right up against VWAP at 2,506. So keep an eye on that. Again, this is the lunch hour. We do have CPI tomorrow. I think we had PPI this morning. Came in a little bit better. Bostic comments did. Yes, the party. The Bostic headlines, I think we touched on them. We was speaking a little bit ago. Labor market can slow, but without considerable concern. Sounds like looking at the breadth of inflation, it has improved. So rate cuts still on for September. Look like 50-50 chance if it's going to be a 50-point cut, Jack, or are we looking at
as we speak. Yeah, but this is a very small trade. If it gets bigger, we could get something interesting. 54.5% for a 0.5% cut, 45.5 for a quarter, 100% chance basically of a cut. And you would expect that, depending, CPI could change that all tomorrow. But with the soft PPI print this morning, it'd be very surprising if that came out real hot.
Mm-hmm. Jack, what do you think they'll realistically do? Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball here. You think they're actually going to do the 50-point cut? That signal that signal there's something wrong in the economy. Would that be the message to the markets? Okay.
I think it'll depend. I mean, there's more data between now and then, and it depends on where the market is, right? There'll be another unemployment report before then. That'll tell us. I think after this CPI and the unemployment, I think the meeting's September 18th. We got plenty of data before then. So I would get, I mean, right now, a half seems completely reasonable given what's happening in the labor market and in the inflation readings.
Fair enough. Markets do want
just touch my target only for 2 ticks. Only 2 ticks to my target, 75. That's fine.
We'll see. Maybe
I have 0 risk.
Very good. Nice risk control there, Mohammed. Always covering your downside. Jack is short from 46. Last trade, 44 half. 43's print now.
We'll see here. We had this consolidation. I was interested to see what it did around the highs of the day in the ES. I would probably hold it a little longer than that. But right now, just chilling in this. I'm not trying to make a short trade here. Well, I'm trying to make a short trade, but not short time frame necessarily.
Yeah. You are short indeed. Short 2 guy. Seeing a bit more selling here in the NQ. Back to Mohammed's entry price. Okay. 37's traded there?
Yes, 37.75. 37.50.
Okay.
And that exactly was my entry. So now, should I think to sell? Not yet.
What price would we have to break beneath?
Yes.
Yes. What price would we like to see us break?
Below this low. If we see
price
below
is
this low, which is 1906.
Okay.
1906.
1906. What a year, Jack. 1906. What happened in 1906, Jack? Anything? It comes
Off the
to
top
mind.
of my head?
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
If you know what was happening in 1906, let us know in the comments.
Yes. Question here for Mohammed from, I believe it was Phoenix. Great band, by the way. I was just listening to one of their songs. Can you please ask Mohammed the difference between 2,000 ticks chart and the 5-minute chart? A chart looks kind of the same, but please explain, Mohammed, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. The tick chart is a chart that not dependent on the time. So in this chart, 2000, for example, each candle represents 2000 trade, 2000 transaction happen in the market, regardless of how much each transaction had. It could be 1 contract, it could be 10,000 contracts. How many transaction participated in this one? So in this 2000 tick, it could stay for 1 hour, it could stay 10 seconds. Depends on the velocity of transaction coming to the market. So when you say it is similar to the 5-minute, let's say 5-minute, it could be possible. Now it's a little bit different, but it could be possible that the average time for each candle here in the 2000 is a 5-minute. But if you go in the morning, for example, here, it will be totally different because the average time here might probably more than 5 minutes for each candle. So maybe because the average time here is around 5 minutes, it will be look similar to the 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm not against using time based frame. However, if you want to do it with a volume indicator. Any volume indicator, you have to have a meaning for each candle, because some candlestick has nothing, no movement, nothing happened during that candle. This is a false candle or misleading candle. Maybe it is big one, but there is no volume. But in the tick chart, you will never see a candle that doesn't have a meaning.
Yes, because business was conducted. That's how those ticks are created. Back to answer your question, Jack. 1906, the great earthquake in San Francisco happened in 1906. Jack, Mohammed, your favorite city, San Francisco? Yes, in the States.
Yep. Oh, you remember. Your mind is so good.
You remember? Yes, beautiful area. 1906, the great earthquake in San Francisco. So
yeah,
back
but that back in 2012. I don't know now.
It's very nice. I was out there around New Year's. Very, very nice. End his life adventure. San Francisco, nice.
The Golden Bridge. I love it. Golden Gate, I think. Maybe, yeah.
Golden, yes. Alcatraz. I'm sure you saw the prison out there in the bay. Oh yeah, absolutely. So not a whole lot going on right now. Again, update with the house account. House account up $2,700 today. Just a little 5 lot. Peeled off. Let a 1 lot run. It's like a 30 tick winner when it's all said and done. On that,
I'm again in another trade.
Okay.
19060.
10 micro.
10 micro, yeah, because we have this nice flush again here. They trap buyers taking the weak hands and gave me a nice strong green signal to go long. This is why. Again, I am in this zone, which is the, it could make some difficult time for buyers at this area.
Okay, Mohammed, long 10 micro NQ from 060.
Still chilling here. By the way, someone also mentioned that cornflakes were developed in 1906.
Thank you.
And
there
a
you
fun
go.
fact about cornflakes is, did you know, Andre, that they were invented partially as a way to, shall we say, keep young men from having impure thoughts?
Is that right?
You can look it up. I'm not sure how far I can go into this on the show, but apparently it was like, hey, if they just have some cornflakes,
they
won't be doing some other stuff.
That'll calm them down.
Calm them down. Nothing calms me down like a big bowl of cornflakes.
Cornflakes, yes, they are quite bland, if I remember correctly. They probably came out with Frosted Flakes. Yeah, Frosted Flakes after that. Tony the Tiger, of course, spiced up the cornflake. Sure. No, that's not true. Mixed beans. Nope. What's up, Mohammed?
Before I come today, I was thinking to provide, an idea about day types, because we all almost day trader. So I would talk about, especially today, because we have a runaway day today. So I would like to, if you allow me, to talk about this day types.
Please.
Yeah. Usually, we'll put white screen here. Usually, you have one of 2 days every day. Okay. Either a range day.
Hold on, your screen. Can we fix your screen? It's not coming through. There it is.
Yeah, it is a white screen. Come on.
Oh, very
It's
good.
a white
Yes.
screen. Yeah, I'm drawing.
Okay, let's go.
Here we go.
Yeah. Either it's a range day or trend day. Within a range day, you have either a regular range day, double bottom, double high, or rectangle day. So the market is consolidating, and this is obvious, it is consolidating some. In a trend day, the market could be going up or it could be going down. This is one case. The second case, the market goes down first, then goes up all the way, or the other way around. The market goes up, then it's going down all the way. This is directional day or reversal day. This is, it's somehow the table has been flipped on one participant in the market. So maybe it was a range and then it jumped. So the day has been changed early in the day. Okay. The other one is the multi direction day, where is the market going up and going down, going up, going down, without clear range. It's not a range. There is no range, just a miss in the market. So the market is moving within the short time frame only. So let's say yesterday, for example.
Yeah.
This is yesterday. So we have this day yesterday. Smaller. So before the opening of the market, which is 9:30 Eastern Central Time, you have to define that at this time, this thing doesn't happen yet. So you are actually here. Like this. So you are here at the opening. We have to define, I used to define the type of day at the opening of the market. What the market has done today since opening. We can see it went down, went up, and down again. So this is a range day. This is a typical range day. So in this type of day, you buy the low, you sell the high. If the market comes here, so you expect the market to go up. Okay, and definitely that's what happened. Okay, if it is up, now you look for a sell somehow.
Okay.
We have it. So this is one type of the day. Let's go to the day before.
Okay.
Okay, this is the day before. What is 9:30? This one. So what type of day we have? We see the market going up, then going down, then going up, then going down, then going up. This is multi-direction day. So you can be right selling and you can be right buying. You can be right selling, you can be right buying. So the market is open. So in this case, follow the recent price action move.
Okay.
You have a low, you have a channel, expect 2 legs. You have a high, you have a channel, expect 2 legs, and so forth, so on. So this is a trending day. What happened today? Again, it is obvious. At 9:30, what do we have? We have a trending up day. Very obvious. Yeah, it's struggle here, but now we are here. The market started here. So is it up or down? Very obvious. This is an up day. So be careful selling this day. Be careful. You will have corrections, but keep on buying until this low is broken.
Question, Mohammed. You say it's obvious. At what point after the 9:30 New York Open does it become obvious? I mean, it's not in the first 15 minutes, not in the first 20, maybe not in the first 30 minutes. At what point does it quote unquote become obvious?
Usually I come to prepare for the day, not even 9:30, sometime before 9:30, before the opening with 1 hour. You come see here. Is it obvious the market is going up or not? If you cannot answer this, don't trade it. If you cannot answer the market is going up or down, that means you still need to know the basic thing before you trade, to define the trend. Why we do technical analysis? To know the trend. So when you know the trend, why you are reversing that trend? So you spent a lot of time to understand where is the trend, and then you trade against it. This is some kind of foolishness. I mean, you don't trade against the trend unless it is a range day. And in the range day, the market is not trending, so it's fine to go against the recent trend. So at the time you start trading, it is a trend. So at what time we say, no, it is not trending anymore? Ask your question. This market is going up, down, up. So what will violate this? If we break this. If you break this, at this, yes, you said, oh, I will wait until here, until I start shorting. Yes. Yes, unfortunately, I would like to say try selling here and there, but you will
course.
probably lose more than making a profit. So keep with the same trend until you see something violate that.
Correct.
In here, we see something violates that. In here. But again, did we keep making lower low? No. The market keep going up. So the sentiment in the market direction, the market bias is to buy. Think twice before you sell. I'm not saying don't sell, but you have to think twice. I don't mind to lose buying today. It will be fine. But I will hate myself if I lose selling.
Jack, did you think twice before you sold?
10 times, maybe.
No, I think that's good info. Yeah, I'm not going to risk a lot shorting here. I'm kind of looking at a little bit of this consolidation here and thinking maybe things are getting ahead of themselves a little bit before CPI tomorrow morning. So yeah, I am not a perma bear. In fact, all I wanted to do this morning was come in and buy, but that opportunity might still be there. But for now, I'm pretty comfortable in this trade. But yeah, I wouldn't take this. This is not the time to like call a top full port, so to speak. We're tickling those close to the day highs in the ES.
My name is Muhammad Al Yahya. I will write it down.
Yes.
A nice name.
Reads it. Yes.
Yahya.
Mohammed, did you see that offer? One of those Saudi Arabian teams offered Vinicius. You see that offer? 5 years, $1.1 billion to come play in Saudi Arabia. Did you hear about that or see that?
I think for Al Hilal, or
is that who it was?
With Neymar.
Said no. No, I think it was Hilal.
Yeah.
Yes. I think yes. Said no. What's it going to take?
Said no, yeah.
Yeah. What's it going to take for him to come? 5 years, 1.1 billion, just not enough. I would say yes in a heartbeat, Mohammed.
Me too. However, maybe because he's young and he thinks that it's not a lost opportunity. It will come again.
Robert says in the chat, Vinny won't take it. It's too young, has too many UEFA Champion League titles ahead of him. I think you might be right. There he is, Mohammed in the chat. Yeah. Excellent. Okay, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Again, Mohammed Long from 060, Jack Short from, that's in the NQ, Jack Short from 46 in the ES, micro ES.
You have to be careful again, Andre, with my resting bored face. I am not bored. I just, when I go to my default, like I'm looking at a screen, my face just goes slack. I'm having a grand old time.
Yes, we got Andrew Kim. This is the most exciting I've ever seen, Jack. Oh, excellent. We're just kind of drifting higher. Yeah, high of the day, 54.50. We're there right now in the ES. Look at the Dow. Dow just kind of drifting higher as well. Last trade, 39,845. High of the day, 860. Buyers still stepping in here. New highs, NQ. Not yet. New highs in the ES. Back a little bit. Take a look at the daily levels here. 54.51. Last trade in the ES. 51. Yeah. Still not into zone 5 just yet. 54.64. 20-day session moving average. So just kind of waffling around, drifting higher a little bit. Volume, nothing to write home about. Rusty Golfer says, Jack is funny. You just have to pay attention. Is that true, Jack? You just have to pay attention?
I mean, I think so. You just have to pay attention closely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Today, I was been asking by my students that what about the market type, etc. They said one thing: don't come cry to me at the end of the day selling the market. Don't show me your chart even, and if you sell the market, don't come crying.
Yeah, Jack. Don't come crying to Mohammed.
Because No, Jack is
Oh no, I was buying yesterday. I'm still long on it.
I'm just goofing. Jack, what course is behind you? Where are you trading from right now? They want to know.
I am on the 6th, or actually the middle of the 18th fairway at Royal Troon.
Very nice.
They're hitting
Big
around
trade
me
there.
right now. Like,
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
Man-made object.
Andre, you see that Matt Kuchar stuff where he made everyone come back so we could finish the hole?
Did. That guy, man. That guy.
What a D-I-C-K.
What a D. Yep. You know what he did to his caddy a few years ago, right?
Stiffed him.
Mexico. Stiffed him. Won $1.1 million. Paid him like what, $5,000 or $20,000 or something like that?
$5,000.
$5,000. Come on, man.
I'd take the $5,000 though at this point, as opposed to being down a big $60 on micros at the moment.
Keep manage your risk. Don't come crying to Mohammed if you lost money being short today. That's the lesson.
I'll never.
Day.
If I lose this big, I'll never show my face in front of Muhammad again.
Yeah, well, Muhammad,
as long
come on, Jack's allowed back.
As long as you are managing your risk, that's fine. I took a long and I get out at the break even just 2 minutes ago. So it's just manage your risk, regardless you are right or wrong. Doesn't matter.
Okay, update. Mohammed, are you still long the 10 micros?
Yep.
Okay. 060.
Come on, take this
Interesting.
high.
Mohammed got long from 37, came back, got stopped out, then still had the conviction to trade to get long from 60. Obviously, a bit of a premium in there, but still convicted in price action and the trend. So nice little lesson right there.
Yeah.
Obviously, had to pay a little bit more.
This is
but
why
still got on the move.
when it is a runaway day like today, you will be fine buying again if you get stopped out. But if I'm short and I get stopped out, I don't think that I will try again. No.
So yeah, after kind of consolidated, it's pushing higher. That's no bueno. Good for Muhammad. Congrats.
Not really, actually. I'm thinking to move my stop to point of entry again. Because ask your kids, do you want to see a red candle like this here?
Depends who you're asking. If you're asking Jack, the answer is yes. If you're asking Mohammed, the answer is no. We got 72% long in the YM right now. Everything else around 50-50 on the tilt. Mohammed, do you use the tilt at all here on Topstep X? Use that information?
Sometime.
Yeah?
Yeah, sometime. When I'm bored in a trade and I see why it's not moving, So I go to tilts and see what's going on. Oh, they're 56% long. This is why.
Jack reminds me of Simon Cowell. Jack reminds me of Ted Bundy.
I'll take it.
Oh, man. Jack's the man.
Ted Bundy.
Here. Yeah, man. Brutal. Not Al Bundy.
Yesterday, the market was... It's the worst price action that I ever seen.
Yesterday?
Really. Yesterday. Was a lot of ranges. Killing ranges. If you are buyer or seller, you will get stopped out. Yesterday?
Yes.
Where is the stop? The market is chasing the stops.
Oh, yes. Yesterday was brutal. Yes. Couldn't hold on to anything for any amount of real time. Yep. Reversals, flip. And the range just kept getting smaller, smaller. Yeah, the range kept getting smaller, smaller throughout the day, too. So what was the range from previous 30 minutes?
The day. What? This is the daily candle yesterday. Guess what?
Yep.
It's not even a lot of movement, And imagine this one was a lot of ranges over here. So I will learn yesterday one more time and make sure that I don't trade that day. If it appears to happen.
Very muted. Back to the Future. Mohammed, have you seen the movie Back to the Future? Marty McFly. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so the
Why? What's up, Andre?
Nothing. I just thought the
okay.
name was Back to the Futures, Back to the Future. I don't know. Wondering what Mohammed's thoughts are. I know.
Yeah, I remember.
Anybody home?
Yeah.
Fly fish.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm just being an idiot.
Yeah. I watched that one, but it's a long time ago.
Very long time ago, indeed. Summer markets only lasted one day. It's starting to feel like the summer trade again a little bit this week. Rest assured, we got CPI coming out tomorrow and more. We got what? Jackson Hole. When's Jackson Hole, Jack? Is it next week?
Let's take a look. I was just there, which was the big deal. The Jackson Hole Conference 2024 is August 22nd through 24th. Get your tickets now if you are a billionaire.
When you were Jackson Hole, did you go to the $1 Million Cowboy?
I have been there before. We didn't spend any time in Jackson because it's on the other side of where the airport is. We went straight to Du Bois. But I've been to the $1 Million Cowboy before, yes.
Sat in those saddles, belly up at the bar. Oh, yeah.
If you want to check out the real deal, check out The Outlaw in Du Bois, Wyoming. That's where you can do some day drinking in company.
In company. I'll let the mind wander on that one. In company. Yep. I know what you mean. All right, guys. We're still just chilling here, trading sideways. Drifting a little higher. Mohammed, you are long from 060. What's your target again? I think you said somewhere in the 70s was your last target when you're long from 37. What's your target this time?
Yeah, this time is to take out the high, which around 19 090. It's not target actually. I will take out only 4 and we'll keep the market running away again. Because with this strength, it will be very difficult that this high will hold. So I expect as we have this dip down, we might have a dip up with the same size. So let's calculate it together. That could be from price range from the high to this low. So we might expect target to be 19,169.
169. Yeah, we got some room to get to 169s.
But we have to have a nice breakout to this high.
Yes.
It would be difficult. Especially at this slow moving day now. Maybe they need some fuel. And this is expensive.
Yep. Need some volume.
CPI hanging. CPI is dangling out there.
Yes, it is. See what's expected.
Push those highs, knowing it'll all be taken from you in an instant.
Yeah, expected month over month CPI 0.2%. Previous -1%. Oh, that's right. That's when they thought. Yes, that's when it got. That's when the rotation started, Jack. The last CPI print. That's when the rotation started. We came off the highs in NASDAQ. We almost got to 21,000. I want to say, and then that CPI reading came in, and it was just look out below. I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. I believe that's when it did start. That CPI print. So, who knows what's in store?
I mean, CPI could be nothing tomorrow or absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. Hopefully it's the latter.
The chaos print is if it comes in hot. If it comes in if it came in really hot, that would be if you're in for like max fireworks.
Yeah. And the bonds also, or bonds pricing will be affected as well.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of bonds pricing, Jack, if you don't mind taking a peek at the 10-year yield, What are we looking over there?
10-year yield is at
39-ish?
3.86 for the 10-year. 4.17 for the 30-year. Where's my 2-year at? There it is, 3.94. So we're still inverted. Remember, we had that half an hour.
Inverted.
Yeah, we had a half an hour period where we were not inverted for the first time in 2 years in the 2s, 10s when the world was ending last week. But that's come off a little bit since then.
And that's irony, it should be not inverted. This is the normal life. It shouldn't be inverted. But we used to see it inverted for the last 5 years, I think, or 4 years. So the abnormal situation becomes normal now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Jack, what's the significance of an inverted yield curve for those that don't know?
Well, they're generally not supposed to be sustainable, right? It means that the short-term interest rates are higher than the longer-term interest rates, which if you think about it, the reason that can't go on forever is because, well, you would just keep on rolling over short-term products and no one would invest in the long end of the curve. There's more risk in holding a longer duration instrument, so you should theoretically be rewarded with a higher yield. Now, what changed that is with all the interest rate hiking in the short term to combat inflation sent the short-term interest rates super high. We had the 2-year above 5% for a while, when in the past, it's been basically nothing for the longest time. So, so basically that's why it's inverted. And then there is the old indicator that it's a bad sign. And then when it uninverts, that's when the recession's coming. But I'm kind of the feeling that this time, this is an unusual event. So we'll have to see how this works out.
Yes. Banks don't like it either, although they still have managed to profit.
Not Silicon Valley Bank.
That's true. That's very true.
They did not know how to hedge an interest rate portfolio.
Hedge your bleep, man. Come on.
I would like to share with you an interesting chart.
Absolutely, Mohammed. What do you got?
Very, very interesting. See.
Okay.
This is the CPI since 2017, 2024 versus 1970, 1979. Look how they are identical. And we are here now. We are here. So what this suggests that we will have lower CPI and then it will go to the roof. So I hear today Hog that imagine they cut it, interest rate, and then they raise it again. Well, if we will repeat what happened in 1970, which obviously we are copying all this time, so that might happen. So keep your eye open. We might have lower CPI, maybe 1 or 2, and then it will keep spiking up. If this repeat itself.
Well,
so this is a very interesting one.
It is. They're different times, though. I mean, what spurred this inflation? It's a little different than the last time,
but
I would say.
It was the different time here and here. It was different time, but it keep doing the same. Not exactly 100%, but the trend is the same.
Fair enough.
The good news now.
I will keep watching this.
Yeah,
please keep us posted.
Watching it. I would say the things that are slightly different now is the what do you call it? The index on the right's a little bit different than the interest rates were way higher back then, and also the U.S. is a net exporter of petroleum now. So
a lot of changes, obviously, and fundamentally, a lot of changes happen. Maybe
a lot of money to be made.
Also,
sure is.
Yeah, and I think that period was the Nixon where gold was, not related to the dollar. Yeah, it's different era. I will put this link of this chart.
Yeah, please do, Mohammed. Appreciate that. Hey, Mohammed, there's a question in the chat. That board over your left hand shoulder, it looks like your left shoulder. What does that board say? Well, behind your back. Yes, right there, please.
Yeah, say do something today that your future self will thank you for.
Love it.
Always the mantra of Top Step is trade for tomorrow. It's something. Just make it.
Yeah, I love
Don't come tomorrow and say thank you yesterday. I am trading today. You know, don't do something stupid today. When you come tomorrow, that you cannot trade.
Very
There you go,
nicely
guys.
put.
Absolutely. Trade for tomorrow. So do something that your future self. Thank you for it. All right. Still trading size. Again, we got Power Hour coming up next. Got Austin Silver, myself, and Dolby Time in the house. We are currently just chopping around the highs here in the S&Ps. Got a high today, 54.53 half. Last trade, 54.52. The NQ last trade, 19,076, 075. High of the day, 087. Volume's been
I
tapering
will
off.
again. I will take my stop loss to point of entry again, because this consolidation means that they are failing to do this small breakout. It's not a big one, you know. You are better than that, buyers. You know, today you are very strong. How come you cannot break this high? So maybe they need a fuel and they will go up. Therefore, putting my stop here is just asking, you know, to lose. So I will give him a chance to do the breakout. However, I will not lose in this.
Excellent. Love
Nice
it.
trade.
Yes. We've got about 4 minutes left here on Back to the Futures with Mohammed. Mohammed will be sure to join us again. He's not going anywhere. You are a fan favorite here at Topstep, Mohammed. They love you in the chat.
Yeah, you're the
love
best,
you here.
Mohammed.
Thank you very much.
Mohammed, they love you, man.
So my pleasure. Actually, I was planning to do a free webinar in English. Preparing things, preparing my slides, you know. So maybe we do 1 hour webinar in English for Topstep fans. Taking questions, maybe, yeah. So I will prepare something with the producer here so we can share the link with.
Man. See him in chat. Sure to check
Mohammed
him
is
out.
cool.
Is
Love
that
it.
what they say?
Yeah,
no, it's Mohammed, you're cool. What do you think about that? They say you're cool.
Actually, I'm hot now. It's very. it's 40 degrees, which is how much in?
Oh, goodness.
That's over 100. That's over
A lot.
100, man.
Yeah.
Celsius, yeah. What is that? What is Celsius?
112.
Yeah.
Boy. Is it a dry heat, Mohammed, though? In Arizona, stayed here, very desert. Is it a dry heat in Riyadh?
It is very dry heat. We haven't seen a rain since 3 months ago. You know, so and in Riyadh we don't have even a sea. You know, it's a desert. You know.
Yes.
No river in Saudi Arabia. How the hell we are living? You know.
I wasn't gonna ask it, man.
I
wasn't gonna ask it, man. It's wild. It's wild. How the hell are we living?
Yeah.
Coach Hoop says 106 today in AZ.
Yeah, actually, in my country, thank God that we have this oil. You know, it's giving us some, you know, money to, you know, make the seawater drinkable. We can have electricity, not cut any hour in a day. Okay, it's things, you know, give and take. You know, we don't have that weather, but you have that money. You know, so.
Sure.
And God, usually you take something, He takes something and give you something else.
Like that.
Very nice.
When is the webinar? They're already asking, when is this webinar going to be, Mohammed? Not just yet. He hasn't even prepared it yet. Yes, they're already excited for this webinar. Mohammed, you haven't even put it together. In the future. It's coming in the future. We'll talk. And we'll
we need to set it up with Topstep. You know, I need Topstep to take advantage of that.
We're on it.
You're talking to one of the producers right here. So you got a direct line to the boss, Mohammed.
Yeah. what I will do, I will send an email with the material to the producer, and I will ask them what is your favorite time, so we can announce it. I will give them a link that people will sign up to join the webinar. It will be very easy. Expect it in the next week or the week after.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll be looking for it, Mohammed. Thanks again.
All right. Well, that should wrap up back to the futures with Mohammed. Yes, volatility was not there. It has calmed down a little bit. There's a runaway day, like Mohammed said. Mohammed, please leave the people with some words of wisdom before we switch on over to Power Hour. Again, Jack, keep us posted on this trade. But to sign off,
sure,
Mohammed, leave the people with some words of wisdom.
Yeah, let me give you one.
Excellent. He's got it ready. Cue it up.
It's in Arabic, but I will translate it. Any trader, he can win with others when the market goes up. Only professional trader who avoid losing when people are losing. So if you win with others, that's normal. Everybody can make a profitable trade. But if you lose less than others, or if you avoid losing when everybody is losing, that's a real profit. So try to learn how to lose or to avoid losing. Don't be happy because you make a good trade or a profit trade. You should be happy when you lose less, when you stop loss, but the market is even lower. This is the real truth.
Man. Mohammed, you are the absolute man. We cannot thank you enough for joining us here on Topstep TV. We'll see more of Mohammed in the near future. Well, Jack, hang in there with this trade. Keep us posted on how this goes on. Yeah, we got Power Hour coming up next. Austin Silver in the house, myself, and Dolby Time on the other side of this break. Stay tuned. Power Hour coming up next. Thank you so much, Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Let's go. You know what hour it is. It is the Power Hour, the original trio, man. It's been a minute since it's just been us three. Got Dolby Time on the right, the man in the middle. You recognize him, Mr. Austin Silver. Austin Silver, how's it going, my man? What's up, dude?
It's going good, man. I heard you guys had a 6 session earlier today with Zach. I didn't get to see it yet. I was going to tell you, I want to rewatch it, but I've heard only good things so far. So,
yes. Thank you very much for the intro. He was excellent on Power Players. We'll be seeing more of him in the future here on TopstepTV, I'd imagine.
we do look alike, though. Isn't it kind of weird?
You said it, man. They were saying in the
yeah.
chat. I wasn't going to say nothing. I was going to say nothing.
Dude, it's so weird. And he's like similar in Florida. Like there's so many similarities, similar trading style. So it was funny coincidence. You talk to enough people, I guess that's bound to happen.
Yeah, I went to his Instagram and like the first 2 pictures are pinned posts of your face. I had to do like a triple take.
Yeah, so it's Inception. Right, it's Inception.
It is, yeah, basically. Ooh, NQ kind of pulling off here from 19,085s, trading down about 20 points already. Just in that 2 minutes. So this might be an exciting power hour. How did you trade earlier today, Austin?
I'm down today about 900. So I've had 3 trades, 2 winners, 1 big loser that's cost me today. So trying to take advantage here in power hour, maybe dig some of that back. I'm seeing on ES almost made a move here to all-time high VWAP. 54.58 is all-time high VWAP. So he just came off of that by like 2 points. So we'll see. This is definitely an interesting 2 minutes here.
Okay, we got Austin Silver trading the ES, correct, Austin? And Dolby Time trading. What are you going to be looking to trade there, Dolby Time?
Probably the NQ. I'm still kind of working this 30-second, 1 minute range thing. And so far, it's actually been pretty good. So I'm going to see if we can get long. But it might be tricky. Okay. I mean, CL's closed. YM is doing old man things. I think NQ is going to have a pretty interesting trade this last hour.
Did something?
It's all tomorrow, I think. This is all positioning for tomorrow.
You think so? Because with the morning news tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe if someone in chat knows, is today a higher volume day or a lower volume day?
I know just the person to ask. My man, Jay Cook. I'll be looking on volume, cumulative volume for the day.
Yeah.
Hit me up, Jay. Of course, stay tuned after Power Hour. We got At the Buzzer with Jay. Take you into 4 o'clock Central Time. But yeah, Jay, let me know what you're seeing for cumulative data on the day. NQ and ES, please.
I'm just kind of curious to see if we're doing all this up stuff on low volume. That's kind of where I'm getting.
Good question.
Let me ask you this: What does it feel like to you, Dolby? Does it feel like it's been on low volume?
Feels like higher highs and higher lows to me, Dre. I'll tell you what, it feels
like a lower volume too.
Yeah, it feels really crappy if you're short. That's what it felt like all day. It's like most people in chat are saying lower volume day in general. But
it's a strong move. I mean, ES 85 points today. So on low volume, sometimes you get those drifters where it just carries. You know what I mean? no catalyst to send it lower, and it's just kind of drifted higher.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of
Yeah,
do feel
Jay,
we
confirmed
Jay
low
or
volume
no?
today. Jay confirmed low volume. We're at
Low
half of the
volume?
daily average volume right now.
Half?
Wow.
Half
Wow,
of the
okay.
daily average
That's-
right now.
So this is probably like a low volume run for positioning. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of deja vu in which we had like a news event maybe a month ago or so where we had a huge bull move the day before the announcement and then ended up peeling off like the whole thing and then some. So I kind of wonder if they're trying to set up the same situation to get set up and maybe take this lower tomorrow, depending how the news comes out. But all higher highs, higher lows. Got to try to find a way to get involved.
I mean, I kind of like your long bias, Dolby. I think it's days like today where shorts look cheap, but they seem to get blown out. You know what I mean? The highs seem to be getting taken over and over again. So the guys that are like, the highs got to sweep, then it'll dump. Well, how many times did the highs get swept today since 9 o'clock? 4, 5 times? Maybe more?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Way too many than most shorts could afford, if I had to guess.
Yep. That's the right answer. Nvidia's
like
up 6%,
Mohammed said,
Tesla's up 5%. Sorry, good. Andrew.
No, say Mohammed said, don't come crying to him if you lost money being short today. I told you so. I told you so.
I had a message all typed up for Mohammed, and then as soon as he said that, I deleted it. And I was like, he's not having any sympathy. Some of those trades I may or may not have taken in a practice account. He's great though. Love Mohammed.
Yeah.
All right.
So
hey, I got a question got a quick question in the chat here, Dolby. My man Lost Trader asked me, what is hashtag power hour? And I don't see, it's been a minute since I've asked you this, Dolby time.
I forgot. I don't know. I've been gone for 2 weeks. I have no idea what it is. What are you talking about? Maybe Lost Trader knows?
He forgot. What do you want me to do? I don't know what to do. Like, all right, Dolby time. If you had to guess, just a wild guess, what is hashtag power hour?
If I had to guess, probably a super cool guy invented this thing for Power Hour to help get us involved into the community so we could start sharing content. Hashtag Power Hour on Twitter, also known as X. So do @Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. Want to see your trader wins. So your good trades, maybe your bad trades, if you attach like a lifelong lesson there. What else we got? We got battle station setups, tick picks, and Dre, anything you're into these days? What do you like?
Beards
Beards
are cool.
Memes are
Beards,
cool. Maybe
yeah,
some
yeah.
beard
Yeah,
picks. Beards are kind of in right now.
Got some scruff going there, Dolby. Is
I
that
do.
from?
I'm gonna shave it. No, I'm gonna shave it soon.
Yeah, I mean, Austin and I got beards. I mean, our beards are weird, man.
What do you mean you and Austin have a beard? No, Austin has a beard, and you have whatever's on your face, like what's on my face.
Oh man. Oh
Jeez,
man.
Dolby. Jeez, relax,
Catching
Dolby. Relax.
strays, man. My goodness. Wow. Guys, Zach B and Austin have very, very nice beards. It's just a fake. I'm just trying to keep up with these guys. We have scruff, according to Mark Garcia. Yeah, Mike Garcia. A little scruff. Yeah, a little 5 o'clock shadow. Got that Velcro, according to Andy. Anyways, back to these markets. Look at the NQ here, Adobe. I was looking at the 5 minutes. Are we in a range since 12:50 Central, 12:45 Central?
I'd say so. I'd say about, yeah. I mean, we could even get pretty big. I even say like 15-minute range. If we want to take it from like 19,040 up to the highs, which is like 19,085, let's say, that's about a 40-point range on a 15-minute. So I'd be looking at those two levels to kind of maybe get involved. And we're still maintaining higher lows in the NQ like we have been since 10 o'clock. So I'm kind of looking to see if we can get below this 40s even in the NASDAQ.
19,040. Quick Delta update from my man Hogue. Hogue playing hurt today, man. Shout out to Hogue. Executed the house account trade this morning.
Beautiful trade.
Wasn't doing too hot, but still locked in. Just like MJ in the flu game, Hogue. Awesome stuff. House account up $2,700 on a 5-lot, folks, in the ES. So can be done. But that Delta update as of 4 minutes ago, plus 14,500 in the ES, plus 4,000 in the NQ, congruent with market direction.
Very cool trade. Love that he spread out the orders, you know. We got the first tier of that. If it had pulled back more, it would have gotten maybe up 10 or 15 contracts. But by spreading out those orders across the ladder, you can kind of increase your odds of getting filled. You don't get everything, but you might get a little bit, and even just that little bit and holding. Beautiful trade. Just the power of letting the market work for you.
Absolutely. Trend day. So Austin, let's if you don't mind, we can recap some of your trades. Did you lose money being short today?
Yeah, I lost on the shorts earlier this morning. I thought that I was going to get a move lower because we had a decent gap. I thought to Edgeful, I know you know the guys at Edgeful, they have this stat that says 70% of the time we break both sides of the opening range. So after the breakout of the top side, I was like, okay, we're back in the range. We should move lower. I didn't cut the loss fast enough. That was the issue. And I mean, how many times have we all done that? It happens. So I could have, of course, been out of the trade 10 or 15 points, about 10 points lower. And that would have saved me some money. And I think that would have helped me with my long bias that I should have been in, because then I missed majority of the move to the upside, got caught in a long at the top, and then that was the second loss. So we'll see what we can get here. I'm a little hesitant to trade. You know how it is when you've been kind of burned on the day. You don't want to make it worse in power hour, but I also don't want to miss a good opportunity. I still favor the longs. I don't see a catalyst of why we'd sell off lower. So, yeah, but the initial trade was a short, Andre, earlier this morning.
Yep. I can see why. I mean, yesterday was range day yesterday. Today just happened to be a trend day. Yeah. Yesterday was how'd you do yesterday?
Really good yesterday. Passed an
really?
I just had passed an extra combine yesterday. So yesterday was a good day for me. Caught the
profit on a day like yesterday. You could fix today. You could fix what you did today. Just obviously get with the trend. Don't call tops. If you could make money on a day like yesterday, then
Let me show you something cool. So flick back to my screen real quick. I'll show you something interesting. So I kind of have these like ways of basically the playbooks that I'll trade. The short today was a short from what I would consider the middle of the opening range here, with a stop that should have been here. Instead, I end up getting taken out here at the high. This short is like one of my, it's a setup trade, but it's not my favorite trade. But I thought we could work it today. So that was the attempt. If we look at yesterday and we mark off that opening range high, because yesterday was a really, really clear range day, the longs yesterday off the bottom of that 15-minute opening range were beautiful, right back up to that opening price. So that's where I made my money yesterday. We had a couple of guys also hit longs here, just kind of working that range. So that trade from the bottom of the range coming through then the middle of the range to the top, that's the better trade for me. And then if you look, actually, same trade happened here on Friday. This is the bottom of the 15-minute opening range. We were long here. We caught the move to the top of the range here. And then even on Thursday, you can go back. It's the same style trade. So here on Thursday, the opening range low was here. It broke out of the range. We got long here as it came back in, and we traded to the top of the range here. And then you can see how much money we left on that. So I got my playbooks. You know what I mean? There's just nothing wins 100% of the time. Yeah. And those mid-range trades are choppier. Yeah.
I was going to ask you, how is your MOC experiment testing R&D going?
Still in testing. Very
good.
Research and development. I'm trying to get more funding from the government to get it all done, but it's just not coming through, so it's slowing us down. You know what I'm saying?
You hear? Come on, Uncle Sam. Come on. We need to hook up
Austin. The guy in the question mark suit, man. What's his face?
So yeah, nothing yet. Nothing to say progress. I got to do more research. You guys have had some really good MOC people on. I know Muhammad knows a lot about MOC, so there's a lot. Peter knows a lot about MOC, so I still got to learn a lot. I got a lot to learn.
We all.
MOC's fun.
Can be, yes. Again, we'll have MOC here in about 33 minutes. My man Eddie will be all over that.
All over it.
Hey, there's Eddie. What's up, Eddie?
I'm here.
And Eddie pulling check marks for that long from was it E-Money? What's the name of your team there, Eddie?
E-Money.
Horns Money.
You changed it from Horn of Plenty to E-Money.
Ooh, Horn of Plenty. That's pretty good. It's like a cornucopia.
I thought it was.
His team, I believe, was Coach J.
You'll never guess how it was next.
Oh, hey.
Hey, there he is. Yes, E-Money squad, including Coach J, pulling a check mark for that long in the ES from, was it 5406, 5405, somewhere around there. Check mark.
We had Coach Paul there. We had Hoag's number there. It just seemed like there was a lot of people that were on the 0507s. It was a good area.
It was.
So right
Andre,
now
you
for
see
NQ,
3,000 orders at 52.50. I see 3,000 orders sitting at 52.
Whoa. 52.50, 52.50,
Go look at
52.
Go look at it.
He's been there for a while, he or she.
52.50, way down there?
Yeah, that's the person
Oh,
telling
that
their
one.
girlfriend. Yeah.
Yes. Not seeing it. What the hell is
Maybe they put them there and forgot. Is that possible?
Anything's possible.
52. Okay. Well, that'd be nice.
It takes a while to scroll all the way down there.
Yeah, it does. Well, let's do a live trader P&L update. Well, we got a chance here. Oh, there's some red. There's some green. Okay, we got D down just 294. It's okay. Be sure to tune into her. Check her out on the London Open, 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. For a tick, I hit the DLL. He did say he was over trading a bit. Kept it going. DLL in the red, all good. Make sure to tune in for market kickoff on called Sundays here in the States. Sunday in the States around 4:45 p.m. Central here in the States. Or in Central Time. Chung L up $31,000.
Whoa.
Got Walter T up $3,000. Pastor C up $3,500, and Matthew K up $8,800. Great to see.
Me and Nick for a tick can hang out today in the hogs. What do they call it where the pigs hang out? The pigsty.
Yeah, it's one of those days, man.
Yeah. You got good ones and bad ones. You got to keep the bad ones as small as possible. I'm curious. Do you know what's Nick do with that daily loss limit? Like he keeps that probably really tight, right? On his funded accounts. It's probably small.
Yes, I believe he does. He really controls the downside nicely. He doesn't allow himself to get too out of hand. So he can trade for tomorrow, right? That's what we talk about.
Yep.
Live to trade another day. All right, we're coming to the lower end of this range here, Dolby. 19,040 was a price of interest for you.
Yep. Let's see if we bounce here. If we can get some sort of consolidation on like any time frame, I would probably try to take a stab at a long. I was also actually looking at this 1 minute range, which was really tight between 50 and 60 in the NQ about 5-10 minutes ago. And that ended up breaking down and then finding support at 40s. So let's see if 40 support. If that does, I would expect new highs.
Okay.
I
But
like
I'm
the
just
longs
trying to
too.
find a way to get in.
Right back. Sorry, you got to say
Working
again,
NASDAQ. I'm looking at I said I like the longs too. I'm looking at ES. He's working NASDAQ, but they look very similar right now.
They probably do look, yeah. Structurally, they do.
Nvidia's
I think
peeling
in
off
general,
a
look
day.
very similar. Yep.
I think that's probably why we're getting a little bit of a pullback. Nvidia and Microsoft coming off session highs.
Yeah.
Google pretty flat today. Amazon not too much. Apple kind of flat. So it's Nvidia when I look at it. That's what I think.
Man, Austin. It's just about to do it. Mag 7 update. Beat me to the
they're
punch.
green.
It's almost like you've done this before, Austin.
Once or twice. Yeah, they're green. I mean, but it's not. Does it matter? Like, does anyone care what Google's doing, or does everyone just still care about Nvidia? Because it seems like it's Nvidia.
It's the Nvidia
Even
show
on low volume days. Yeah.
There's no AI in the word Google.
But you know what? On the daily time frame,
there can be.
I know we're day trading. I was just looking at ES this morning on the daily time frame. If we do over the next couple of months or weeks, whatever it may be, head towards those all-time highs, people will look back on the pullback that felt so violent Thursday, Friday, and Monday last week. They'll look back on it. It'll just be a healthy pullback in a bull market.
Never.
But it did feel violent during Thursday, Friday,
Never forget
right?
that.
Monday.
Never forget that, Austin. Never forget that. When inevitably it'll happen again. Never forget that. When the world is ending, just gobble it up, gobble it up. All right, we broke those 40s here. 19,034 last trade. Okay, Dolby, talk to us.
Long 138s. Let's see if we get a bounce here. It needs to happen like right now. Right now.
I'm still short, Andre.
Yeah, no, there's
What?
Jack off the top rope. Parachuting in. Short from 46.
46 half now. I'm up to 4
46
MES.
hook. Scratch that 46 hook. Okay. We'll be long. Let's update that board. Dolby long. +1 NQ. 19,038. Mohammed got long from this price as well. Mohammed was able to take profits. Jack short from what? Yeah, might as well bring Jack in here.
Sneaking in there with a short.
Short. Yeah.
Multiple segment trade right here.
Yes. Yes. That's one.
So far, so good. So far, so good. So we didn't get we didn't get stopped out immediately, which is fantastic. That's always
Good
great.
start. Good start.
It's It's a
is,
great
yes.
start. If you're range trading, it's a great start.
Great start.
First box to check off. Did not get stopped out immediately.
Yep. So hopefully we ran some stops and we push to the upside. If we can get back to like 55s, I'll go to break even and we're free. Free trade. And I will try to add some more on the way up if I can.
What would you try to target there, Dolby time? Just based on this range, what you're looking at? New highs, 87s, 88s?
84s, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, it's a 15-minute range, right? So the bigger the range, the bigger the move we're expecting to get out of it. So yeah, I would expect at least new highs. That doesn't seem that even that far away if you go to a 15-minute chart. So let's see if we can get up there. 62.50 might be a little bit of resistance. Like when we get to the midway point, I think things get interesting. So let's actually draw that up. Let's say this is the midway point. What up?
Playing the other side just for a second. Edgeful says 70% of the time in the last year, we do not make a new high of day in power hour. 70% of the time.
Really?
So not 100% of the time, yeah, but 70% of the time. On Tuesdays specifically, 61.5% of the time, we do not make a new high of day in power hour.
I got to push back on the Tuesday data. Why? Like, fair enough, it's a Tuesday, but what's the significance of just it's a Tuesday? You know, like the market doesn't know what day of the week it is.
I don't know if the data can tell us. Let me switch my screen share. Oh, this might lag. You guys might have to take it over. But if one of you guys can pull up Edgeful, I was trying to pull up the Edgeful website so you can see. I don't know what the significance of the Tuesday is, Andre. And I also know 70% of the time means 30% of the time it does go make new highs, Dolby. You know what I mean? But it's an interesting new report that Edgeful did because they know so many of us are trading power hour. So it's just kind of interesting to know.
That's cool. I'm not much of a data guy, but for people who do love data, I think that's really really interesting because like I think if you're in one trade, you don't have the sample. You're not like your sample size is just whatever that moment is.
Yeah,
maybe that's like the wrong way to look at stats, but you know, if I have a setup and it looks good, I'm just going to take the setup and just have it play out and do its thing.
In your favor, we just took high of day VWAP on ES, which is a sign that buyers are stepping in. So I would be surprised to not see the equal highs tested at least.
Yeah, I think we're due for it. I'm at break even anyways, so we're just chilling. This is a free trade. I mean, we're up like already $500, which is pretty significant considering this account size. That's like 10% of the account.
Yeah.
I think there's value in that data set. I think there's value in the overall. 70% of the time it doesn't. Overall, 100%. I think there's something to that. Just the Tuesday, Monday, Wednesday. Take it with a grain of salt.
I get what you're saying.
It's still
I
interesting.
get what you're saying. Yeah. When you look at, that's why I don't tend to look at the weekday stuff too much because I agree with you. You can't group this kind of stuff by weekday for the most part. That's just.
But Austin, if it's something like a 90% type of thing, then there's something there, right? I don't care if it's Tuesday. I don't care if it's Saturday.
Yes, exactly. I have not seen too many 90% though, and that's the interesting thing. Is I get with it working with them, and they take a lot of feedback from traders like me, and I know from a lot of the other listeners here, like they're always going to eventually someone's going to suggest a report that finds an 80-something%, a 90-something% edge, which will be interesting.
I'm onto something.
So we're getting.
I think what would be really interesting is if you had a report with the constriction, like if a new high was made in the 1 p.m. hour, then. What percent of the time was a new high made in the 2 p.m. hour?
100%. That'd be cool. Yep,
I like that.
That's something that I think they're working on too. One of the new features they're working on is like a live report thing. So if the report is still in play for that day, it'll be like on a different tab so you can see. Yeah, that'll be cool.
Now we're talking.
Okay. Yeah, I love that he's doing all that stuff and just making big data accessible to traders. I think that's really cool
because there's a lot of questions. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things. Everybody that's been trading for at least a day has been pondered something in the market. So now you can start to get some real statistical answers that are not opinion based.
Yes. See how this plays out here, guys. We got about you see the countdown clock in the lower right hand corner. 32 minutes 55 seconds left in the session here on Power Hour. We got Austin Silver in the house. Austin. Tell us about the podcast. Anything new coming out?
I'm sitting with Eddie today.
Let's go.
Earlier this week. So there's some good ones coming. Yeah, so there's some good ones coming.
Got some time. Yep. Eddie. No, man. Eddie's got it all. Eddie's got it all, man.
Yeah, it'll
when
be
we
good.
first met Michael Patak, we thought about Michael Patak. Those two.
Many moves.
Yeah, give me any other good ones, Andre? Give me any ideas. You know them both pretty well. So
Nebraska. Ask him what he thought about the young Nebraska when he came waddling into that down many pit.
Okay.
Take the markets by the horns and just, ran with it. But yes, E-Money, man. Kid comedy. Right, Eddie?
I got finger puppets that can tell the story.
Oh! Oh.
Well, in
tough,
no man's
Goldie.
land in this
Sounded-
one. In
that
no
sounded
man's land in
defeating,
this
Goldie.
trade. We're in a weird spot. No, there's nothing to do. I want to see if we can buy more at like 45 and a quarter and 42s. But we got up to this midway point at 60 evens and kind of just waffled a little bit. So if we can push back up into 60s, we're still along the 38s. If we can push back up above 60s, I'd probably move my stop to like just below 50-ish and maybe be locked in like 150, 200. Just this is the downside of getting into a trade with one contract. This is manifesting itself, right? It would have been nice to be able to take half off at like 60 and then kind of have a position to build around, but we're just all in on new highs here.
One guy, yep. Yes, chop around that 54.50 level. What will we do with that? And Hogue sent me. Hogue, not feeling too hot today, but still sending me levels. Average VWAP from all-time highs on 30-minute bar is 54.54. Oh, I guess it proved to be some resistance up there. Told Hogue, go get your rest, man. Done good for the day. Get your rest, man.
You got a position?
Austin Silver.
Austin?
No, I don't.
No.
Austin Silver. I don't know if you saw, but Topstep X rolled out hotkeys this week. I'm wondering if you've had a chance, or what are your thoughts on hotkeys? Do you have hotkeys? Do you have them set up? What are your thoughts on hotkeys?
I don't have hotkeys. I feel like it's going to make me overtrade, so I'm kind of hesitant on that since I have that tendency already. So I don't know. I'm indifferent on it. I think if some people want to do it and it helps them, good. But don't be like I'm not forcing myself to use them. You know what I mean?
I hear that. Yes, that's something. I think the reason why I have my hotkey set up is just in case if a news headline hits, if something out of whack comes in. Instead of going to the mouse and trying to actually click on whatever cell I'm trying to click on or button I'm trying to click on, I can just go straight to the keyboard, bam, up arrow, down arrow, and I am in the market with zero hesitation, zero lag. Yeah, immediate execution.
Yeah,
basically
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so those are from.
You look good here, Dolby.
We're just chilling. Stops at 19.056. We'll lock in 360 if we get stopped out.
Yeah, ES holding that high at VWAP too, so it looks good.
Just holding. That's all we're doing.
451 last trade. ES 19,062 last trade in the NQ. Hey, while we're at it, last time I'm going to ask today, click like, click subscribe. We're almost at 114,000 subscribers. My goodness. March 2, 120,000, 125,000 is underway. First, we got to cross that 114 mark. Let's see where this NQ goes. I'm from 38. And Dolby time still pushing here. Upper end of the range. High of the day, 19,087.
Yep. Move it up to 405. So now the stop's closer to like this midway point is 60. It's not really ripping through as much. Probably no way to add into this one. I'd want to add on like a pullback. I don't know if we're going to end up getting it.
It's going up. Lost Trader says it's going up. So far, so good. Stop move to in the profit, correct, Dolby? Or just break even?
Oh, yeah. No, we're in the profit. Basically, we're at 405. I typically risk 10 points on NQ, so it's $200. So like one way to think about it is that I'm up 2 trades. That's kind of where you get like the 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 risk reward. Now, if I took profit right now, we'd be up 3 trades, which is pretty significant. That's 3R right there. And yeah, this is a live account. This is a Topstep live account. So this is real funds. What do we do with these funds? I don't know. Apparently, we're gonna maybe donate profits. I heard potentially. I think MP had a group or something.
We do indeed.
That'd be
We have a
nice.
cause
That'd
and
be very cool.
foundation. Yeah, very near and dear to his heart. We'll let him maybe talk about tomorrow on if you can jump on fast markets. But I know, yes, it's a cause very near and dear to his heart. Let's see where we get out of this trade. Make some profits here on Power Hour. Very Power Hour right now.
Yeah.
Earl Hungus, your early hashtag Power Hour meme in the Discord. Coach C is fired up for tomorrow. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, a little bit of a pullback. Looking for 60s to hold. Austin, would you ever consider, like, how do you go about adding into trades?
I'm not that good at it. Screw myself up about it. Yeah. When I add in, I want to be risk free because I don't want to take on more risk. But then by doing that, I'm sacrificing my good entry price, which brings up my break even price higher, right?
Yep.
So then your stop is locked at a higher entry price. You're more likely to get tapped. I end up with nothing. And then when you close some of that trade that you've added into, it also brings your price up higher if you're in a buy position, which screws you even harder. So then it's harder to take partials once you've added in. So I'm not good at it. I'm better at just getting in full size at the best price I can and then managing it on the downside, like closing that in partials is more of my focus rather than adding into winners. Just keeping the
that makes sense.
Smaller. I say that on a day where I took full stop and I shouldn't have. So,
Yep. And I just got stopped out, so I got 512 on that one, and
works.
We're up almost 2,500 in this live account. So that's about 50%. It's 50%.
Nice. Good job. Look at Power Hour. It's a range trade, man. Range trade specialist. I don't know. Was tilt showing anything? I wasn't really looking at tilt. We took that. I know we were talking about the 5-minute range. Talking about 40s as the lower end of that range. You got 38. So you're definitely happy.
Yeah,
nothing happening, Eddie.
No.
Yeah, 56, 50, 44. Nothing crazy. Crude oil short 64%, but we're like way past when people are typically trading that.
We've got what do we got here? About 25 minutes left in Power Hour. Yeah, you see in the lower right hand corner, hotkeys, increase speed. The graphic, trade efficiently. That's what we do around here with those hotkeys.
This still might end up rallying, actually. I'd be actually Austin. Would you take shorts, Austin, at the highs of the ES right now?
I wouldn't, be just because when we have these drifters, I would look for more continuation. But we know in 20 minutes we're going to get MOC. It's going to shake up. I'm still holding high of day VWAP on ES, so I think it's still buyers in control for now. Are you thinking take the highs, or you think it's sell it when it gets to the highs?
I'm thinking maybe fade them, maybe fade highs.
Yeah. You know how it is when we get. But you know what's interesting is right above us is that all-time high VWAP, and sometimes that acts as a magnet at the end of the day. I've seen before; it just pulls right to it. So.
I like what you're thinking, Dolby, though. On this lower volume, light volume, I mean, ranges will hold.
Well, also, like, this up move was not super strong. It, like, at least in my opinion, it kind of like chopped around a lot to work its way up here. I expected a much stronger bounce. So I wonder if, like, where's the strength going to come from to push this even past 85 evens if it's having a hard time at 70s?
I agree.
Like,
it's going to take volume, right?
Many more volume. Yep, it's going to take volume.
Right, we do have gold making a bit of a move right now. In the last 10 minutes or so, we've sold off about $4, which doesn't seem like a lot. But keep in mind the range of the day in gold is about $17. So we have sold off in gold a bit. 5 minutes started off at around 07s, now trading 25.02. So about $5 sell off in the last 10 minutes or so. Keep an eye on that.
It's been taking a hit there.
Thank you, Eddie.
Good eye. Well, no, good eye. Your pardon. I'm just not seeing the tilt react to it. Not seeing any news here.
This. We're just chopping around right now.
So, Austin, I got a question for you. Do you and Zach have any recommendations on beard and hair care? Because it looks pretty good.
Wow.
I mean, it looks
No,
looks
Dolby,
good.
I
It's
do
impressive
not.
stuff. That's okay.
Thank you, but no, I don't have any, unfortunately.
Natural.
Consult a genetic counselor would be my best advice. I'm not sure.
Good genes. Good genes indeed.
I can't dunk a basketball, bro. So I take what I can get. You know what I mean? This beard
That's
is
right.
one of
That's
those
what
few.
showed up in your 23andMe. Definitely can't dunk.
Yep.
Can probably grow a beard. That's what it came back as.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
To know they had those. Another
Right,
level looking at 73 3/4. I think that could be an interesting level too. So that is the consolidation low of the high. So that
Say that again.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing. So if we want to switch, who's a trade in right now? You got something going? Oh, that's Jack's trade. So if you look at where's my box at? Hey, calm down.
Didn't say anything.
Oh, I know what you're thinking though. Okay, there we go. So I have this green box right here. So that was like a high 1 minute consolidation. So the top of that bumped up against the 15-minute range. And then the bottom of that was, I don't know, 76s. So sometimes what can happen is that those who tried getting long at, say, 73s, so the top of that range, will end up getting flat because they don't want to take the heat. So if you got, say, you were trading a range and you thought you were going to break out, you got long 19,073 and a quarter, and then it ends up ripping all the way down to 40s, and then it slowly gets back up to 73, you have an opportunity as a trader to get flat. And I feel like that's what we might be seeing here, actually, is we couldn't get back above 73s. And now I think all those long-term, maybe short-term longs might have gotten trapped. So let's see what happens here. Yeah.
Delta would agree with you. I haven't got the
last.
last Delta reading, but it was plus 14,000 or actually NQ plus 4,000 NQ. And that was as of like 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Short-term longs may get out. Okay. Got 20 minutes left here in the session on Power Hour. I asked you at the beginning of Power Hour. I asked my man Dolby Time, what is hashtag Power Hour? He told you what hashtag Power Hour is. So let's see what you guys produce. My man James, what do we got for hashtag Power Hour?
That's right. Dolby asked, you all listened, and here is your Power Hour content you have submitted from Discipline Works, past to Combine today. Thanks, Topstep. No Discipline Works. Thank you.
Nice.
Really
Nice
great
name.
job there. Yeah, great name. Moving on, we got Blessed Bull. Caught the low this morning. I think you're saying you did it in a practice account. Either way, that's an impressive trade right there. The realized P&L of 3,931.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
And unrealized around 2.7. So if you close it all out, you're looking pretty good. Mike Hobbs is watching Topstep Power Hour with his man Austin Silver while he's on vacation.
Yo, Mike.
Wow. Where are you? Where is that?
Yeah, Mike, if you're in the chat, let us know where you're vacationing at.
And there he is. Hobbs in the chat. Sorry, James.
No. Go ahead. I see him.
Hobbs in the
We're
chat.
My vacation.
Mike Hobbs, where are you at?
We'll keep an eye on that. This one made me laugh a lot.
What?
Michael Patak, every time the Series 3 quiz pops up on TopstepTV.
And who did that? Who did that? Lost Trader? Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness.
Yep, man.
Oh, my goodness.
One of
Shout
my
out
top
MP.
5. It's so funny.
Peek behind the curtains. I was griping to MP a little bit. Series 3, next 60 days. Like, dude, it ain't my problem. I already got mine. So if you figure it out. Yep. Did get yours.
And finally, but certainly not least, we do have Carl Hungus's meme for Power Hour. It's a big day for trading psychology on TopstepTV tomorrow. Coach D says, how can we... it's my fault for trying to read it off VMix and not actual Twitter. How can we design our trading processes to maximize our trading psychology? Easy. Don't suck so much. Love a good Venn diagram.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, that sums it up right there. Wow.
Anyways, thank you for your power hour submissions as always. Feel free to start thinking now. Fast markets is just a little over 14 hours away. I'll be more. I'm bad at time.
Yes, thank you. James, really quick. The title of today's show, The Market Has Turned and Left Me Here. Tell the people what that means. What are you referring to? I asked
That
you,
is by a
hold on.
tiny little band you may or may not have heard of out of Los Angeles called Weezer off their Blue album. And the song is The World Has Turned and Left Me Here. If you haven't listened to it, YouTube it.
Great album.
Great album indeed.
Well,
we got MOC here in about 6 minutes and 50 seconds. NQ trying to
Lots of shake and bake.
Push higher here. A lot of shake and bake is right.
Yeah, I'm glad I got out of that trade. I mean, maybe there's a little bit of money on the table, but that was a pretty gnarly pullback. That was 20 points. That would have been a sweaty one. But we are here at those 74s or 72s. So starting to test some of those ranges, the bottom of ranges at the very top. So curious to see how those participants choose to behave. Are they going to flatten, or are they going to have resolve into the close here with their maybe expensive longs at 19,068? JD, it's too late to add to a winner. It's too late. It's too late.
Yes, it is. It's all good, though. We'll take it.
Well, I think there will be opportunities up at 85. Should be fun.
As far as a short, think in
Possibly.
there, Dolby?
Yeah, possibly. We'll see. See what MOC brings.
So we will speak of MOC. We've got about 5 minutes till MOC. Man, Eddie.
How did chat trade today?
Question.
Hindsight Capital. I'm assuming Hindsight Capital knew that we were going to rally hundreds of points today in the NQ.
Of course.
Of course.
It would be a trend day by every pullback. Yeah.
Yep.
It's like Capital
Flawless.
all over it. Yep.
Flawless.
Yep.
Down 1,200 on XFA. That is okay. Just got to rally, get that screen time. Hindsight Cap went long into PPI. Yeah, probably. They already know what PPI is. They already know what the number is. They get to leak.
Yes.
You're big enough.
Yeah, speaking of, we got tomorrow. We got CPI tomorrow. But before then, we got At the Buzzer. After this, obviously, man, Eddie will tell you about that. 15 minutes left here in the session on Power Hour. Yeah, gold. Some buyers did step in. Bought it back up like a buck and a half. Bottom out at like 25.02. Now trading 25.03, 90 cents. Yeah.
Wow.
It feels like
really
a summer.
strong.
Like a summer trade was back. We got CPI tomorrow. Like Jack was saying, anything can happen. Here come the buyers. I don't want to say here come the buyers. We're drifting higher in the NQ. 80s trade.
Volume is still pretty low. I mean, they're saying it's like, what, 400,000-ish, and normally trades 700,000-ish. So there's like a lot to be desired as far as volume goes. This does have the feeling of short-term traders, though, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree.
Very easy to get up and down the ladder. Volume is pretty low. Just fairly consistent and orderly up moves, I'd also say, with some pretty sharp pullbacks. Let's see if we can get a
last week.
up here.
Besides Monday last week, Dolby, I would say the sell-off was pretty orderly as well. So Sunday reopened. Monday was kind of, chaotic a bit. Fell out of bed. But then there was a little bit more selling, and it was orderly. It was a technical sell-off. Your man, David Green, kept saying, this is a very technical sell-off. It wasn't panic-driven. So, makes sense that we kind of just drove higher here in orderly fashion. Yeah, nothing on the tilt here. Everything checked off for the day.
3 minutes on the MOC.
Thank you, Eddie. We'll start off with the ES, then go NQ, then go YM, then even break it down to the MAG 7. That ready to go. And those numbers will change. The number we get here in 2.5 minutes, based on what is posted in 2 minutes before the bell, it will change. But man, Eddie will be all over it. Again, at the buzzer, my man Jay.
Close to highs on ES here. Closing in. Yeah, Dolby, you had a good one.
I did. I got spooked out of it. It's okay.
Let's see what it does on these highs.
Yep.
If I did want to go short, let's just say hypothetically, I think
I see what
we
you're
could
saying.
be looking for is what's like quadruple topped. Is if we can like shoot up maybe to like 19,100 on like a really big candle, there might be opportunity to grab a super cheap and speculative short and to see if it gets back within range. You could even try. No, that's too desperate. I don't want to put like a trade in already. Let's wait. Okay, there's the 100s, and there would have been the short. Oh well, just like I said. That's unfortunate.
Damn, 107. Yeah, that was that's a JD trade right there. Shout out to JD.
I mean, just like that. Yeah, actually, exactly just like that, chat. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Man, like that. Loco. Yes. Just like that. All right, 1 minute till my man Eddie comes in. And I hope you guys are paying attention here at TopstepTV, man. We're giving you guys good stuff. Some of the best traders on the street here on TopstepTV from all around the globe. Again, check out D, 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Slow markets at the buzzer.
There's someone who has NVIDIA.
We're popping here. Here we go.
Yeah, in NVIDIA or Tesla real time, because I'm looking at NVIDIA and it's not moving like the NQ is right now.
Interesting.
No, it's
Let's
not.
take a look at.
I'm not saying it's not
Amazon
moving,
is,
but it feels like futures are moving further.
It's Amazon.
ahead.
Amazon, Meta, Google.
Isn't Google about to get sued into oblivion for something? Like they're in trouble with the FTC.
Aren't they always though?
I was going to just say that.
Yeah, monopoly. All right, here we go. We just saw this. Boom, my
All
man
right,
Eddie.
we got our MOCs here. S&P, 7 million sell side. NASDAQ, 4 million sell side. 7 million sell side. Mag 7, 100 million buy side. So what you got right now, and once again, just a reminder, it fluctuates.
Sorry for interrupting, Eddie. Just okay. One more time, Eddie. Just 7 million. That's it.
7 million S&P.
Oh,
7 million sell side.
that's not
NASDAQ,
very much.
485 million sell side. Dow, 97 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 81 million buy side.
700 million. 700 million S&Ps.
700 million. Check. 712, 704. It's moving here. 696, 685.
That's a nice pullback. 8 points.
Well, damn.
10 points.
Well, that was it.
Dolby,
That was
you
better than the
manifested
longs,
that,
Dolby. That was better than the longs, man. Holy
Seriously,
moly.
bro. Seriously. Good call, dude.
That's how you train ranges, man. That's how you do the ranges.
Well, like, there's something to be said about that, Dre. Like, if you consistently show up every single day, you're trading the exact same setup. Like, Austin, you can speak to this too. If you're trading the exact same setup, you know how things can operate, like, in and around that market structure. And, like, you can, like, anticipate that happening. So if I'm always looking at ranges, I can start picking up kind of, like, personality traits of how the market might respond. And Austin, I'm sure it's similar with looking at like VWAP and stuff, right? Like if you spend enough time looking at like one thing and how it works, you start kind of getting hints about where things can go.
Yeah, that's the problem is people just don't stay consistent with it because it gives them losses for a day or two and then they try something new. I see that all the time.
Yep.
S&P, 400 million sell side.
On 400. Yep, that's screen time, Dolby.
135 million sell side.
Yep. 35 mil. So starting to shave off a little bit there. We got 7 minutes, 40 seconds left in the session. still, man, you guys think it's quiet markets? The markets are quiet. Volume isn't quite there. There still is opportunity, as you guys saw here on Power Hour. I'm seeing a 500 lot here at 54.60 in the ES, which would be high of the day, but we have a 500 lot sitting above there. 54.60, 500 offered, 450 offered.
Flyer Jim, nice pop in gold. Good eye, Flyer.
Yep, nice call.
I still think there's room for one more trade. The volatility is pretty good. If we could get back to like 110, I'd be pretty interested in shorts. Man, this thing is moving though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, whew. There's 25 points off that 100 level.
Incredible.
Yeah. That is moving quick. Is there any other way to get into this?
Yeah, well.
So it's still maintaining higher lows though, which is kind of wild. So if you draw one from, what is this, 220 to 238 to 250, I mean, that's all higher lows. So that would put us at around, let's say 62 evens or maybe 70s for a potential long if we were trying to maintain the higher low trend thing.
Interesting. Yeah.
But it's really pulling back. Is Jack still in his short? Jack, you still in your short?
Question,
Yes.
Jack. Yeah, great. Yes.
Nice.
I don't want to jinx anything.
I mean, it's probably pretty good.
Well, no, because I got in too early.
Oh.
But I added
Hey, timing is everything.
roughly scratch at the moment.
Do
The
you have
CPI
diamond
overhanging.
hands?
I do in
Yeah.
some things. Usually when I'm
Some
losing.
things.
I have like set risk for this.
Whatever happened to the GameStop trade? Did you
Oh,
get
he's
out of
still
that
in
one?
it, Dole.
I
Oh,
still
baby,
have
don't
it
add.
on.
Are you
Diamond
serious?
hands. Oh yeah, October.
Yeah, but yeah, it's an options trade. Yeah, October 18th. I hope to be out of it.
I want like a video essay when you wrap this thing up.
Oh,
I will.
what
I'm
happened.
afraid to do it before then.
Hey, we got some liquidity to the downside here. 54.47. We got 500 lot on the bid in the ES.
Some good scalps to be had in the NASDAQ today, if you have the stomach for it.
All right, we got the MOC S&P 467 million buy side, Nasdaq 655 million buy side, Dow 47 million buy side, and the Mag 7 271 million buy side.
So buy side is back. That's cool. Let's see if we get back up to 110s. Royal Trades. Thank you for the compliment. We do suck.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We're looking at
Here.
70s for a potential. MOC already came out. It was pretty small. It was all under $1 billion. All under $1 billion. Y'all suck. Let's get to all the y'all sucks in chat. Let's get those moderators working.
You all suck.
Every
Now
single
listen
one.
here. You all suck so bad that I wouldn't trust you to water my damn plants, let alone handle any important business.
Oh wow. Wow, that's
Really?
harsh.
Wow.
That's the treatment that we get.
You all suck.
That's the
Come on.
treatment that we get.
Damn, man.
There we
you guys are
go.
brutal.
Dear,
There we go.
you all seem to be lacking in competence.
Let's maybe we can get a poll in chat for the last 3 minutes here. Do we think the Nasdaq is going to close above 19,085 evens or below 19,085 evens by 3 p.m. Central?
Let's go. You want to poll with like 2 minutes left?
I was just gonna say, Eddie. I was just gonna
That's just
say
the most exciting time. It's the most exciting time.
We got 15 seconds.
Straw poll here. Above. Here we go. Above. And above.
Just put an official one. Just put it in chat.
Snoop.
Most are saying above. Wow.
Above. A lot of above.
Get at the buzzer after this. And to Coach J, man. Hooked up Eddie, hooked us up with that awesome level, 5406. Big check mark getting long in the house account, 5406. Great level. Here we go. All right, Austin, we got another day tomorrow. Yeah, loss is a part of this thing. You didn't hit your DLL, correct?
Nope, but I was close.
Yeah, the boy though. That's
It happens, man.
There's a difference there. For real. Real talk. There's a difference there.
There is a huge difference.
Yeah, you didn't go F it on the thing. You pump the brakes, and I assure you it will pay off by the end of this week that you didn't hit DLL.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be back at break even, if not in profit by Friday. That's my plan.
Name of the game. All right, we got a 300 lot here on the bid. 400 lot here on the bid. 54, 56 in the orders. What appears to be real, not those lame algos. Not those lame algos in the
S&P MOC 672 million sell side. We're back on the sell side, boys. Nasdaq 317 sell side. Dow 551 million sell side, and our Mag 7 65 million sell side. Digging deep here in the Mag 7.
Man,
I'm gonna see if I can get short 112 and 3/4.
You got 50 seconds here, Dolby time.
Wow. Yep.
New high on ES.
Let's see if it shoots up and touches 114s and rolls.
30 seconds. My man Eddie's going to take us out. And make sure at the buzzer, Coach J in this house. Then we got slow markets. You know the drill. Expanding programming here on Topstep TV. Hit like, hit subscribe. I said I wasn't going to say it again. I just did say it again. 214. Here comes some liquidity. Look at all that liquidity here in the ES. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. All right, I'm flattening. I was a tick away from getting that one. That would have been like 10 points real quick. Oh, that's
awesome. So, thank you so much, man. Nice trade overtime.
Damn. Yeah, good
bell,
seeing you,
man.
boys.
Wow. What a day. What a day. What a day. Up and away. Drifting higher. Don't come to Muhammad if you lost money being short. Go to my man, Eddie. Good job, guys. What's up?
All right, folks. Well, let's take a look at what we've got here coming in tomorrow. Early bird special. Well, not really here, except if you're up at 7:30, we got our core CPI. We've been waiting for this one most of the week. Now our PPI came in a little lower than expected. Is that going to happen with the CPI? We'll find out. 7:30 Central. We do have that CPI month over month, year over year. So big numbers here coming up at 7:30. Don't forget 9:30 tomorrow. We do have our crude oil inventories coming up at 10 o'clock. That good old Cleveland CPI. And 10 o'clock also the Thomas Reuters. We've got that coming up at 10 o'clock. And I think that is going to be it for that. Taking a look at who we've got coming up tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, we've got Wednesday here, so keep an eye open on what's going on. Let's see here real quick. Yes, schedule for tomorrow. On the menu, it's going to be the 14th. Hogan and myself, we're going to fire it up for opening call. We've got Deanna, Nick for a tick, Hogue, and Andre for fast markets. Tomorrow, don't forget about Jared Tendler. I'm going to mention that again. That's going to be 11 o'clock here. Jack and Mick for shoulder tab. David Green's going to join us for group coaching. And we've got a 1 o'clock patience with KV, Gabe, and Dolby. And to end the day, Andre, David Green, Coach Dakota, and Hoga. Coming after, we close out here at 3 o'clock. 3:15, we got Coach Jay with At the Buzzer. And coming up this afternoon, or I'm sorry, this evening, Coach Ray at 6 o'clock in the Discord channel. Coach Vince all at 7 in the Discord channel. Back here on YouTube, we've got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. All right, so keep that in mind. We got lots going on here. We keep filling up time here. So don't forget also, Topstep TV not only covers the New York Open, but the New York Close as well, along with the Asian and London Opens. Okay, I mentioned Coach Dakota here today, 7:30 Central Time. He does that Sunday through Thursday. Deanna tomorrow is going to be at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday for the London Open. So keep that in mind. Okay, and I think that is going to be it. Let's see here. Yeah, that's about it here for today. I had a good day here trading. I hope you did too. Something that we can all learn today is patience. Markets really weren't giving us much opportunity. And when you start forcing trades, you're getting yourself in a situation you do not want to get into. Maybe you had a winner. Maybe you had a real good trade. But follow the game plan. That's the best thing to do here. Follow the game plan. So, folks, this is going to be it for us here today. If you did learn something here today, even if it was one thing, you're moving forward, okay? So keep that in mind. Now it's time to take a little break. Don't forget, we've got Coach Jay going to be with us here at 3:15. So after that, get some rest, all right? Re-energize. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.